their life instead of having to win 2. And the Giants, okay, they haven't had the result so far, but they're a plucky team. And I know that they're going to bring what they think is their best team tomorrow.
So it's just pushed into the offside hole. Well, Berhanez loses his feet at cover. I reckon that's gone for 4. Yeah, it's going to go for 4. So that's a bit of stylish play from Latin, the salsa dancer, and just pushes it for 4, Vinny.
Yeah, it does. And his outfield is really quickening up as the day goes on. Beautiful day here.
Oh, this is magnificent.
Look at the view. I mean, sometimes we watch cricket so much we forget what's behind it. And the rolling hills of Andalusia in the background.
Slower ball from Yelta Schoonheim. It's high in the air. Tim de Kock's coming around. He's going to call for it. And he takes a really good catch in the end because there was a little bit of pressure from Arnav Jain. That's a big wicket.
Yeah. I don't know whether it was a slight misjudgment or not, but he has to dive. He almost stopped and then dives. But he's got a really good pair of hands, doesn't he? And de Kock wasn't missing out on this. And Latin, he just went after. I think he picks the slower ball, but still doesn't quite get the timing. And so Schoenheim is having a good week. Look at that one. Just flying into the sky. And there was a flying de Kock who holds on. And that is the first wicket of this match. The score is 15 for 1.
Yeah, and it's an important wicket as well because Latin's one of the main players in that Giants lineup that we know if he spends any time at the crease, he really gets going. So big wicket. And that's the first one for VSC. I mean, quite a lot on the line. We talk about finishing in that top 3. Why is it so important, Vinny? Explain to someone that might have joined us.
So the reason the top 3 is important is that you are safe tomorrow. You are safe. You will play for this top 2 seeds. So 2 out of the top 3 will get a double chance. But if you don't finish in that top 3, or you're on the chopping block tomorrow, if you finish 4th, 5th, or 6th, then you could exit the tournament on Super Thursday.
Yep.
So if you see, they'll be very keen to execute their skills out there in the middle, which they have done kind of in patches this series. But I think they'll be the first to admit they haven't been consistent enough this week with their cricket.
I think if they slip themselves into the top 3 today, Vinny, I think that they'll end up getting the double chance. I reckon they'll have a big day tomorrow.
Yeah.
I just have that feeling about them.
It's called Super Thursday.
Yeah, and this is Wonderful Wednesday. So, young Manav Nayak, he's coming out now. He's going to be facing Yelta Schoonheim. Young versus old here. Oh, and Yelta Schoonheim goes, I don't care what your age is, I'm getting up in your grill.
Yeah, wasn't afraid to try and bully the young number 3. Well, he goes upstairs.
He lets him know. Well played though, drops the hands there. That's good batting.
It's good cricketer. Nayak had a bit of an off game this morning.
It's just pushed into the offside. Oh, half a chance here. Good fielding from Berhan Niaz. Just a single. So the slower balls are already coming to effect. That's something we saw VOC change a lot yesterday. The seamers bowled a lot of slower balls, didn't they, Vinny? Yeah,
no, they did. And just predictably so sometimes. And so I wonder if we're going to see a bit more of an adjustment from the batters.
Well, that's a slow ball, and that is absolutely whacked into the big hole there at deep mid-wicket. Tim de Kock's quite square. 4 runs, much needed. It takes us out of the power play, and the score is 20 for 1.
It's a good shot. This is one that is picked, and it is whacked. Have a look at this. Ken Roy, he just sits and he does not run one bit. He's a pretty cool customer in K-Ness. That's the end of the over as well. 20 for 1 at the end of the power play. And that story of that power play, it was all about the kind of pressure building and then resulting in the wicket of Ian Latin.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, big nesters there, Vinny. He didn't get dismissed this morning, so he's on a bit of a run here. He's the key to this whole match, sort of feels like. It sounds like it's a lot of pressure to say that, but if they get him out early, I can't see the Giants getting enough runs.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they need to get a score on the board, and they've lost Latin already. No Louis Bruce in the lineup today. School's a bummer. So here we go with over number 4.
That's a nice shot to the sweep of 1. You know how we always talk about people watching from around the world. We just had a message. Phil Salt's watching.
Hello,
he just signed for Lancashire. He just won the PSL with the Lahore Calendars. So congratulations, Phil. Yeah,
very good performance. Welcome, Phil. And, well,
it's good when we get the high-level players also watching this as well. It's pretty impressive.
And a lot of my old teammates, they're always lurking in the coverage as well when they get a spare moment. And that's the best thing about ECN is there's so much cricket. 10 hours a day at the moment. And of course, last year we're coming off over 1,200 matches, which is a world record. And this tournament, no disrespect to the PSL or the Ashes or anything, it is the biggest cricket tournament in the world. 144 matches.
That's guided to short 144. Is that the biggest in the world?
I think so.
Yeah, it must be.
30 teams, one location, 6 weeks. The IPL might go longer,
I don't think,
but it wouldn't have 144 matches.
Well, they did add 2 teams to the IPL this year, so that'll be interesting. So I think that's a 10-team comp. I don't think it's over 144. I think the players at franchise level are burnt out after a week.
You'd be pretty confident you're watching the biggest cricket tournament in the world right here. I often say there's just absolutely nothing quite like ECN.
So young Burhan Niaz comes into the young Manav, and well, that's good batting. Just works on the leg side for a single. And I've mentioned this a few times on air while VSO have played a lot of emphasis on the youth at this club. And Leslie Ong is watching with his son Finn Ong and Brody, and Leslie's now taken over the youth department and a bit of the seniors. He's done a really good job with the youth of VOC.
Yeah, I've got a lot of time for Burhan Niaz.
He's tripped himself up there.
Struggling a bit with staying upright, but he's a good player, isn't he?
He's a good player. I think he hasn't had the tournament he would have hoped for so far. If he gets it right, being a batter and bowler, it's pretty important.
You mentioned this is his first senior tournament for VOC.
Nice shot that, hits the hole.
I want to see how Niaz comes back as well, because he had a slightly off time with the bat last night. And we talked a bit before I was with Rico about kind of mental resilience, and as a coach, you'd probably that's a quality you look for in players where, okay, something hasn't gone their way, how do they recover from it? How do they kind of like pick up the pieces and move on and don't let it affect their game?
That's high in the air. It could be a catching opportunity. It's going to land in a big bit of space. That's big Biffington out there. And, just a single.
Yeah, that's Piercy.
Yep.
Good in the zinc cream. It's a good day for the zinc cream, isn't it?
He's got plenty of nicknames. He's also known as Biff. You know why he's called Biff? From the Back to the Future movies. Yep.
Biff Tannen.
Yeah, looks very much
Great
like
movies. Do you want to rank the Back to the Future movies in order of what you like them?
Potentially. Slower ball high in the air. This should be a catching opportunity for the young man. He won't drop this. He doesn't drop it. It's a big wicket. It's Nesta gone, caught and bowled, and that's going to give Niaz a world of confidence.
Yeah, it sure will. And that is a big wicket. The big man has to go. And Niaz, well, we're just talking about resilience. And yeah, he didn't have the best time with the bat last night, but this is a great moment for him as he picks up a wicket with the last ball of his first over. And it's Nesta that can't reproduce the heroics with the bat here in game 13. He falls for 13, in fact. And the score is 25 for 2.
And I reckon that's another slower ball. I think he's gone the leg cutter this time. So the slower ball brigade keep on going. And that is a really big wicket in the context of this match.
Yeah, well, not being unkind, but I would say VOC in this effort so far with the ball, they've been a little bit slow. And yeah, Nesta, he certainly knew it was time to get on with the job, but he does fall. That's the end of 4 overs, 25 for 2. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, former VOC winning player in the ECL 19. Corey Rutgers, also current Spanish national team coach. And also, you've got experience coaching Belgium as well. Former fielding coach with Islamabad United in the PSL, which is just wrapped up. And
oh no!
Find out more about Corey on his Insta. No, you're always on your phone out there. And don't forget, you've got to follow at European Cricket because there's a lot happening in our social media as well. Get me at Mr. Maximo. Thanks for all the nice messages every day, Corey. I get back and I can't get through all of them, but I get a lot of messages from people that are watching all around the world. Yep, and they get in touch, and I do try and get back to you. So thanks for your interest.
Yep. Well, if anyone slips into all my DMs, I probably won't get round to them, but I appreciate it anyways. That's a dot ball to start. It's over. Rami's come into the attack. He's bowled real well this tournament.
I'll get back to the important stuff after this ball.
Back to the future.
Yeah.
It's a wide outside off stump.
If you know the movies, tell us in the chat. Rank them in the order of how good they are.
I can't remember the numbers, but I remember the Western one was the best.
See, I got that last. I'm 2-1-3.
No,
okay.
2-3-1.
Come back to that in a minute.
Cut hard. Nice looking shot. That might go for 4 actually. Burhan there's a lot of work to do and he won't do it. That's a good shot by the young Manav Nayak.
Yeah, smart batting, but also I think you've got to know who you're bowling to. I think Nayak probably at this stage, he hasn't thrown enough tins, which is what you call weights, don't you? But he's probably going to struggle to take you down the ground. So he's looking to go square and he gets the length to do it. So I think you've got to get up in the block hole to him. And yeah, Niaz, it's a good effort, but he wasn't going to cut that one off.
Rami, well, good response, gets it a bit fuller and they run through. And this is going to bring a man on strike. Blaze Cook, that's one of the better names.
Blaze?
Blaze.
He's into the tournament today.
Is his first game, is it?
Blazing Kitchen could be a problem.
Well, when you say you've got a name called Blaze, I expect big things. That's a wide down the leg side. So a bit starstruck then.
Terry in the chat, this goes 1, 2, 3. The reason that I think 2 is better than 1, I'm getting a lot of blowback in the chat about this. I'll tell you why in a second, right?
Rami, once more, full, wide, dot ball.
By the way, I love them all. But 2 is the only one where they actually go to the future. They go to 2015, which is funny. It seems futuristic now. It seems a little bit pre-pandemic when we talk about 2015. Super Giant interrupting our conversation with cricket. But they actually go to the future. Okay, maybe I'd go 2, 3, 1. I do like 3, especially the bit where Biff ends up in the manure. That's one of my favourite bits.
That's why we call Pierce Fletcher Biff. Rami comes in again. Oh, that's sliding down the leg side. Blaze looks a little bit all at sea at the moment.
A little bit.
Now we'll bring an end to the 5th. 32 for 2.
Yeah, well, we'll get out. He'll get out of the kitchen now, Blaze, because we'll get to the other end. Bit of fancy footwork. The old do-si-do. I think there's a bit of Back to the Future 3. I love the dancing scenes in that as well.
What's the best franchise of all time then? Twilight?
I really like Back to the Future.
I think you're a Twilight fan.
No, I'm not a
Harry Potter.
Not a van. No, I never really got into Harry Potter. I'll tell you what, I'm going to get a lot of hate in the chat. What do you like?
I'm a Harry Potter fan.
Yeah, you like me the Harry Potter?
Dobby and Twilight, Edward. No, not really.
I love the sports, Gray's Sports Almanac, Back to the Future 2. Wouldn't you love to have that on ECN? Because some of the results we get are completely unpickable. So
Back to the Future, man, aren't you? Anyway.
It's Gray's Sports Almanac.
It's young Seeb.
All right.
The mystery spinner.
Let's get on with the game. I suppose this is game number 85 for us. Here's the next one. And one of Nyack is just going to take it for 1.
What have you thought about young Seeb so far in this tournament? Very young spinner, mystery spinner, has 3 or 4 different deliveries. What are your thoughts?
I love everyone that's different, and he is a bit different the way he goes about it. I think he's hard to stay ahead of. You can't stay one step ahead of him. Let's see how Blaze deals with it, like.
Well, Blaze with a big swipe across the line. Another single.
Great stuff. Blaze gets his first run in ECL cricket. So he's pretty happy about that too.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Gets him off the mark. He's counting the fielders. Yep, there's 11 there. In comes young Seeb again. It's well bowled. Just worked on the leg side for a single. They'll think about 2, but it's not there. Blaze got a little bit of a slow start.
Yeah. And look, the Giants, I mean, they seem resigned to finishing in that bottom 2 now. So I think this is all about just exposing more people to the experience. You never know who you might need to call on. I think they will really be trying to pull a Luxembourg and bring it in tomorrow's game.
So it's swept away to deep backward square. That will only be a single as well. So they've actually got everyone up on the offside and 4 men patrolling on the leg side on the boundary. Good start from young Seeb. No loose balls. And, well, yeah, how can the Giants get themselves to 80 here, Vinny?
By batting faster.
That's a good call. So that's pulled hard for us.
Look, to be fair, it's not going to be easy. I think VOC Rotterdam has been a bit hit and miss, but one of the things that they have done really well is restrict teams with their bowling, especially in the second half of the innings. So, look, I think it's going to be tough. But again, what an experience for the Giants, who have really mixed it up with the big boys so far in Group D.
That's high in the air. That's going to be half a catching chance. No, sort of bounces and plugs. A little bit of a miscommunication. No second run, so just the single.
He doesn't get a good turn in there. Blaze Cook runs through the crease. But anyway, see him getting amongst the runs. He moves to 3. And that is the end of the over. Score 38 for 2.
Any relation to Alistair Cook?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, just making sure.
Talk about some famous cooks. I'm going to go Simon Cook.
Who discovered Australia?
Oh, Captain Cook.
Yeah, there you go. That's probably the biggest one. I should know that.
That's a good one.
Just Captain Cook, not a first name.
Yeah. Captain James Cook. There you go. Straight.
Have a look at the bowling scorecard.
Also, come on, you're Dutch. They didn't discover Australia at all. It was the Dutch that discovered. And to be fair, I think the indigenous population, they discovered it a fair bit before any Europeans, to be completely fair to all my indigenous friends back in Australia. But in English, always claiming it.
Oh, this is a nice moment, Vinny. So Roman Harangi's been thrown the ball. He's the youngest player to ever play in the ECL. He just turned 15.
Oh, what a great experience for him. We had Marian Gerasim from Romania last week.
Pat Cummins sitting in the tent. A bit of Pat Cummins there.
Zach Simpson. A bit of a Pat Cummins about him.
Anyway, here comes young Roman. Good luck to the young man. Good bowling, good bounce, good carry. What are your thoughts? Young 15-year-old.
Yeah.
You like that?
I like it. That's got wheels. And you said he was 15, and I thought he was 30. He's a big boy, isn't he?
Yeah, for 15.
Yeah.
I mean, I think he turned 15 2 weeks ago. So he's already played ones for VOC back in Holland in the T20 comp. Pretty impressive. He's in the Dutch line setup as well.
Yeah, exactly right.
Oh, and he's hunting for his first ever wicket.
Lorne Burns in the chat. Hello, Lorne. He said that Cookie's got a pretty decent ramp shot, so maybe it's time to pull it out, but he might be wearing it in the teeth.
Right,
Pretty good bowling.
Lorne's been texting me all day. I sort of think he needs to go and hit some balls in the nets maybe, or go get prepared for a big summer.
The other thing I was going to say about discovering Australia, quote unquote, by Europeans, the Dutch found the good side, the west side, which is where we come from. Didn't stick around.
Young Roman again. He slides out. Oh, David Mark Mullet. Well, I tell you what, he's come out of retirement. That is the best moment of his tournament so far.
It's a good moment. Well, it's funny because you've got a bowler that's 15 looks 30, and you've got a keeper that's over 30 that looks 15. Mullet. And have a look at this. Oh, it's just the one mitt. That was poetry in motion.
He came.
A man that couldn't hit 3 stumps from 2 metres yesterday, and he pulls that out.
Well, he pointed up to the commentary box as well. He's happy with that. Roman hunting for a wicket. That's a wide outside the off stump. Signal to wide. But yeah, that's what
Mart's in the chat says, spoiler alert, he just checked his copy of the Sports Almanac and he thinks VOC is going to win the match. Well, certainly a good position at the moment.
Safe bet. It's good captaincy here as well. Mid-off and mid-on are in the ring. I think they're realising Blaze and young Nyack don't hit it straight too deep. Oh, he's bowled him. Well, what a big moment it is for the young man. Just turning 15 years old, playing senior cricket, gets his first wicket of the ECL. And that's a world record, Vinny, because that is the youngest wicket youngest player to take a wicket at the ECL.
Yeah, and he gets elevated by his teammates. Well, a bit like when your dad puts you on his shoulders. It's a great moment for him. And well, unfortunately for Cook, he did stick around for a little while. He has 3 on his back. And well, I believe that he finishes with 3. There's still a good experience for him. But this moment's all about Roman
Harangi.
Yeah, it's a good piece of bowling. 4 and straight. Well, Cook had a good time out there in the middle, but he's got to stride back. 40 for 3.
I feel like his name's a little bit too exuberant for that style of batting. It's a big wicket.
Hey, Corey,
You never got to see the Ram.
I just think I heard someone say hello through the stump mic. Hello, David Mark.
David? Is he ordering his lunch? You know, Ian Healy used to order his lunch through the stump mics.
Yeah, I just heard him clearly. Just said hello, Corey and Vinny. Well, hello, David. But what a
David.
nice moment for the young man. I mean, I think it's easy to forget. 15 years old, he has genuine pace for a 15-year-old. Wait till he's 19 and he's built into himself.
For sure. I mean, he'd already beat me in an arm wrestle already, I reckon. He's bringing the heat.
That's a little bit of a way swing, and they've kept covered tight here, so it's a good dot ball, and I like to see that.
Yeah, here's Michael Kelly. He's a player I've got plenty of time for as well. He's batting at the moment. He's more of a bowler. You know, it's last month he took 4 wickets off the first 4 balls of a domestic match, Kelly. But now having to try and do it with the bat.
Short leg side, and well, that's missed by David Mark Mullet this time. The highlight reel's done. It's good effort down there, but that is gone for 5 wides.
Yeah, that'll be 4. I think he touches this, but he's touching the rope at the same time.
Yeah, it's a good effort. I think that was young Sieb and Yelta Schoonheim working together there, but unfortunately it just trickled into the rope. Keeper tried to make good ground to it.
He gets there, Mullet. He'll be disappointed that he can't at least make the stop.
And he moved quite well, but it was very wide.
Yeah, Kelly will take the gift.
Roman just needs to keep his cool here. Trying to bowl wheels, isn't he?
Yeah, why not though?
Oh, sort of cramped him up. He hits the deck. Everyone hits the deck, and it goes for a single. There's nothing wrong with seeing a young kid trying to bowl as quick as he can.
Look, I remember when Brett Lee stormed onto the stage as a teenager. See here.
Over
Now
he
you
goes.
see him, now you don't. And, about knee-high full toss in the end. So, that's not the end of the over yet, in fact, because we'll get one more.
15-year-old versus 16-year-old here. Junior cricket.
17, by the way.
Oh, that's going to be a no ball, so it won't be last ball over. And he hasn't timed it too well, so it'll be a single.
Yeah. So, yeah, he's just driving that extra pace. And you can push the ball full when you do that. I think it might just be slipping a little bit at the moment as well. It's a good call by the umpires. They've been good today.
Yeah, definitely a no ball. Good call.
Yeah. Called straight away.
Free hit time.
Looks like the sheriff out there. Charles Croucher with Tyrone Peters. Free hit time. Kelly is wearing the immunity cloak.
Yeah, good bowling, puts it into the deck. So that'll bring an end to the 7th over. 48 for 3. It's all VOC Rotterdam at the moment.
Yeah, sure it is. And look, this is one game, probably start of the week, you'd say you couldn't get a bigger mismatch. But I think the Giants, they've benefited from the fact they did play in that night series at the start of this month. They do have some recent cricket, and I think that experience has been really invaluable. They've been mixing it up, but I guess there's just been periods where they've been outclassed. This seems like one of those periods, but still, what a great thing for their cricket as we look ahead to the formats. And this is the final day of round robin matches here in Group D, the Group of Death. We have Super Thursday coming up tomorrow. The top three, they will
tell
be
Eddie
playing.
to pipe down in the tell Eddie to pipe down on the sideline.
I stopped there because I got Mullet talking at me in the stump mics.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, it's fine. So Super Thursday, bottom three, they play for survival. Finals Friday coming up. At the end of the week, we'll know who will join the other three teams in the championship week.
Arnav Jain back, and well, that's gone very, very fine. It might be wides, or did he get a little bit of bat on it? Did he catch up to it? Well, they think about a second. Definitely not there.
Yes, he's hit this, I think.
Yeah, he got caught up with it.
So, yeah, we don't have any players mic'd up yet, but I do like Mullet talking to me in the stump mics, because sometimes it feels like a bit of a one-way conversation.
Well,
You do have people in the chat, but that's text. It's not the same as me.
We had a good chat with Ali Evans last week, didn't we, with the player? And it would be good if we could get one of the players mic'd up one day. That'd be a nice initiative.
The issue is it's a bit dangerous if they're wearing it, if they're diving around with the equipment we've got here. But we'll look into it.
Arnav, well, he's had a really good tournament. And I think just because that last over went for 10 or 11 runs, they thought, let's go back to our main bowler right now.
Yeah, sure. And only 2 overs so far that have gone for 10. Everything else in single digits. Kelly. I love the way he shows his emotions, Kelly.
That's that hard hit back to half. Can I just remind you as well, Vinny, that this is the middle of winter.
Yeah.
This is gorgeous cricket conditions.
I think technically we might be into spring now.
Is it?
Because we're into March.
Oh.
But still, well, it's not middle of winter then. But we have started in winter. It's been beautiful.
Arnav Jain bowling really well, and just hit down by Kelly for a single. So they're just choking the life out of the Giants at the moment. They need to try and find a couple of boundaries.
They do. Say a quick hello to Andrew File, who's in the chat. A player we saw in ECS Capella last year in the Netherlands. And Lily Panda, always great when we have Lily in the chat from New Zealand. So what's the time there now?
Oh, really?
It'd be about midnight.
Lily Panda.
Lily Panda. Yeah, you gotta love the Panda. Panda power.
Flighted, hit hard, nice and straight. Could go for 4, doesn't. Just a single. They're fielding well here, VOC, and that's one thing young Manav Nayak, he'll find a bit easier the older he gets, but he has to get a bit bigger because he has to find ways to hit boundaries in T20, T10 cricket.
Got a good technique. I think in this form of the game, he's a fielder and probably not batting the top 6. But again, giving an opportunity up there. Oh, Mullet. Can't handle that one. Half a chance for a run out. Kelly is frustrated at the moment, but he's getting some decent bowling, to be fair. At the end of 8 overs, it's 51 for 3, so they do bring up the 50 in that over. Carl Bay Giants. Their real big test, I think, will be tomorrow. Within 24 hours, they'll have a sudden death match up to stay alive. And remember what happened in Group A was with Star CC from Luxembourg. They didn't manage to win a game. But then they had that sudden death match up where they were able to knock a team out of the tournament. So the Giants, they'll want to be giant killers tomorrow. Right now, I think they know. This is just a game which is going to be a bit of a struggle. And look, they haven't lost 3 wickets, so perhaps that's a positive. But haven't really been able to get much going. The big hitters departed at the top of the order.
I like what VOC is doing here. They're going back to the youth in this match, giving Seeb 2 overs, giving Roman a bowl. I think they feel they're in control and they can experiment a little as that's lofted into the offside. It's a nice looking shot. That's Boris Hose out there. Well, he uses his foot. Well, come on, Boris. 2 runs.
Yeah, I know that you like the idea of having a 2-run penalty for foot fielding, so
I think that should be a 10-run penalty for foot fielding. And everyone around the world's watching. Oh,
yeah. Well, you can probably hear you. The voice carries. I want to hear more from Mullet.
Nice shot that. Sweep. Single. They're just struggling to find the boundary. But do you like that they're going back to the youth bowlers here, maybe experimenting a little bit to get players confident going into Super Thursday?
I think it's an opportunity to do that for sure. But I mean, I think he's in their 5 best bowlers anyway. Steve,
Yep.
Excellent.
Full, straight, miscued, single. Again, they just can't find the boundary.
It's not from lack of intent either from the batters. I mean, let's be fair. And you would have had those moments as well, Corey, even though I know you'd like to brag about your strike rate, which is over 400 in ECL cricket.
Yep, thank you.
Still trying to get that taken off the website because it should be a minimum.
Already got the screenshot, Vinny.
But, you know, it is frustrating when you're trying to attack and it's just not happening. You know, and that's been the story of the innings.
Oh, goes across. That's going to be signal to wind. Anything down leg side's a wind.
People will say that's harsh. Look, maybe it is, but I think the flip side, it's consistent. The bowlers know if they miss the leg stump, you know, it's going to be called a wide. Could have equally been a wicket if it had just been half a ball over.
That's high in the air. Half a chance. Oh, Pierce Fletcher shells it. Well, he sort of hesitated halfway through, and in the end he shells it. He said the other day he caught 3. He was surprised. It's his first drop.
Yeah, well, it's pretty decent conditions for catching as well. That wasn't easy. He had to come forward. Good running from Kelly. He's having a horrendous time when he's down at the strikers end at the moment, so he makes sure he gets back. Well, hope the ground's okay.
Oh, see, that's good batting. He goes the sort of ramp. Will it have enough topspin to go for 4? No, that's young Roman Harangi who does the mopping up, so another 2. Look, he's a very good player, Manav Naik. He can play it all around the yard. Just needs a bit more strength, but that's good, clever batting. 2 runs.
Yeah, they have run pretty well. That's a positive as well for the Giants.
This kid's trying to kill me.
As Mullet was just having a joke with him because of the ramp shot almost went into his helmet. That's hit hard into another gap. They might think of 2 again. Tim de Kock's a good fielder. It's not on there, and that's a really good throw to the keeps end. 1 run.
Well, was he talking about the batter, or was he talking about the fielder?
He gave him a tap on the back because the ramp shot he played actually almost went into the keeper's helmet.
He said, this kid's trying to kill me. Well, that's going to 9 overs, 61 for 3. And gotta love the hustle of the Giants. VSC Rotterdam, though, they didn't have a good start to the week. They weren't really morning people on Monday and Tuesday.
A bit like Brigade in a way. The Irish team started really slow, and I think they're just finding out the right formula at the right time.
I don't count them out. Do not count them out.
I think if they finish in the top 3, they will get the double chance. I have a feeling they'll upset Ostend or Frankfurt tomorrow. I really do.
There's going to be a couple of revenge games if they do finish 3rd for VSC Rotterdam. They'll have a score to settle with those other 2 teams. Here we go, last overtime.
Ramy to finish. Oh, that's a good shot. Picks it up, but he's lobbed him. He just gets it over the fielder there. 6 runs and a much-needed boundary.
Love the team spirit of the Calpe Giants. Of course, they've had no cricket there for 5 years. Don't forget that. No cricket in 5 years. And so, yeah, Europa Point Complex, fantastic place to play cricket. And yeah, it's been revamped. Of course, we saw the night series earlier this month. Of Nayak, who has played a fair bit of cricket here for Costa del Sol in Spain. With his dad, Samir. He does get a Maximo.
Just heard the captain say walking onto the rope there. It's another full toss, going to be a single. And what Pierce Fletcher is saying there is that well, on the fumble they're going to get 2. So that's sloppy fielding by Arnav Jain and VOC. You've got to be careful here. That total's getting up.
Yeah, so walking onto the rope.
Yeah, you want to explain it?
You explain it.
Just he wants the outfielders that are behind the rope, and as the ball's bowled, they're having their feet basically on the rope, so they have some presence. They know their space, their landing area.
This will be gone, I think. It's in the air, and it's Hughes that will take the catch. And so it's the end of it. It's not going to set the world on fire with the strike rate, but I think Manav Nayak, you know, he's shown that he's got some talent with the bat. Remember, he's only 17 years of age. He does hit the 6 that he wanted, but then he holds out. Sure, we'll see him, I think, with the ball later on. He's quite a clever spinner in his own right, but his innings ends on 31, and the score now is 69 for 4.
Yeah, it was the slower ball from Ramy, and yeah, that is another wicket falling. And good innings from the young man. He's got plenty of scope to improve, and yeah, he did pretty well there. He knew as soon as he hit it that he didn't get any of it, and it's a nice catch there from Boris at cover. So another wicket, a dot ball more importantly. He goes for 31 off 22, striking at 140.
Yeah, nice moment for the young man, and we'll see him in the second half of the game. That's a nice innings as well. Didn't have an easy time this morning, did he, Mani? But yeah, it's good to see him.
What are your thoughts
reach
on
30?
this drop catch, boys?
David Mullet's just said to us, what are our thoughts on Piercy's dropped catch?
Yeah, well, everyone saw it, put it that way.
Yeah, you can't hide with our magnificent camera crew.
Well, let's get Mullet in the commentator's box. Corey, can you handle the keeping gloves?
Don't get... No.
Straight swap, I was thinking.
No, thank you. Retirement's treating me well. 3 balls left, Vinny. Can they get to 80?
Barley is the man who has a swing at this. That doesn't really go very far.
You see that in a lot of leagues around the world now, though, that they mic up a player and get some interaction, don't they?
Yeah, working on that. Well, one thing is we're always into constant improvement, I suppose. Hey, the other thing is with this Giants lineup, they know they're big matches tomorrow, right? So they've decided to kind of send Louis Bruce to school. So I think he comes back tomorrow. So these are things that you don't often see, but they're real world things. So I think that they will really be trying to put their best 11, what they think their best 11 available out of their squad on the park tomorrow for that sudden death matchup. So I think that's why we're seeing a slightly different look, particularly to their batting order outside their openers. And well, he's on the walk, but where's he going? He's just said enough's enough, and Kelly, well, he'll be frustrated with that. He'll finish 3 off 10. I don't know where he was walking. He was almost halfway back to the pavilion. But they will finish with 70 on the board. Calpe Giants and VOC, they can lock up that third spot with a chase of 71. I certainly think they'd fancy to do that, but it's a bit more than the result as well. I mean, I think about the youngster getting his first wicket, Harangi. I think of Burhan Niaz as well, bouncing back during that innings. We saw some good fielding, heard some good commentary from David Mullett behind the stumps as well. So, look, I think VOC, they're building towards something. Their ultimate target, of course, is to be the Group D champions, but their first target will be to knock these runs off and lock up that top 3 spot and be safe on Super Thursday. Yeah,
absolutely. So you see the batsmen leaving there, and well, they'll be disappointed maybe not to get near that 3 figures that they made this morning, but VOC, they bowled well, they used the slower balls again, and they varied their attack. So they end up on 70 for 4. We're going to take a quick look at the highlights, and well, we said they needed some... Whoa!
Out of it.
Oh, no.
Mirror. Well, Corey, he was alone in the commentary box, and we do try and avoid that. But it was a pretty nice catch by the cock. That was the first wicket. And, he's a big hitter. Well, the big K-Ness, he fired this morning, didn't he? But ultimately, he'd missed by he skied a slow ball from Niaz, who took a good return catch. We almost eats it. Well, big K-Ness, watch out. Might need a new pair of pads after that. He's pretty strong. So was Mullet behind the stumps, who was able to fling himself to save 4. We heard plenty from the Malay in this innings. And Cook, well, in the end, that one just sneaks through his tight defence, knocked back the middle stump, and a very interactive innings, wasn't it? A few messages for Corey out there in the middle. And we'll see that one flew over his head. That was 6 to 9. And the Maximos didn't really come, just the one in the entire innings. There were only 5 boundaries as well, and 4 of them were hit by the openers. So after that, it was another good kind of choking job from VOC, as they just never let him get away at all. And with the last, apart from that 6 we saw in the last over, before that there were no boundaries from ball 4.3 onwards. So that's 4.5 overs where they just couldn't find a boundary. They were trying to hustle 2s, but Manav Nayakan's up, top scoring 31 of 22. Again, promising cricketer, I think, at the moment. And have a look at those bowling figures. They tried a few options, and well, I think they did their job pretty well.
Yeah, what I like what they've done there, Pierce Fletcher and Yelcher Screenhome would always usually bowl 2, but instead they've given some overs to Sieb Van Vingerding and Roman Harangi to get the youth a little bit of experience, and that's smart captaincy.
Yeah.
And while we look at the power play, it looks impressive-ish, but yeah, they just never really got going.
Yeah, well, that's true, but still, the Giants, their biggest test ahead of them. They need to try and get something out of this 10 overs as well. I think they'll still be bringing the enthusiasm in the second half, but yeah, 70 doesn't look like enough runs.
No, it doesn't. So you've got to wonder, will VOC change their batting lineup a little bit, maybe, to see if they can get some guys in form. But join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase.
Yeah, we will be back. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Runkers. Hope that you're having a great day, no matter where you're watching from around the world. We'll be back very shortly. You're watching ECN, and this is the Bet to Ball European Cricket League.
Hello and welcome back everyone around the world to the beautiful Cartama Oval here in Spain, España, and we're at the halfway stage of this crucial T10 match between VOC Rotterdam and the Giants. And well, the Giants, they only hit 70 for 4. They'll be disappointed with that, as they would have liked a few more runs on the board, and a good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world in India via fan code, and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. I hope you're excited for some more T10 cricket action, and I'm very excited as well. This should be a good little contest. The two batsmen walking out, Arnav Jain and Tim de Kock, they're going to be looking to get off to a flyer and chase these runs down as quickly as they can. And well, for the Giants, can they get a couple of early wickets, and can they make a match of this? It's going to be a tall order, but you never say never in this crazy world of cricket. I hope you're all enjoying Group D, Group E next week, and then we've got finals week. How exciting is that going to be? But at the moment, we're in Group D, the group of death. We named it at the start of the week. We think this was going to be hotly contested, and so far it has proved to be that way exactly. So Arnav Jain, the right arm off spinner, the 20-year-old, he's now opening the batting. They made this change yesterday. It was a good move. He's looked good at the top of the order. He's going to be facing the very first delivery. He's going to be facing Samarth Bodger. Here we go. That's a wide down the leg side to start. So if the Giants are going to get themselves in this game, they've got to limit the extras, that is for sure. I mean, for VOC Rotterdam, if they win, they guarantee third spot, and that is massive. That really is important to finish in that top 3 of the group. Gentle in-swing and blocked respectfully. But yeah, I'll just touch on that a little bit. If they finish in the top 3, which is looking likely, then you'll have Oostende Exiles from Belgium, MSC Frankfurt and VSC Rotterdam. Tomorrow, they will play a round robin between themselves. So the top 3 will play each other tomorrow, and then the top 2 from that will get the double chance for Friday. So that is why it is so important to finish in that top 3. There's another one down the leg side, another wide. So he's getting quite a bit of in-swing. That's positive. He just needs to adjust his line here. He's starting it too straight, and unfortunately, he's just spraying it down the leg side. And you've only got 70 on the board. You can't be giving some free runs. Blocked back to him, and aggressive fielding. Like to see that. Got to have some spice in the game. And as we always say, it's good to interact with everyone in the chat. And a question coming through from Jeffrey Maguire, and asking about who do I fancy in this group. And are the first 3 teams looking like the strongest? I think, yeah, the group has panned out that way, that the best 3 will finish in the top 3. So that's cut away through the offside. That's a gorgeous cricket shot by Arnav Jain. Gets a little bit of width, leans on it, cuts it gorgeously through the gap. 4 runs. And that's the only boundary every batsman loves. So a little bit of width this time. And a nice shot with that beautiful grey nickels in hand. And yeah, nice shot, really nice shot. 4 runs. So first boundary, and yeah, I think that the Oostende Exiles and Embassy Frankfurt are deservedly going to finish in the top 2 of the group stages. To win the week, still very difficult. It could be any of the top 3. I have a feeling VOC are just starting to find their T10 form at the right time. Even though it's a young side and a new side, I like their bowling and fielding, and if 1 or 2 more batsmen start to stand up, I think VOC might get over the line. That's another cut shot, and well, that's well fielded. Just a single there. That's our favourite player, Blaze Cook. I know a lot of his friends are watching. And a good pick up from Blaze at backward point there. Good running though, just the single. Enough, showing that he's got a good cut shot on him. That brings Tim de Kock on strike. He's found form at the right time. He's probably the most explosive batter in this team with Jeltje Schoonheim. He'll be looking to get going straight away. So that's a little bit loose, that one. He moved across. And sometimes gets a little bit too leg side-ish to Tim. He could have easily hit that through the offside. You can see there, it's just a waft. Good bowling. Last ball of the first. See, that's good batting. Gets it on the offside, so he hits it on the offside. That will get him off the mark, and that will be 8 off the first. That's exactly what VOC need to do. They don't need to take undue risks. 8 off the first over, no wickets down, and a really good opportunity to bring back good friend, co-commentator, yellow pant wearing Vinny Sandu. Vinny!
Yeah, Colonel Mustard today with my pants.
Yeah, not bad.
Good game.
Yeah, very good game. Vinny, how do the Giants get themselves in this game, though?
They need to not worry about the result. They just need to play good cricket. That's what I would say. They need to just try and execute their skills, particularly their fielding, I think. They need to try and build a bit of pressure. Not the worst first over. 8 for no loss.
Yep.
I suppose anything can happen. Remember the way VOC kind of folded in the first game, but hard to say that'll happen again. Sam Williams in the chat with a question. And it's a good question. Come back to it after this. As we're going to see Barley. And he's going to get a wicket first up. He's going to be stumped off for wide. And that's a big wicket. And you certainly would trade a run for the wicket of De Kock, who has to exit. And, well, the Sheriff, he's smiling as he signals a wide. But it's not as big as the smile from Barley, who gets the huge wicket. He's picked up a wicket. And he hasn't even bowled a ball yet. It's the first wicket of the reply, 9 for 1.
Yeah, is that actually oh yeah, he's not bowled a ball, but he's got a wicket. I'd like to see the scorecard because, yeah, it's a stumped off a wide. Good stumping. And that's Andrew James with the gloves. But, yeah, he bowls it wide of a stump. Sometimes Tim De Kock can think 2-leg side, and he just had to hit that through the offside. It was very, very wide. Oh, tell you what.
I think he's just okay.
Yeah.
But probably lucky the camera's not panning up. It's something that I was having a chat to AJ earlier about just, making sure, because I felt that he's getting a bit close. But here's the thing. You're allowed to be almost in front of the stumps, which I think is the result. How about this from Barley? It's come out in a hand grenade. It's pretty effective so far.
I think the eyes are lighting up and a bit of loose batting. They don't have to do anything crazy. Yelcha Screwline, that's the way he plays. He has long levers and he likes to get on with it.
Get back to the gaffer's question in a second.
Well, that's a nice sweep shot, but just a single. What was the question, Vinny?
It was, if VOC were to make finals week, do you think that there might be any additions, or do you think they'll be sticking with this group of players? Give us the inside goss.
Just give me a second. I'm trying to think of anyone else that stayed home.
Barley, give me a second to think. This is cut away. This is going to be 4. This is a good shot. And so it was a pretty good effort from Nestor as well. But Giant, he's been a revelation at the top of the order in this series. He gets 4 runs here.
No, I don't think you will. I know you've got the big 3, Peter Saylor, Scott Edwards, Max Dad. They're all in New Zealand preparing for the internationals. Bobby Hanif has a knee injury. Dirk Van Baren's retired, and I've retired from T10 cricket.
Oh, Kelly.
Shot.
Yeah, this gets pounded. Well, the ground was pounded by Kelly, and the next one is pounded by Giant. We'll go fetch that one. Maximo. 6 runs, VOC. And maybe going to give us an early lunch with this approach. That was a good hit. Stayed still and really watch the ball. It sounds basic, but you have to watch what you're trying to hit, and that one was a beautifully crafted stroke.
Well, you like the look of his bowling. How's his batting as well? 2 cut shots, a little slog. He's a very good all-round package, and it's so easy to forget. Arnav's 20.
Yeah.
He's so young, and he's got a lot of talent, this man. Good batting. Well, VOC, those boundaries are just a bit of a steadier. Here comes Barley again. And that is all. You give someone raps, he gets a leading edge, but they'll scamper through for a single.
Love Kelly. Look at him. He's frustrated. He just can't hide his emotions at all. He wouldn't be a good poker player because he's frustrated. I shouldn't enjoy it so much, but he's a lovely guy, Michael Kelly. 50 required.
Short. Oh, wow. Tell you what, that has bounced an extreme amount for someone that's not putting that many revs on the ball. That'll bring an end to the second. It's 21 for 1.
Yeah, Barley goes upstairs on the batter. Yeah, so 2 overs down, 21 for 1. There's a bit of extra bounce from this end. That's just what we've picked up, actually, as we do switch ends every week. Have a look at the background. Pretty as a picture. And VOC, if they do win this, and they are going to third, they'll go no higher because they'll finish on 6 points. And there'll be a shootout between the top 2 in the next match. And then the last match will be 4th and 5th, battle for 4th, and basically a game off tomorrow. Third over coming up.
So start of the third. And Arnav, good batting, comes down, just works to the offside for a single.
Luke with a question. Stumped off a wide. Try to explain that to newcomers to the game. Well, yeah, there are two types of dismissal that can happen on a wide, but you can't have on a no ball. And one of them is stumped. Do you know the other one, Corey? Give you a ball to think
I
about.
missed the question. I was a bit distracted. As Yelter,
Oh.
absolutely.
Oh,
that's in the car.
car.
That's car.
Oh no!
I tell you what, that had to have been a whisker from the windshield.
You have some expensive balls. This would have been a very expensive ball. Not just the 6 runs, but probably 30,000 damage or more.
You're going to have to, while Yelter's there, you're going to have to put them further back. Watch it land right next to the car here.
I hope he's got the third-party insurance, because this one's almost big trouble. Okay, so you can be stumped off a wide.
Yeah.
There's one other type of dismissal that you can have on a wide, but not a no ball. Do you know what it is?
I don't know.
I'll ask you in the chat. Do you know what it is? Think about it, Corey. I'll cover this ball for you from Boda. Has to pick the glass out of the ball.
What have you asked? Asked it again slowly.
Okay, so there are 2 modes of dismissal
Yeah.
that you can do them on a wide, but you can't do them on a no ball. Like stumped, you can be stumped off a wide, but you can't be stumped off a no
Can
ball.
be run out off a wide.
Yeah, but you can be run out off a no ball as well. So
okay.
there's another one that you can have on a wide, but you can't have on a no ball. Shout it out if you're in the fan zone. Bowled by Boda. Someone in the chat's going to get it.
You can't be.
That's a good little brain tease. You love to tease my brain. Now I'm the tease.
Obstructing the field.
Nope. You can be on either.
Handled the ball. Same thing as obstructing the field now, isn't
It
it?
really doesn't exist anymore, but it can be off either. It's rare, but it's not as rare as like the 2 that you just mentioned. But it's still pretty rare.
Don't know. Tell us. Come on.
Oh, come on.
No, come on.
Nah,
Tell us.
I'm gonna give people a bit longer.
No, come on. Tell us. I can't
Think
wait.
about something that you probably shouldn't do to a wide.
Hit it.
Well, that's one of the words.
Hit wicket as he pushes
There
that
we
into the
go.
offside
We
for a
got you
single.
there in the
Ding,
end.
ding, ding. Winner.
You can be hit wicket.
Okay, you can get hit wicket off a wide, of course. You're a tricky man,
You
Vinny.
can't be hit wicket off a no ball.
And, looks like Bobby Hanif's jumped in the chat. Bobby, hope you're well. He's disappointed he couldn't come in. He has a pretty severe knee injury and it could be career-threatening.
It's not really much here. Well done to Ashton Mascarenas. He got it in the chat. Hit wicket was the answer. Last ball, the power play coming up.
Never out. That is extremely high and it's misfielded. This could be 2 leg buys here.
Boxing. Gets one. Loves that Simpson.
Yep.
So he's like a little terrier going after the ball. 3 overs down. And it's 31 for 1.
So a couple of people in the chat asking about Harvey S next week. Let me give you, and it's talking about big players. Now, there's a player that's playing for Harvey S next week, Tobias Vise.
Yeah.
Now, for many people that don't know Tobias, played a bit of Dutch cricket. Now, he's taken a step back recently because he's got a young family. He is a freak of a player. T10 is born for him. He, a few years ago, opened the batting with Chris Gale in the Canadian T20 Premier League. He was playing reverse ramps off Wahab Riaz,
Yeah.
145k for 6, and people were going, Tobes, do you know that's Wahab Riaz? And he goes, I don't know who Wahab
I
Riaz is.
don't care.
He didn't even know. Honestly, Tobias will be the most destructive batsman in the whole comp by a country mile.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing him live, actually.
Honestly,
Yeah.
if he gets going, I mean, I opened the batting with him in 50-over cricket a few years back. He would ramp the second ball of a 50-over game for 6. It was
McCullum
insane.
style, right?
Yeah, Brendan McCullum. Anyway, Arnav on strike, cut really hard. Watch the spin. Watches it well, just a single.
Yeah, just the one. Yeah, no, going back to the stumped off a wide, just to finish. So, I mean, you talk about the reasoning about why it is. A wide's basically not as big as a sin as a bowler as a no ball. I think basically that's what it comes down to. You've done everything else right. You kept your foot behind the line. You just lost your direction slightly. So that's why there are a couple of modes of dismissal where they still reward the bowler for bowling what was essentially a legal delivery until it kind of gets to the batter. I think some people ask why that is. I think it's a good rule.
So it's hard to deep mid-wicket, but just a single.
Yeah, so if you've bowled a ball, for example, a bouncer that is over the guy's head, it might be a wide, but you've caused him to fall down the stump. Still, you've kind of caused that with a ball that it's not as bad as a no ball.
Oh, that's hit hard, and it's got enough wood on it. That goes for 6. Good shot from Yelta Schoonheim, and he's got himself going after not making too many in the first game yesterday. He made a few last night, and he's making a few this morning.
You said at the start of the week that Yelta, he's going to have to step up and take up extra responsibility because of the players that are not here. Max O'Down, Scotty Edwards, and Peter Saylor, to name 3 from ECL 19. Hayden, pretty quick to retrieve that ball. And he certainly has had a good week, Yelta.
Oh, it's a no ball and hit hard to deep mid-wicket. So a no ball full toss, and Arnav, well, he's going to get the exciting free hit.
Yeah. And so it's going to be a tough one from here to see this game go the distance. And yeah, it's fair enough. Look, it's borderline, but we've said this all week, though. I think you've got to give those to the batter. So free hit, and it is going to be a hit. Here comes Keynes. It's good to see that kind of commitment from the Giants, who, look, they haven't had the best game here, but they'll be building it, and obviously these are the kind of things, just keep the mood up going into their crucial match that they'll have tomorrow. And they'll play the loser, basically, of Albi's Army from Sweden versus Malta Super Kings tomorrow in the 5 versus 6 matchup.
That'll bring an end to the over. It's 45 for 1.
It is. And nice to have your company, as always. And ECN, we're very proud to bring you this tournament. A lot of people work hard behind the scenes as well. Great to see the fan zone filling up today. It's been a big week. Started with the Dia de Andalucia, which is the day of the region here, and it's been a beautiful week. Hopefully the weather stays this good. A little bit of weather around tomorrow potentially. Hopefully it stays away, but it makes these matches even more crucial in a way, because if it was to be affected, hopefully it won't be. Thanks to all of you out there, though. The viewers, often say we've got the best viewers in world cricket. They're very passionate about the game and the development of the game, which is what we're all about here. And so thanks again for joining us, and big hello to everyone in the fan zone. Give us a wave if you're over there. I know that we've got some of the players waiting to get back on the park as we get back to the action. Starts with a wide.
There's a few people in the chat still asking about a little bit about RBS. So Teo Wahlberg is their overseas pro at the moment.
Yeah.
He is an unbelievable batsman.
Tell me about him.
Julian, I think he made the 2nd most runs in the league last year behind Max O'Dowd. He hit a couple of centuries. He's different gravy. Looking forward to seeing him as that short pulled 1 run. Julian DeMay. There's a couple of 30 Vink is a very good player as well. He will suit the T10 format. Navjeet Singh, who played at the ECC. So RBS, they'll be pretty confident, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
4 ball, high. Well, we said he needed a good week, and he's having a good week. Yelta Schoonheim cashes in with another 6.
Just looks, it's a bit of men against boys sometimes when Schoenheim's out there. He's making this field look really small. And he's not trying to overhit the ball. I think he's timing the ball. Let's have a little bit of chat to AJ. He's probably saying, yeah, that's a pretty good shot.
He's one of the cleaner hitters you've seen, right? Yeah. He just always has enough club length on it.
I remember him getting hit for one of the biggest 6s by the flying bus back in 2019. Remember that one? He's dishing a few out this year. Yelta, that's no ball. And it's going to go for 4 as well. It eats up Boda. And, well...
I don't think it's been called, Vinny.
I mean, he is tall. I mean, I called it from here. Sometimes you can tell by the way it's played. When they're hooked behind square, and...
That's a no-y.
Yeah, it's no-y. I really think it is. I mean, maybe a bit of mercy for the Giants. Probably won't matter too much.
Oh, they're racing away with this VOC.
It's Lee Sims. Keep up to the stumps.
Oh, he's hammered that. Absolutely hammered that. That's probably his best shot so far. 4 runs, Vinny.
It's another sonic boom. Remember in Croatia we had balls hitting the microphone. Well, that's how you know it's dead straight. Bang, out the way umpire. No, it wasn't Tyrone's fault. He called the one last over. Tyrone has to get out the way. Nice bit of fancy footwork from the men in black.
Oh, he's hammered that as well, and that's in another pocket of space, and great effort, but another fall. Well, this is gorgeous batting by Yelta Schoonheim. He is timing this ball beautifully, and VOC racing to a comfortable victory.
I ordered my lunch because I feel like this isn't going to go a lot longer.
This T10 format's also built for Yelta Schoonheim. I mean, he always comes down the order for VOC in the 50 over stuff, but T10 stuff.
4 boundaries in a row. Won't be 5 at the end of the over. It is 65 for 1. And, well, they can win this game with one swing of the bat. Well, maybe it's time to get Blaze Cook on there, because a lot of people in the chat, they want to see Blaze have a bowl. I think he's got a few friends in the chat. Will we see Blaze?
It doesn't look like Blaze is going there. And here's the scorecard. Well, pretty reading if you're a VOC Rotterdam supporter. The Ultra and Arnav cruising to victory.
This is Michael Lamon.
Oh, you went on air for me. Lamington, my man Lamington.
Lamington.
Oh, huge fan of him.
He's getting told he's wearing the white sleeves.
Oh.
So you can't do that if you're bowling as the white ball. So he's trying to either
Well, they might as well
roll
just
them
give
up.
the ball to someone else.
I think he's just saying to the batter, do you have a problem with this? And he's saying, well, no, because I'm planning on hitting the first ball for 6,
Yeah,
and then that will solve the problem.
Arnav just said, look, you can keep it on. We only need 6 off 30 with 9 wickets in hand.
Exactly. And, the batter and the umpire can say, it's fine. And there we go. Bit of wardrobe adjustment. I don't think it'll be a long spell, I'll be honest with you, from Lamont.
How many balls is he bowling if you were to take a punt? 3.
2.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to go 2.
I'll bet you a Coca-Cola Zero on that, Vinny.
3, are you?
Yeah, I think
I have
3.
a feeling we're both going to be wrong. Could be 1 or 4.
Let's see his technique here with the ball. Hand wrap round it, big smile.
Yeah.
1 run, good area.
I'm going to wrong it.
It's good for me.
Pick it from here.
He's got 2 balls left, and I think this game is all she wrote.
Yeah, you said 2 balls. No, you said 3, right?
I said 3. You're in trouble here. You need Yelta Schoon on to get a piece of
Is he having a look, or is he sending us to lunch? What's his approach here?
Well, when you're 34 off 15 and the guy's probably not bowling at 2 express, I think you're trying to line this up for a 6 to win.
Lamington. Good night, Charlene.
Well done.
That's out of here. Maximo. I love being right. I think VOC, they love the result, as Yelta sends this game into history with 40 not out of 16 Giants. Well, they go winless through their round robin stage, but it doesn't really tell the whole story. They have competed in patches, and they'll be trying to put their best team on the park tomorrow. Game played in good spirits. VOC, well, they did have a couple of stumbles in the round robin, but they'll finish 3 and 2, and they will finish 3rd. So we will see them in the playoffs on Super Thursday rather than the eliminators. And Yelt Schoenheim, he's one man that can hold his head pretty high for VOC Rotterdam this week. It already is pretty high because it's on the top of a pretty tall body, but the Giants, well, they'll be a little bit upset that they weren't able to put together the performances, say, that they would have wished, but still they have a lot to be hopeful for, because if their big players fly out, then they could be giant killers on Super Thursday.
Yep, absolutely. So all smiles for VOC Rotterdam there. The Giants back to the drawing board. Maybe they can scrounge a victory tomorrow morning, but VOC too good in this one. They get that 3rd place. That also means they're guaranteed passage to finals Friday. So they've done enough in this group stage to finish 3rd, and that'll make them feel comfortable, and all the Dutch supporters at home comfortable as well.
Yeah, for sure. So the Giants stride off. They'll have their biggest test so far when they return on Super Thursday. But the men in red, well, they'll be in the top 3. As we go to the highlights, well, 71 were required for victory, and this was a nice moment. You're looking for highlights. If you're a Giant supporter, you get one there. Barley, you can always say that he got Tim DeCott, who's a very, very strong batter. Speaking of strong, that just brought Yelta to the crease, and just with that, I think we'll be striding for an early lunch. Don't forget, we'll be back in 45 minutes with the next game. It should be a very interesting one, the 2 undefeated sides. But this one was done in pretty quick time. This is the next match, and MSC Frankfurt, the German champions, against the Belgians, Austrian Exiles. Both teams 4-0. This is their last matchup. Has a bit of a finals feel to it as well. Look, they're both secure in the top 3, but if you do win this match and finish top of the round robin, then you get the afternoon off tomorrow. It gives you a bit more of a break before finals Friday. So that's kind of what they're playing for. But apart from that, I think they'll both be very keen just to get bragging rights over each other. So yeah, looking forward to that one. And like I say, we'll be back in about 40 minutes with it. Schoenheim top scores 40 off 16. Isn't he having a good time here? ECL 22. 4 big Maximos and 3 boundaries in there. Giant as well. I've loved his work at the top of the order for 24 not out of 15. And look, VOC Rotterdam, they do it in a canter. And then for them, they'll be really focused on Super Thursday, I'm sure. Barley, the successful bowler, as he was able to pick up Tim DeCott. But apart from that, no real luck. Broda, not the worst couple of overs. He only went for 17, so he competed. But yeah, like I say, the Giants, it's going to be huge when they return tomorrow, Super Thursday. They'll be playing to stay in the tournament.
Yeah, and to wrap that up, the viewers have finally come in and they have said that the correct order for Back to the Future was what I said, 1, 3, 2. So thank you, viewers, for backing me up there.
I've thought of it now, and final note, I think I've got 3 ahead of 1. I think all the Western stuff, you've got me, so I'm going to go 2, 3, 1. But I can't go past the one that they actually go into the future, because that's what it's called. All the other ones are going back to the past.
Look, we'll agree to disagree, Vinny, and the fans.
I'm going to have to say it's 2, 3, 1. Corey's microphone's off. Join us when we come back. And around 35 minutes, we will be having the 2 undefeated teams go toe-to-toe. Heavyweight fight here in Group D, the Group of Death. So hopefully you stay safe and join us when we return. You're watching ECN, and this is the Bet to Ball European Cricket League.
This is how we play cricket.
On the coast of our song.
Welcome back to match number 14. This is going to be a spicy one, isn't it? Both these teams are unbeaten. They were 3-3 yesterday, and they came in today and they won the first two matches. Of course, I'm talking about the champions of Belgium, Ostend Exiles, and also MSC Frankfurt, the champions of Germany. It's really going to be a big clash. Which team is going to end up being at top of the group and be completing the whitewash in this group? Well, the captain, Sekinda, and Faisal, there with the tournament referee, Rob Kemming. Let's join them for the all-important Grande coin toss.
Your call. Kibanga. Kibo scores. Your win. You want the best. Okay.
Kibenu was the call, but it fell back to ball, and that means that the captain of MSC Frankfurt has decided he's going to have a bat, and why not? Sekinda Khan, he's been batting really well, and you can see that he's looking to score plenty of runs on the board. But one to watch out for is Waleed Ali. I think he's going to come good here as well. And don't forget, we saw a great 50 against the Super Kings from Amin Khan. So they're the ones to watch out for. Khan will be hoping to continue in the good form that he's in. With the ball, the captain, well, he's always going to impress. But I think Dowd has been good. He's getting better and he's getting stronger all the time. But Azizi, well, he's going to be the one to watch for me. He's a really talented player, talented bowler, and he's made it tricky. He's made life difficult out there for the other batters. Ostend Exiles, they have shown that their squad has got plenty of depth and plenty of strength. With the bat, though, I feel in this one that Mohammed Suleiman is going to be the key batter. He's going to be looking to go big. And the ball, again, they've got plenty of people there that can turn up and get the ball in the right place. And they had it pretty easy against the Cowpea Giants. But this time round, they're going to have to be at their best. And I think that the captain will be looking for the best from somebody like Waqas Ali and also Faisal Mahmood. Well, it's nice and hot here in the middle, and well, it's getting spicy. Well, a man who likes it quite spicy, well, let's join him in the commentary box, is Mr. Maximo.
I love it, spicy and hot, and they don't get much hotter than this. 1-2, buckle my shoe and buckle yourself up for the two undefeated teams in Group D, the Group of Death. They are going head-to-head in match 14. It's great to have your company, no matter where you're watching around the world. Well, it's good to see the Belgians have created a lot of excitement, haven't they, at the Carlton ground against MSC Frankfurt, a team which have taken all before them as well. So one of these teams will taste defeat for the first time in this second last match of the day. Win for Sekinda Khan at the toss. He decides to bat. I think it's a good toss to win. I just think there's a bit more pressure when you're chasing, and that means we're going to see some boom time. I'm not entirely sure if they will open up with him, but well, this is a tough one to pick. Stuck it in the computer, and it came up. Ostend Exiles by 5 runs. You can see how similar their records are, for and against. So the Belgians, I wonder if they will be able to do that, of course. And well, no boom. This is Kasim out there. It's the captain, Sekinda Khan, going to the top of the order. Look, I don't mind that because he's had a few times he hasn't survived the first over, so it just allows him to come in with a few runs on the board. It's going to be Chowdhury with the ball. So starting with spin. Whoa, almost a victim of the bat plug. This has been a disastrous start for Amin Khan. I think there's a chance here. Look there. And you've got to keep off the grass. I mean, it's coming off a half century. Driven away nicely. It's very similar to what happened to Bikram Aurora from the Malta Super Kings earlier today. He was almost went out facing a ball. Victim of the bat plug. We've got the jungle on the left-hand side of the screen from the main camera. You've got to watch out for the snakes there, but there's different hazards in the grass on the field. This one swings away and, well, could have trouble. Just gets back. Yeah, it was a quick bit of thinking. Let's have a look at this swing in the air. Yes, even the slower bowler, they can use that swing. Oh, he got the message just in time. And again, he's lucky. He slides that bat on the grass, gets away with it. Sam Nick in the chat saying this will be interesting. It certainly will. And the winner of this If this match, they'll still be undefeated. They'll top around robin, and their benefit will be they'll get the afternoon off tomorrow. A dead ball called. I don't think they were quite ready because the umpire wasn't in position. So that's the way to do it. Big early call, loud call, and so yeah, that ball will be rebowled. Yeah, it certainly was called very loud before it got to the batter. There you go. He's saying, "Hold on, guys, just did the hard work. Let me get in position." It's good to see them trying to pick up the pace of the game, though. Okay, goes down the ground. Sekanda. That's a really good bit of camera work. Pick that up as well from our crew at Spring Productions. Always love their work. A lot of comments in the chat and even on social media that I get every day praising the quality of the coverage. So thank you so much for those kind words, and we appreciate you right back. Chowdhury hasn't been hurt yet. Oh, I think this would have been out. He kind of runs out of steam. I don't know if he got puffed out here. I mean, Khan, he's had 2 real brushes with dismissal in the first over. Check this one out. Oh, lazy cricket. I don't know if he had that bat down or not. There's a lot of confidence. Maybe just gets it in. Well judged. Edged. And this is going to be for Sekanda. He rides his luck. He wants to go leg side. Little Nick. Probably straight to a first slip. That will be the end of the first over. MSC Frankfurt finish at 8 for no loss. No boom boom out in the middle, but I hear the booming steps of Rico Full coming back into the commentary box. And Rico, big game, isn't it? Top of the table clash. 2 teams 4-0. And I know a lot of people, both at the ground and watching the coverage on the television, will be really excited for this one.
Hello everybody. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Both these two teams, I mean, you can't really separate them in terms of their batting ability and bowling. They're like for like. And I suppose it's quite simple. It's who performs on the day. I mean, a lot of people in the fan zone, as I was mingling with them, were saying this is like the final. Well, there's the German flag. And I think they'll be hoping that not only can they win this battle, this is be their strongest test so far. Certainly will prepare them for what's coming tomorrow and on Friday. And they'll be hoping to be holding that aloft, maybe a little bit like Brescia did with their own Italian flag last Friday. Just pops up, and they do go through and take the single.
Anything's possible, and we saw that last week. Anything is possible, but one thing's for sure, the higher you finish, the easier you make it. And Brescia did it the hard way, but I wouldn't recommend it, especially in a group like this where you have to go on a really big winning run against really good teams. All of them could have a claim to favouritism. VOC Rotterdam picking up their game, particularly defensively with the ball. And certainly with the bat, they've improved a lot since the start of the week.
Nicely played, and look here, you've got to go down. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, that's going to, if you're going to allow that to go along the deck, is going to beat you. And I think well, who's the guilty man? Well, I think that's Parampreet Singh. I think he's got to get down here. He's a big unit. Yeah. Get down, smother it, stop it going to the boundary.
One of the issues there with the dive is that fielders are pretty close together. So I think he was a little bit worried that the fielder next to him, which is Adil Diwan Ali, may have been diving as well. Didn't want a collision. But yeah, as soon as that ball gets through, you think you're going to chase it down? Yeah. No chance. 4 runs.
You're not. Azam Mahmood, the captain, he's been absolutely brilliant, not just on the field. So many people in the fan zone and also the ECN crew have said how nice it has been to deal with him. He's so organised, super efficient. He's always been helping out when required. So a proper organiser, and his admin is really good as well. So that's a good opportunity to say thank you to Faisal Mahmood for all the work he's done away from the field of play. And well, the same to all the other teams as well. Yeah, I think organisation that happens behind the scenes, getting here, getting organised, getting ready for the coin toss, is absolutely fantastic. So well done to all the captains.
Yeah, there's so many people work so hard behind the scenes to make European cricket happen. And we often talk about the Blue Crew and, of course, the production team, but the players themselves and the managers and these volunteers that keep cricket ticking in these countries, well, they're the real reason we're here, doing what we're doing. And it's great to be able to show it to the world. Here's Faisal Mahmood.
Short, and gets pulled away. Nobody's in that zone at all in the power play. This is just a little bit too short. It holds up there, And the batter, Khan, says thank you very much. Well, a battle here really of the two captains. These two were in the middle for the coin toss, and now they're in the middle having a little battle with each other. And it's Secunda, the captain with the bat, that's winning. Battle of bat versus ball. Bat on top for the moment.
Yeah, it was too short, wasn't it? And it wasn't a lot on that delivery, to be honest, from Faisal Mahmood. It's a real half-tracker.
Can he get a good reply in here? Goes Fuller up in the air, but he's got enough on this, and it will be just one bounce to the boundary. That's the advantage of playing these shots early in that power play. You've got to back yourself. I mean, you've seen a few times it gets sliced and it gets taken. Got to bat confidently and positively.
Yeah, so this is one where if the long off's back, probably gets caught, but he knew he was up. Next delivery.
And he goes again, this time over mid-wicket. And it's the same result, just the one bounce, 4 runs. So he's toying about with the fielder at the moment. It's a difficult one, isn't it, for the captain? He knows it's an expensive over, already 17 from it. He had a similar day with the ball yesterday. One of his overs went magical, but boy did he make up for it in the field with some sensational stops and a great catch as well. But he needs to keep his head up. Can he finish? Can he finish well? He just didn't feel right there. 17 off the over so far. Ball to go. Score 25 without loss. So good power play at the moment for the German champions.
Yeah, it's a good little platform. If we do see Boom Boom coming in at 3.
And this will have to be bowled again. It's a wide. It's the disguised, if you can call it that, slower delivery. But nowadays I think the grunt gives it away.
Yeah, it's the oldest trick in the book. The grunted slow ball.
I tell you what, it's a good job cricketers don't play tennis because when they serve, they grunt, and that comes at you pretty far.
Kind of no ball if your grunt is too loud. You see that coming?
Hit hard, and it's going to be the boundary. 4 more runs. So the over does go magical. 22 from it. So Faisal Mahmood, he is Mr. Nice Guy, but he's getting no respect out there from MSC Frankfurt, the German champions. They took him on, and a little bit of carnage in that over as the score goes up to 30 off 2 overs.
Yeah, nice placement as well. Line a little bit wide. So there you go, got a good view of that. Bit of limbo style from the umpire. And so, yeah, 30 off 2. Good start by MSC Frankfurt. And I think it's probably a smart move to shuffle Mini Boom Boom to 3. Has had a habit of getting out the first over. So he'll come on with a bit less pressure to be the man. He can just do what he does. Amin tries to go over the offside, and this is just out of the reach of the fielder. It's just going to hold up. They will get back for 2. And also gives these 2 confidence, I think, to play their shots, knowing that even if they do get out, it's not a disaster. They've got the big hitting Shahid Afridi Jr. to come, and some others that have been having good weeks, like Walid Khan. He's been decent. This one, I think there's some bat on it.
Yeah, it's a risky shot to play, isn't it? I mean, if that was straighter, I think everybody would have gone up there. I mean, Khan has been good, and he's pretty good on the legs. I think he's just misread this one. I think he thinks it's more down the leg than it was. Survives. Just in himself, the last in the power play. I think it's Secunda. Really utilised this. Nice looking shot. He'll go back on strike. The fielder went down pretty early here. I thought for one moment he went down too early, but luckily for him, he smothered the ball pretty well. Chowdhury holding himself out, and that's good attacking fielding there from Adil Dewan Ali.
I'll say a quick hello to Prashant in the chat. He's asking, where am I? I can tell you, I'm here.
Where are you? Interesting
Taking
question.
in a very interesting match.
This is an opportunity. Will they take it? And they do, no mistake. So, well, the little man, this time it's a failure from him. He did score 50 in his last match, but he's not able to continue in that form. Amin Khan, 50 of 26 deliveries against the Malta Super Kings, but here he falls for 6 of 7 deliveries, so they do get that breakthrough, important breakthrough.
Yeah, it just wasn't his match, was it? He got away with a couple that just got over the fielder. This one doesn't. And I think he knew he had to get on with it. Didn't want to be hanging around at run a ball pace when you got some power in the shed. So that's cricket, isn't it? Things just clicked for him in the previous match today, but this time he has to go. And, well, it's a bit like Jurassic Park. You know, when you had the water, the glass of water, just shaking. That's the footsteps of Mini Boom Boom coming down the stairs. Shade Afridi Jr. to join the party at number 3. He joins at 34 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for him to get going. Look, there's a bit of a foundation that's been laid. He's got the captain out there with him as well. Maybe that will just help to settle him down. He desperately needs a good knock here. And you can see he's being pretty careful. And a bit of movement there, which doesn't find the face of the bat, just gets a bit of the edge, but he gets a single, gets himself off the mark.
Probably prefers pace coming under the ball, especially early in his innings. It's quite a common thing. 35 for 1 at the end of the power play. Oh, look, haven't batted him out of the game just yet. MSC Frankfurt. It'll be a very interesting middle over period as they set the foundation for the score. You can see there, that second over was pretty expensive, wasn't it, for the Exiles? Magical, in fact, 22 over for Faisal Mahmood. 5 fours in there on the trot, essentially, broken up by just a wide. And got to a stage that 6 balls out of 7 were hit to the boundary. We haven't had a Maximo yet, interestingly. I think if the boom boom stays there, that we will see one sooner rather than later. And this will be a good contest. Faisal Mahmood is going to bowl out here. First one, way too high. Interesting for me that they're sticking with the plan to bowl Mahmood out 2 and 4, considering that he did get hit for 5 consecutive boundaries. But I suppose when you're captain, you can do that. It's only 1 over, I suppose. Sikanda was hitting those boundaries. He's still there. He's not facing at the moment. He goes for this, but this is higher than it is long. It's another opportunity, and he fails again. Once again, Shahid Afridi Jr. didn't wait too long before he fired a shot, and he's frustrated. I think he knows it wasn't quite there. And how about the gamble from Faisal Mahmood? Well, he just got taken to the cleaners in the second over, but he said, no, I'm the captain, I'm the man, I want to bowl as Shahid Afridi Jr., and he wins the battle. And that's disappointment for MSC Frankfurt fans as the boom boom has to go back up those steps with the score at 35 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're absolutely right. It was a gamble. It was an expensive first over, but what he does right here is he doesn't put it in the arc. He keeps it quite wide. I mean, it probably may have even been called a wide ball if it gets left, because it was certainly maybe catching a bit of that line, but isn't able to get the power in the shot. And he's probably wondering just what he has to do to get some runs on the board. He goes for 1 of 3 deliveries, and that's, well, the boom boom. Well, maybe we need to get one of those pumps and pump him up a bit.
Yeah, he's looking down at the bat saying, well, that was low on the bat, wasn't where we're meant to hit it. That brings Atik Awan to the crease at number 4. He doesn't waste a lot of balls though, that third ball, but yeah, that's disappointment, I'm sure, for our German fans. That's the way he plays. Faisal Mahmood. It's a pretty good decision to keep himself on. You can see there a few running repairs going on at the moment. The catch was taken by Wakasali. So
Delivery there, Vinny.
Yeah, he gets off the mark. And, well, it's a funny one because you think you can take an overthrow, but then you see the ball heading to the stumps, and if it hits the stumps, it's going to be out. Oh, that's another one. Well, might need another couple of chairs in the medic tent.
They're gonna have to
this one's got Mahmood.
They're going to have to install one of those machines. You know, you take a ticket at the kiosk and line up, because
I think so.
They've got their work cut out there. This one deflects off the batter, I think.
Yeah.
He's blinded by it. You see it again.
Deflects off something. Fair enough to throw it. Yeah, but it's nasty. It's these ones, if you get them on the end of the figures, it's actually good that he backs up. I think he's just blinded, to be honest, and it was a It's a fairly fast throw. And we might just see a substitution now and on-off.
Look at these two think. Well, that's not really a good look, is it? He goes off, and the player who comes on, well, they're examining it here now at the moment. Well, they're having a committee meeting about it, and he's saying, okay, what do I do? Do I go off? Do I stay on? Look, they want him to stay on because he's one of their star fielders as well.
Yeah. I saw how Chowdhury is the man who just kind of runs on, and then the magic spray. Well, don't worry, that'll sort out. He's actually his bowling hand. But yeah, here's the thing: he's bowling, right? So
Yeah.
they don't want him to go off because then they burn his last 3 balls. He won't get to bowl them. So he probably gets a little bit more leniency about getting treated on the field because he is currently bowling. I'm sure they'll take that into account as well with the time. So he's out there. Lazarus back to life. The magic spray, another win for the magic spray.
Let's see where this ball ends up first before we get ahead of ourselves. So,
Okay.
see, he's
Everything
still
bending. See, that's the magic spray. All right. Job done. Back to the action.
still played. This is again back of the hand, slow delivery.
That's obviously pretty comfortable with the fingers to try that one.
He's still giving the hand to push. I'm waiting for them to use the magic spray in the hand, and the bowler says, I can't bowl now, I can't bend my fingers.
I'm wondering if that's easier or harder with small fingers.
Yes. See, it's a different ball game, isn't it? When he's bowling to Sukhinder Khan, it's runs flowing, yet the other batters that he's bowled to haven't been able to get him away, and that just goes to show just how well and what good form Sukhinder Khan is in at the moment. And I suppose he's probably just saying to the other batters, look, stay here with me, don't lose wickets. If you need time to get in, that's fine. Play the singles, let me get on strike, because I'm seeing it pretty well. Well, this is hit pretty well. It's up in the air, and the fielder gets under it. Oh, he's laid an egg, and I get the feeling looking at that rope, he's touched it as well. He does get thumped, I have to admit, but that one, you've got to take these catches. This is where they sometimes let themselves down, and that is Ali.
Well, it's either 4 or 6. Let's see what we see from our vantage point. I'll slow it down a little bit for you around here. Okay. I think he's come from, that's 6.
6 runs.
Yeah. It's weird because he actually looked down, right? He looked down to see where the rope was, and although he looked, he didn't get a chance to get off the rope. So, too much rope. Is that the answer?
We don't need snow to see footsteps. You can see from the rope that the rope had definitely been touched.
That rope was violated. Anyway,
6 runs.
Where are we? 4 overs down, 43 for 2. Well, I see myself. That means we're at the end of the over. Look, it's always a bit of a risk when you take your eyes off the ball. Sometimes he felt like he had time there to look down, but then I think in looking up, the ball was on him a bit quicker than he thought. He couldn't get his foot off the rope. 6 runs, and look, that's a big swing, isn't it? A wicket to 6 runs, so 43 or 4 overs. Yeah, pretty good comeback, I think, by the Belgians the last couple of overs.
They're coming back, and oh, good effort here. And this one, once again, could have been close.
Yeah, had a few close calls with running, haven't we? But yeah, the captain just gets home and does the backing up himself.
All happening
in the
out there.
firing line a few times.
The Austin Exiles, they've been guilty of it. That's the one part of the game they've let themselves down in sometimes. They're catching. Well, this one is going to the boundary. It was a half tracker, really. And it's the sort of thing that Awan is waiting for. He wants to get into touch. And he smashes this one away, gets 4. And, you know, I tell you what, who sat back there? Freedy. Freedy sat there thinking, why aren't I getting any of these?
There's a lot of a Freedy chat in the chat right now.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people saying, maybe he needs to, take it easy. He's already taken it easy. He's blocking one.
He blocked the
now,
first ball.
They're even suggesting that he should block 2 before he goes. Right, but I mean, you got to take the good with the bad, with the boom boom. That's why he's a real character on ECN.
Big swing and a miss. The thing is, though, with it, as a team, and this is one of the things I was speaking to Corey about, as a team, when you know you're winning, and they are, 4-0, hoping to make it a clean sweep, but when you know you're winning and one of your top players hasn't yet performed, that's a good sign, isn't it? because you know he's going to come good at some point.
Yeah, well, that's right. Sahil Hussain, a pretty good week himself. Just misses the wide line this time. But ooh, what's happening here? They run through for it.
2 wides.
So, yeah, 2 wides. Keeper having a go. I thought it was half an appeal, but the stumps have not been disturbed. Let's have a look at this. Let it run through. And, well, that's why it's important to watch. And so, just extra run given away. Brings up the 50 now.
Up in the air, take your time and take the catch. And Hussain is absolutely delighted about it. No mistakes this time. And the catch is held. And you see here, you see a very good example of this shot. The head is nowhere. And he's no idea where this is gone, purely because of the fact he's moved his head, he's lost it, he's gone for the big shot. Keep an eye on the head here of the batter. Look here, he's looking completely different area. He's not got his eye on the ball. And a comfortable catch this time, no mistakes. So it's Zadran Fahad who does take the catch. And they've got the big wicket. They've got the wicket of Sikandar Khan. He was the only batter up until now that was seeing the ball pretty well, hitting it well. I don't really think he needed to play that shot. He put himself under a little bit of unnecessary pressure, maybe because he's seen that the other batters haven't got going. And he's, 6 fours, no 6s though. Only 2 dot balls, so he's done his job.
Yeah, and look, that's the way he plays. I mean, probably a bit too leg side conscious. I mean, if you look back at that, it's actually improved his T10 batting a lot. Sikandar Khan, who's a real veteran of the club. It took a bit of time to adjust, but he's certainly hitting a higher proportion of boundaries these days compared to a couple of years ago. Oh, it's real miscommunication there. And, well, they get away with it because of the slight fumble from Adil Diwan Ali. And this is something, new batter out there. Often they're not quite switched on as well when they're running between the wickets. You have a look here. And again, just a couple of times. And what saved them, and let's just say, you can read Walid Khan's body language there. And you say, well, come on.
He's saying, "Oi, ja, man, he tell bapas tu ja." That's what he told him then. Maybe not in those words.
I might have a fight in the middle of the pitch for a second there. Oswald the over coming up.
Oh, and gets lucky. Just holds it back, the bowler. Slow delivery, gets a little bit of the inside edge. Gets a single from it, and then finish on 52.
Yeah, halfway. 52 for 3. It's on track for that 100 plus, which will take some chasing. Remember, MSC Frankfurt, they're pretty good defenders as well. They've got options like Azizi, pace off. They've got Sikandar Khan, got taken for a few last time, but Del Muhammad, Mini Boom Boom, of course, just to name a few. But, question from Rajiv Sharma in the chat, and we'd love your company in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. He wants to know, does it seem like teams are dropping fewer catches when it's warm and sunny than when cold in the morning? I think that's a fair assessment. What do you think, Rico? I think we see a few more going down when the conditions aren't as good for catching. It's not easy to field first up. We saw it with the Giants first up this morning.
No, it's not. This is well bowled, and he gets his wicket. Here's another one that goes, and one goes this time. And it's this man, Fahad. He has impressed me. And I did say, didn't I, that I think there's a lot more to see from him. Zadran Fahad gets the wicket. A nice catch taken by Sultan Diwan Ali. Another wicket goes, and well, the Germans, the champions from Germany, they're under a bit of pressure here now.
Yeah, well, just got that awkward kind of release. If you're the batter, just slings it down. That's a regulation chance for the keeper. And Atik Awan, he makes a dozen, but it'll go no further. Immediate success for Zadran Fahad. It's 52 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, now we're going to see the resilience, if you like, of the MSC Frankfurt team, the German champions, because they're in a situation that they haven't found themselves in too many times. So it's an opportunity perhaps for us to see a batter perform who we have yet to see. And comes out, takes his guard.
Yeah, so Sikandar Khan, he thumped a quick 20 last game. He's coming a lot earlier this time.
Oh, this is going to be a wide. It swings viciously. A lot of swing on this. Just watch this go.
Must be from the swing box of Kookaburras, that one. That's the thing. These balls stay fairly near the whole 10 overs. So, yeah, still getting good swing in the 6th.
Gets this on the up. Field it. Long off. That's the field set at the moment. Standard field, you would say. 2 men straight. You've got to cover a sweeper on the offside and then the 2 on the leg side. That's a backward square on the boundary. And mid-wicket. Sliced. Gets lucky. Just bounces a couple of times before it's swept up there on the offside. Sort of shot that we've seen go to hand many a time. Babar is the man who's got all that to defend. This is pretty full. It's being called straight away, so the wicket won't stand. And the fielder does really well. He reads the situation well, takes a catch, gets the throw in quickly as well. So no ball, free hit.
Yeah, so it's disappointing for the bowler. You got that kind of an action. You're going to have these moments where you lose your control somewhat. Again, look, I think that's a fair call. It's a round waist tie. I think, yeah, you said it earlier.
Takes him on. And it should be stopped. And a bit of teamwork there. Nice stop and quick pass to the fielder that's coming to support him. Get 2 runs. Here we go again. So here you go. I got it. Over to you. A bit of a relay going on there between the fielders. A bit of concern there at the bench. Sliced. 4 runs. And they need someone to go their way. And maybe this is the change of fortune. 4 runs. They weren't able to capitalise on the free hit. But they do get that one away. Walid Khan. He's somebody who's started well in the week. He did make some good scores. But then faded away a little bit. Now he's got a good opportunity with somebody who batted pretty well in the earlier match today. Walid Khan. Different situation when he was in then. And he was able to score quickly. 20 runs of just a handful of deliveries. This one, watch the spin. And fielded once more. Out there by the Lone Ranger, Babar. And that is the end of Bahad's over. So it goes for 12. Just not too bad. He did pick up a wicket at the first. So 12 off the 5 balls that followed that.
Yeah.
So we have a look at the bowling there. So Faiz Mahmood was expensive, but I think it's worth giving 30 runs away if you're going to pick up the wicket off Alfredi.
That's true. I mean, his second over only went for 8.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ballsy. When you've been hit for 5 boundaries on the spin, and probably the biggest hitter has come to the crease as a captain. Well, Fazmalud doesn't take a backward step. Yeah. So 64 for 4. For me now, Boston Exiles on top in this game. They still are on that 100 pace, and they've got 2 batters that have had some success this week, both at the crease. Here's Sahil Hussain.
Oh, well, he's nearly knocked out his own partner. He's hit this so hard. I tell you what, Qadir Khan has done well that he's keeping an eye on the ball, because this has gone back to him like a laser beam.
Yeah, this was time to take cover.
Wow.
What a hit that was. Umpire swaying out the way as well.
Well, they like that one. Well, they're starting to feel that they're getting back in this.
Heavyweight boxing match here. They're trading blows.
We called a wide.
Every time you feel MSC Frankfurt are getting on top, and then there's a wicket, and then get quiet for a moment, then a boundary to break it.
Yeah.
Break the kind of the run of dots or run of singles. A very entertaining contest, and we knew that it would be between these 2 teams. They'll also tangle tomorrow in the 1 versus 2 match. It will be the 3rd match on
now
Super
look,
Thursday.
I've got a question for you. You may have to think about it. I'll wait till this delivery. Hit that. I'll put it to you now. So take the one. Now, quite a few people have been looking at the... What are you laughing at now?
Where he dropped his bat and the ball came all the way back to the keeper and he had to jump back into his crease like hopscotch.
Right.
Anyway, go on.
Quite a few people in fan zone obviously are a little bit concerned. Maybe that tomorrow may not be a good day because the forecast is not great, but it's only a forecast. Now, and they were asking the question, well, what happens if there's no play tomorrow? And what I was saying to them, as this one is absolutely club ball, manos arriba, arbitro, manos arriba, eso es 6 carreras. And what I said to them is that's why the way you play in the round robin and where you finish in the table is so important. Take it away.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. I mean, the top 3 will keep their spots. So that's another reason you could argue being top 2 is important, which is where these 2 find themselves. So, it would have been a good run. Oh, now we'll get a run.
Oh dear,
ECN special.
This is just, you know, I'm going to let you answer. No, I'm going to say this because it's the appropriate time. Some of the people out there are saying one of the rules we can introduce in cricket, if a batter runs halfway and then is sent back and has to go back again, maybe that should be half a run.
You think so? 0.5? I mean, he runs over halfway here. I actually think it's good running. But see, it was just...
So this would have been 1.5.
Well, Khan was not looking. He wasn't interested in the end. Another wide. So some few swinging away. But, yeah, maintain eye contact with your partner. The correct thing to do as a striker, as soon as the ball goes past you, you shouldn't actually watch the ball at all. You should just watch the non-striker.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you're not expecting the keeper to fumble it, but as soon as they go, you're off.
Yeah, you got to listen for that call, and if he's coming your way, you got to go. Chance and taken. Well, on this occasion, maybe bowling those wide balls has come to his favour because the over probably should have been over by now, but that one is taken. Another wicket. So Hussain, who's struggled with his line, does pick up his 2nd wicket.
Change of strike, change of luck. So it's just sliced away. All his body weight was kind of going away from where that ball ended up. And, well, we saw some juggling earlier in this series, didn't we? I know that Sishan Kukakil from the Royal Tigers, he loved to juggle. And it looks like so does the fielder, Zadran Farhad. Takes the catch.
He's only showing off because he's got all his fingers intact. Most of his other fielders haven't. They're bandaged up by plasters.
Run out of plasters at the moment.
Okay, look, go back to that then. So,
go on.
Yeah, the group stage.
If there was no... Oh,
yeah.
I really sincerely hope we get play tomorrow. But
of course,
if we don't, then the top 2 will get the double chance on Finals Friday. They'll be joined there by the team that finishes 3rd, in this case VSC Rotterdam, who will play whoever finishes 4th on Finals Day. And right now, we're going to have a shootout for 4th and 5th, last game of today. So that'll be a big one. Malta Super Kings against Albi Zalmi. Albi Zalmi, just speaking to them, I think we'll see a slightly depleted side tonight with some injury concerns. This is going to be just the one. Well, it's slow to get to the field. Now we're going to have a run out. And now Carter's going to have to go. And they've just had some issues between the wickets a couple of times. And look, I'm not so sure this is smart because Carter Khan is the man that goes. He's established. He's hit. He's hit the ball well today. But Down Muhammad doesn't sacrifice himself. He just says, "Oh well, too bad." Yeah. And it was struck pretty well by Down Muhammad in the first place. You see again, losing eye contact. Down Muhammad, he's watching the ball. Then when he turns around, he sees Carter, and he just edges back towards the crease, saying, "Well, I'm staying, you're going." So disappointment for Carter as he's run out for 8. And he leaves, and the score now is 80 for 6.
Yeah, कह रहे यार की कर देता साडा ही कोई चांस है मैं तेरा मैं अपने रन अपनी शॉट प्ले करा तू मेरा रन करा देता. He's not going to be happy about that. And well, they're certainly not going to be too friendly when they're having the masala tea and the samosas later on tonight in the team camp. Somebody's not going to have any samosas.
Jeez, he took that very well, Carter Khan. He took that very well. Would have been having words. Edged and gone, and yet another wicket. What is going on at the moment? Because MSC Frankfurt, that's Paramveer, who just comes out, and he can be a useful striker towards the end of the innings, but he has to go very first ball, 79 for 7.
Well, this is just absolutely amazing. This really is. And I touched on this before, and I'm going to say it again. Quite often, as a coach, you're saying to your bowlers, finish your over, don't bowl the wide balls. He's bowled, I think, 3 wide balls in the over. You'll chat that for me, I'm sure, Vinny. Maybe it's 2. But as a result of that, he's bowled the extra deliveries. Those extra deliveries have got wickets for him. Amazing. He's picked up, that's it, 3 in that over. I know there was a run out as well.
Well, they've occurred. Another golden duck. Parnby, he'll be disappointed. But, them's the breaks. So, that's 7 overs down. I mean, now you've got to be a bit more conservative in theory, because you've got 3 overs to come. And just a reminder, you can get us on social media at European Cricket. You've got to check it out. If you don't already, subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you are watching it right now, make sure you smash that subscribe button, because get ready for some cricket. Over 1,200 matches planned in 2022. You can also follow me at Mr. Maximo. And Rico, Instagram is lighting up at Rico Full. All right, Dad Mohammed, well, he decided to stay, and he's going to make him pay. 4 runs to start the 8th.
This is a nice shot. You can see there, he doesn't like to run. He hits this and says, I'm not running. And his partner at the other end is saying, oh, you're not to we. Make sure. So, Mohammed Azizi does get him to move. And this is an important partnership now between these two, because, I mean, they're in danger, aren't they? If they don't bat sensibly from here on in, they may not even bat the 10 overs.
Yeah, it's a risk. To live action. So Terry, who's watching from the Czech Republic, has got a very interesting stat that I was aware of, but I might as well say that no team that's been first after Wednesday so far has actually qualified.
Okay.
Interestingly. So, but having said that, still think it's a good idea to be first after Wednesday. It's just one of those things.
But you could also say the same. And no team that's been unbeaten all the way through to the final has made its way through. So,
Still trying to perform well, aren't you?
Hit this well. And this is going to go all the way out and over the boundary. This is a very much a shot that we saw Varun Prasath play a lot yesterday. So maybe it's a left-hand speciality. What a good hit this is. Well, he's got number 1 on the back of his shirt, Dawud Mohammed, and now he's trying to bat like number 1. Hitting it really well. It's right in his slot, though, isn't it?
I'll be devil's advocate now. Dawud Mohammed did the right thing by running out Carter Khan, because he probably knows, look, everyone that's hit the ball well last game, they're not hitting well this game. It's my turn. And he certainly is cashing in. Jeez, that was a monster strike down the ground.
For Hard, he's not the easiest of bowlers to take. For Hard, though, he'll be thinking, what's gone wrong since his first ball? First ball, he gets a wicket. Then after that, well, he's gone for a few. Oh, better delivery. This one really comes back into the left-hander. It does too much, really.
He's not from the don't rub it school of batting, Dawud Mohammed. He's let out an almighty groan. I mean, I thought maybe, it sounds like he had something cut off there.
Was that? I thought it was a bowler.
I think he's played that with the wrong bat.
Up in the air as the head goes up. Wicketkeeper gets under it. Leave me to it, he says to the fielder. Thank you very much, Sultan Diwan Ali. He says, got me, man. And that's a nice little touch there from it's from Dawud Mohammed. He helps to pick the ball and give it back, and he says, guys, can I just stick around here for a minute? I don't really want to go back, because somebody's waiting for him. He's going to have a chat and reacquaintance with his friend Qadar Khan.
I think that when he does get back, Dawud Mohammed, they're going to have to get out the modesty tent, and have a go at him with the magic spray in some areas where the medic wouldn't have planned on using it. But in the end, he becomes the 8th wicket to fall, and so that's 8 overs down. It's 90 for 8.
Yep.
Yeah, now you are concerned about batting out the overs. Interesting conversation between Dawud and Carter Khan probably coming up as well. But, well, here's the thing. If they can just sneak 100 here, plus, they've still got something to bowl at. It hasn't been a pretty kind of 100, but they're still on the board. They have been kind of throwing the bat. They've had boundaries in every over except the 3rd. And normally a couple of boundaries and over. So it has just kept it ticking. So 9th over. You want to say it all happens in the 9th? Well, All happened in the 8th there. Here we go.
It's well run. I mean, it's one that you want to try and get inside of. You take the wide.
So, it'll just be one. I've got the score as 91 now. See if I can Houdini the screen into showing it that way. But yeah, over number 9. 11 balls to go. This is Wakasali. That's probably a good ball. Yeah, it's good umpiring as well. I think it just sneaks inside the line. That late movement. This is a really hard ball to hit, and it's not a wide.
Yeah, it's good bowling, isn't it? It's knowing. Look at that. Yeah, just inside.
That's the perfect ball.
Interesting how we've seen the ball really seem about today. I mean, this ball now, I don't think it's been changed. It's the same ball all the way through the innings. This is a good shot. He's picked this up from the middle of the stumps. Has he got enough on it? No, he hasn't. It's another catch that's been taken. He really does. He clonks this off the sticks, and I think maybe this is going to go all the way. I don't think he could have hit it better, but it's a good catch out there. So they were a little bit shaky with their catching and fielding earlier on, but they've certainly come back well. And it's that man again, Zadran Farhad, takes the catch.
Yeah, and I was kind of like you. I thought off the bat maybe it was going to go all the way, but I think it was probably a bit lower than we realised up here. And yeah, had a good swing at it. This time there is some good awareness from the fielder. He's everywhere, Zadran Farhad. At the moment, he takes that catch with the longest boundary on the ground from the batting crease. So now you really are worried about getting bowled out. Still 9 balls left on the table. Will they survive? Score is 91 for 9. I think here now you are probably just happy to pick up, run a ball from here. Gets you 100 to bowl at.
Yeah.
You know, maybe you can be a bit more risky in the 10th or the back end of the 10th, but you've got to get there first.
The way he's marched out there, he's super confident. He's thinking, what are you saying? Take the single. I don't deal in singles, he says. And that's I think that's Wasim Khan. Takes his guard, left-hander.
He's got the Viv Richards swagger.
I think the batter needs to go to the other side here. I think he's trying to signal. Yeah, there you go.
He's got the Viv Richards swagger. Wasim Khan for a number 11. He's looking like a millionaire. Let's see if he can bat like one. No fine leg at all. At all. Deep backward square. 45. Little touchdown leg side. It would work.
Oh, it's a full toss. And well, that's why he has the swagger. He says, I don't need to deal in singles. I'm just going to crunch it. He's absolutely clobbered this. Wahid Ahmed, it wasn't a good delivery. The bowler going for the kill, going for the Yorker, gets it wrong, and bang, this is brutal. See, he's going to hit us.
Where have they been hiding Wasim Khan? That's the best shot by number 11 I think I've ever seen on ECN. First ball, he said, here's your run of ball. I'll show you where you put it. He puts it over the boundary. Half a dozen.
What a hit.
Out this ball. And out. Well,
we heard you. A little mouse in the commentary box.
Tell you what, couldn't believe his own fame. He's drilled the first one for 6. So they won't get to the 100 in the end. They're going to be bowled out. They're going to leave some balls on the table as well. MSC Frankfurt will be bowled out for 97. And they don't even make the end of the 9th over.
Yeah, look, that's not good. And I can tell you, I find that frustrating. I think good teams, whatever the situation is, you've got to bat the 60 balls. And if I'm frustrated, I know that Corey Ruckus, wherever he is, don't find him on camera because he is going to be pulling his hair up. That's not a thing that any coach wants to see the team do. Because, well, even if it was 9, even if they were all singles, you take them. You do not drop runs.
You've got Jawad Azizi at the other end, who does bat in the top order quite frequently. He comes in at number 9 in this game, but he doesn't get a chance to face more than just a single delivery. He'll be left stranded, as Wasim Khan. He was chasing the highlights, and speaking of highlights, here is the first innings of this top-of-the-table clash. And it is the Belgians, Ostend Exiles, who had to bowl first at MSC Frankfurt, who won the toss and elected to bat. And they decided not to open with Mini Boom Boom. Shahid Afridi, he hasn't had a great time at the top of the order, so they brought him in at 3, but he didn't last very long at all. First it was Amin that had to go, and then Mini Boom Boom followed soon after. And yeah, this was only Maximo of the innings to that point. past the fielder and touches it while touching the rope. Skander Khan, he had an important role to play again, ends up with 29 of 13, 6 boundaries in there. They just kind of put together some mini partnerships, but a lot didn't last, and just losing wickets in clumps. I think that was the problem, because we had wickets falling in every single over from 3 onwards. They lost a wicket in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. They lost 3 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th and 2 in the 9th. And you know what? Never even got to the 10th. Hawkmoon was asking about juggle of the catch. I think it just depends. It's subjective on how much control you have. And there wasn't much communication there between the batters. This was the over where 3 wickets went down. It's a pretty long over, but pretty effective. And Sahil Hussain, he was pretty happy when that one got nicked behind. And we had probably the best shot player at number 11 ever. First ball coming up, and before that, Dal Muhammad got a couple of strikes in there, but then he fell, and just losing wickets too frequently. And I've seen them do this at times, MSC Frankfurt, because of the way they play. They will give you the chances to take those wickets, and in the end, they don't even bat out the 9th. As you see, it was a bit of a revolving carousel of batters during that innings for MSC Frankfurt, the German champions. Skander Khan, top scoring, 29 off 13 at the top of the order. No boom boom. I'd take a 1, and Walid Khan did hit double figures, and Skander Khan, well, he was looking pretty good again before he was involved in a disastrous miscommunication that resulted in him being run out for 8. Dal Muhammad, well, he did stick around after sending Carter back. Got 11 before he held out as well. Sultan Diwan Ali, well, he was pretty good behind the stumps, I have to say. He had 3 catches in there. And a little cameo. Wazim Khan, number 11, 6 and out. 3 for 25. Sahil Hussain, pretty well. Just struggled with his control at times. Wakas Ali, well, he only was going to get the 1 over anyway, but he doesn't get through it. 2 for 6. So he finished the job that his teammate started. Also 2 wickets for Sadran Farhad, and singles for Sohail Chowdhury and Faisal Mahmood, but both of those players having a couple of issues with their fingers. And have a look there. There's a few Sundays with cherries on top there. Again, the triple banger in the 7th over. Not ideal for the German supporters, but they still have a half-decent score on the board, 97. They have scored. And when we return, it will be the Austin Exiles of Belgium. They'll be chasing 98 to remain undefeated and top the Group D, Group of Death. So we will be back with that chase pretty shortly. Back in a few minutes. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rigo Full. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. Don't go too far. We'll be back soon with more ECN. You're watching the Bet to Ball European Cricket League. Hello and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval. You're watching the Bet to Ball European Cricket League 2022, the Champions League of European Cricket, with 30 champion clubs from all around Europe coming together over 6 weeks of cricket action. 144 matches. The teams have been split into groups of 6, with only one group winner each week progressing to the 6th and final championship week, which is drawing closer and closer. It's only 12 days away now, and it's going to be a very, very interesting week. It already is in Group D, week 4 of the competition, as we are watching what we've been calling the Group of Death, and it's the two teams at the top of the group right now that are doing battle out there in the middle. And MSC Frankfurt, well, they were in a hurry, weren't they? They ended up losing all 10 wickets within 9 overs, getting bowled out for 97 in the first half of match 14 here in Group D. And now we will see the Ostend Exiles will be chasing that 98 for victory. It's not quite the psychological 100, so I guess it looks a bit light on, but having said that, the MSC Frankfurt side, the German champions, they have been expert defenders in this series. And I think if they'll believe that if they bowl and field well, it is enough. So, they've got some boom boom to deal with themselves to the Germans. As Faisal Mahmood, he's been getting better as the week's gone on. And there's a host of hitters they've got, really. Wakasali is out there with him as well. And Mohamed Suleiman, number 3. I mean, that's really strong top 3. And I think to have any chance of defending this, the Germans, they've got to get those top 3, get them back in the shed and get the Belgians scrambling a little bit, which was kind of the story of that first innings, as the wickets fell in fairly regular succession. They had the ability to kind of keep pumping out these overs, 8 to 12 in the middle though, as they lost wickets. Here's the reply. This first one, pretty short, but it darts back at Faisal Mahmood. They do get the first run of the innings. This is Wahid Ahmed, who's opening the bowling. This one, he just ends up cramping himself for room because of that movement off the pitch, just probably hitting the seam and coming in. So now here is Wakasali. He's marking his guard, if you're wondering why he's doing that. It's just so he has a reference point of where that stump is. Normally the middle stump, sometimes slight adjustment on that, but this gives him that reference point. So yeah, what's their approach here? Do they go big in the power play and then try and cruise, or a little bit more conservative? Let's find out. Here's Wakasali. Oh, there's your answer. He goes from ball 1 and he slashes this one over the offside and he gets 4. It wasn't the best ball from Wahid Ahmed, who delivered a really good death over earlier on for MSC Frankfurt against the Malta Super Kings. He bowled the first and 10th in that effort. And what he did very well then, he hit that wide Yorker. This time maybe he's going for it, but not quite in the block hole. And it allows the batter to slash away. Made good contact there. Good start for Belgium. Good comeback from Wahid Ahmed. And look, this is why I think it makes him such a dangerous customer. Because look at this. This kind of angles in. And it hits the seam. This is a great view of it, actually. Being a keeper, I love this view. And in the end, you see, batter just playing down the wrong line. Very easy to nick those ones. But he can bowl at either end of the innings and make these adjustments. Now this one spears in. So that's a really skillful thing to do, and it gives them a lot of flexibility. You see one of the widest throws I've ever seen. Takes the keeper out of the screen. Yeah, but to be able to bowl that kind of early innings length, I call it like a first half length, where you are trying to get a little nick. You're trying to genuinely beat the batter for skill and get them back in the shed, but then to also be able to have the flexibility to come back later in the innings, bowl a lot of Yorkers, bowl that wide hole, as Corey likes to say. That's the kind of length I'm talking about, where, okay, the batter might be able to hit it, but you're also a chance of picking them up, and wickets do have more value at the start of the innings. If you can pick up the top order players, even if it costs you a few runs, I mean, that's runs that you save down the stretch. And I just talked about how strong the Belgian top 3 are. Last ball of the first over coming up. Well, it's an almighty heave by Mahmood. Gets nothing but fresh air, and that's the end of the first over. The score is 6 for no loss. Pretty good start for the Germans. Just the one boundary in there. And, to try and make the score look a bit bigger, you've got to have a couple of quiet overs. And already, you see that rate's just crept over 10. That's not out of hand at all, but that's the difference with a good first over. And now we're going to see one over down. A man that came in at 1 wicket down, Shahid Afridi Jr. The boom boom is going to be bowling over number 2. When he hasn't made runs, he's normally bowled well. And unfortunately for him, that's been pretty often in this series. Here he is bowling over number 2. And, just a bit of a nothing shot, just looking for the dab there. Wakasali trying to thread the needle between the two fielders that are kind of short third man position. But in the end, it's no real footwork and gets beaten. Good delivery. Lucky not to nick these last couple. But he's still there, Wakasali. A player we did see playing for Belgium in the European Cricket Championship. So if this is like the Champions League, the European Cricket Championship is like the Euros, where we had international teams competing at this same location in this same format. T10 back in September, October 2021. Okay, it's a slightly slower ball, picks out the fielder, and it makes him hustle. Looking for a second, but Wakasali's run too far through, and they won't get there. Look, that's just good running. We saw some miscommunications in the German innings, didn't we? And that time, both batters, they knew, okay, you've hit it well, you've hit it the fielder, but we're both going straight away. It's going to take a really good piece of fielding to cause a run out, probably a direct hit. And even then, I think that time it was probably going to be home. He pitched up, driven away, got to get down, he does. That's really good fielding. Really good fielding. We've seen a couple of times fielders trying to let the ball go past them and chase it. Well, you'll be chasing your tail if you do, because once it beats the infield, the next moment you see the ball, you'll be picking it out of the jungle or picking it off the fence. So that was excellent fielding. I think that's the captain, Sikandar Khan. He just has to intercept it. Look at this. And he does. So he saves 2 runs for his team. They do get back for a double. Dug in. Well, this is going to be 6. That is the pace of Boom Boom working against him. Maximal 6 runs. And so Boom Boom decides to bang it in. He got driven down the ground. Now, this is quite a good shot. It's a little reverse helicopter. And, well, nice moment. a bit of sportsmanship as well between Faisal Mahmood and Shahid Afridi Jr. I'm sure there's a lot of mutual respect there. And Afridi probably saying, well, gave you a challenge and you accepted it with both hands. So 6 keeps the score ticking along. Last ball of the over. It's a pretty good one. Does get up in the block hole. And so it's the end of the second over. The score 16 for no loss. Isn't that nice to see that kind of sportsmanship and kind of byplay between the players? Because I think being a European cricketer, it's not easy during the year when the cameras are off and there's a lot of travel involved, a lot of expense involved as well. A lot of expenses not covered. As we have a look at the table, these 2 at the top of the tree. And the benefit of a win here is you get a slightly friendlier schedule if you're first compared to second, because, yep, you'll have to play in the morning, but then your work's done. By the end of game 3, you go back to the hotel, you put your feet up, maybe sip a mocktail on the beach down there, and you can watch the other games. Whereas the team that finishes second and the team that finishes third, they're going to have to play all the way up to the last game tomorrow night on Super Thursday. So, interesting times. It's easy. Tending to spin now. Wow. Yeah. But I had to stay at home there, Faisal Mahmood. Yeah, but that's why I think that you get a large level of mutual respect, because these players know what it's like to play a trade, getting away from the bright lights. A lot of people put in a lot of work to make cricket work in Europe this time. Again, some hesitation, but again, the batters looking at each other, they make up their mind, and it's just more effective communication with the running between the wickets this innings compared to what we saw in the first half. It's easy. Just doesn't really turn too many this tournament. Just slides in to the right-handers. Heisel wants him. He clunks it down to mid-off, so just the one. Expert defenders, MSC Frankfurt. And so it's easy. Love to break through and turn this pressure into a wicket. Again, it's pace on delivery. Hurled back in, but they do get a single. And each one of these singles, every time, that required rate will just creep up little by little. Interesting to see what it is currently. Got at about 11. Well, this could be the moment where all the hard work pays off. And Faisal Mahmood is going to go. It's captain catching captain, Sikandar Khan. He's been an excellent fielder this week. And Azizi, once again, he joins the dots and turns them into a wicket. First one of the innings, 18 for 1. And that's a really good example of building pressure. And the bowlers have worked as a team so far. Sure, Freedy gets slashed for a 6 in the last over. But maybe aside from that, it's been a big build-up. Aside from that 6, we had 14 balls without a boundary. And eventually that's going to cause something to give. And this time it's Faisal Mahmood, dangerous player, who's got to go. Well, here's a man. Danger is his middle name. Rico, Dangerful, back in the commentary box. And look, Frankfurt, we know they're going to be coming out firing, and they got the kind of attack. It's difficult to get after. It's well balanced, and you see there, Azizi was the man that gets the first wicket.
Yeah, and it's just pressure building, wasn't it? That's the thing. Build the pressure, then you're really trying to, you're getting into the mind of the batter and saying to him, right, you need a big shot, He goes for it. Catch taken. I'm loving this dead straight line here on the offside where the field starts from. In they come. Look at this. They're like a pack in for the hunt.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, we were always taught probably don't all field in a line. It takes us into the power play. So it's 19 for 1 off 3. A pretty good start. But yeah, I mean, here I suppose you're trying to cover territory as well. The reason is that if you have at least one that's a slightly different depth, they can jump in front of the other and cut the ball off and perhaps create a run out. We're talking about getting the angles right. Have a look at that. It's a triple cherry Sunday in over number 7, and the reason that there's no over number 10, they didn't make it that far.
Yeah.
I was just talking about the rate, pushing the rate up, so now it's 11.3. So it's almost like they scored 112, which is like a pass score.
Yeah.
And that's all because of the hard work in the first 3 overs of the Germans.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's the difference it makes. If you don't get a good score on the board, then the power play is key for you when you're in the field. This is going to be an interesting spell of bowling, I think. A man who's started to find his form, and well, a mix-up. And I could hear it here. Wait. But the striker, he didn't want to listen. Ravi Silverman wanted to go. He wanted the run. And eventually is sent back.
Yeah, again, talked a lot in this inning so far about communication. And even though they've had some close calls, the Belgians, most of the time, they have worked it out just in time. Whereas that didn't always happen in the German innings.
Dad Mohammed once more. This time he's into the body. Good work from the keeper. Does well. Walid Khan. Getting all sorts of advice, Dad Mohammed, about where he should be looking to bowl this.
Probably hitting the stumps, but with the length he bowled, it certainly bounced to the right of the stumps, which if that happens, then it can't be an LBW decision by the umpire. That'll be good today.
This one into the ground. They'll get the single. So it's still singles, and singles is always going to be a win for the fielding side for the moment. Just keeping the pressure on. That rate has gone above 11 now. See, people watching with intent in the fan zone. Up in the air, well, where's his ending up? Fielder says it's mine, gets under it and takes the catch. No mistakes at all. Kedah Khan, and he keeps everybody away. I like that when the ball's in the air. He puts his hands out to say, right, everybody, stay away from me. This is mine. Gets himself in position and takes a very good catch. So they get another breakthrough.
Yeah, did take control of the situation, didn't he, Kedah Khan? And just kind of losing his shape slightly. Slashes, missed times. And yeah, the importance of early wickets. Identified the top 3 as super important. So Mohammed Suleiman, we know how damaging he can be, but he only makes a single here in match 14. And it's 21 for 2.
Yeah, Dad Suleiman continuing to perform in the day. He's having a really good day. And bowling well. Starting to get the ball in the right areas. He's eradicating the loose deliveries, the wide balls. This is a man that we have seen higher up in the order, Diwan Ali. So we know that earlier on in the week they started with him up there. He's left-hander, so he will create something different as well. But the thing is now, I mean, Marcus Ali's there. Hasn't really got going. He's going to run a ball. But if you can just give him some support, they need a bit of time to rebuild here. And in the air straight away, but they're not going to rebuild with this. It's a loose shot. He doesn't really hit it. He just guides it straight into the hands of Shahid Afridi. And, well, it's the first baller. And now we get the opportunity to see a hat-trick ball. Still haven't had a hat-trick. To be honest, this week we haven't had too many opportunities. Yeah. Not like last week where there were so many.
Yeah, true. A hat-trick hoodoo. This will be a great view of it. Yeah, slashes it straight to the man. Yeah, took it easy. Couldn't have picked him out any better, could he? Much disappointment. Now they call Jabra Archer because of his cool hair. Nothing cool about the innings though. He'll be disappointed to go. And so, yeah, hat-trick opportunity coming up. The hat-trick hoodoo. I mean, we've had some dropped. We had one dropped in particular that I remember.
Oh dear.
We had some close calls. Quite unbelievable. We haven't had a hat-trick yet. And what are we into? Including the night series games. I think we are over 100 matches for the year already. Can you believe that? On ECN.
And going back to that drop, it was, of course, the drop by Christian Davis.
Yeah.
The bowler was Marcus O'Riordan. Hat-trick ball. It was a dolly. And he put it down.
Marcus is still fuming about it, I think. Anyway, here we go. Hat-trick ball. Will the hoodoo be broken?
And it's been clipped away, and they'll get one for sure from it. It'll stay at one. It just, it wasn't the best of hat-trick deliveries a little bit. And look, he's disappointed, the bowler. He's saying, what did I do there? He's practicing it again and again and again, but it doesn't matter. Look, he's still put his team in a good position.
22 for 3 after 4 overs. Hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching from around the world. Great to have your company. Sun's out. Beautiful day. Didn't even bring a jacket today, and that rarely happens, especially when you're just starting March in Europe. But yeah, it's great to be here. Thanks to everyone in the fan zone as well. Give us a wave if you're in the fan zone. We love you guys, and we certainly hope you're enjoying this. And I tell you what, a lot of people have been messaging me on social media, and you know the word that comes up a lot?
What?
Tingle. People love getting the tingle, the golden ball tingle, and this is the kind of match,
That's
got 1 versus 2, where we might have, we could have a golden ball or something close to it, because at the moment, MSC Frankfurt, we knew that they're good at defending. They're defending really well at the moment, and we haven't had a golden ball since the 4th day of this tournament, where Star CC, the Luxembourg team, they shocked the Finns, and it was, well, Finn, it was the end for Helsinki Titans.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And the scenes, if you haven't seen the scenes, I mean, go back and watch it. It was just, it was amazing. There was tears, there was all sorts.
They had to mop up the pitch because of the amount of tears from the Luxembourg manager.
It was the only match they won.
Play.
It was the only match they won in the group, and it was the golden ball match. It was an absolute, scenes were just terrific. Anyway,
I always get a bit of pleasure out of watching a grown man cry, and I haven't been able to do it to you very often, Rico, but I mean that's something I think we'll remember for a long time. Even the way they came back in that match, I think that the Helsinki Titans needed 20 off the last 4 overs. They had 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
So
They were cruising.
completely messed up the chase.
Big swing from Babar. And Kedah Khan has come on to bowl here. And, field, standard field, 2 in the leg, 2 straight. Sweeper on the off. Everybody else inside the circle. We've got a third and a backward point in the circle.
So a quick hello to Taliesin in the chat. He's saying hello to us and to everyone. And some of our chatters saying hello to the folks in the fan zone. We had a bit of a crossover, haven't we? Because we've got Maya here this week. Sure she'll be watching intently this German performance.
Caught, gone, it's another, and he's got to go, and I'm not sure what he's waiting to look to see, but Baba has to go. Kedah Khan gets this one in the right place. He knows there's going to be a big swing here, and a thick edge, and well taken by the keeper. Waleed Khan is having a good one, but it's turning out to be a mare for the Austin Exiles here. Well, this one certainly has got the makings of a low-scoring thriller.
Yeah, well, this one just comes right off the bottom of the bat. It's off the toe of the bat. Have a look at it here, and it would have been a wide. That's a pretty good take low down by the keeper. He's been busy today, Waleed Khan. So, what is it about this match? We've had 2 teams that have shown a lot of firepower with the bat, but it's more of a bowling game. Esmail Baba, well, he's the hero the other night for the Austin Exiles, but unfortunately for him, it's a short stay at the crease. And now, trouble at the old mill, 24 for 4.
Yeah, well, both teams, maybe both teams are using this as an opportunity to give some of the lower batters an opportunity to bat. Maybe they may be called upon again. So it will be a good test. Nicely played, goes straight away. That's good running. If you're going to run, you need to have the understanding, the 2 batters, and you need to go as soon as the ball is struck. They did that well there.
Now, we've got Dominator popping into the chat saying hello from Luxembourg. So I must have woken up Luxembourg. And popped into the chat. Yeah, what a game that was. Kedah Khan, though, already has a wicket.
Slower delivery, it's going to work for him. Quarter bowl opportunity. Catch far लिया, बंदा out हो गया. Shot मारिया गंदा. वापस आ गया बंदा.
Slow ball, wasn't it? And I talked about getting the top 3. Wakasali was the only one still standing, but not anymore. Takata gives him something that he just doesn't get the timing right, Wakasali. He'll be disappointed about that. He needed to, if he's trying to pull this, he needs to pull it to the leg side. But, yeah, the misjudgment saw it go pretty much straight up in the air. And Kedah Khan said, get out of my way, I've got this. He does his own work. And now the Exiles were there in a bunch of trouble. It's 25 for 5.
Oh, this is just sensational stuff. Caught and bowled. Kedah Khan. I don't think the Exiles quite know what's hit them here. I mean, when you look at that batting lineup, Faisal Mahmood, Waqas Ali, Mohammed Suleiman, all have gone. And very much was the same score, wasn't it? When you looked at the batting of Frankfurt, Kedah Khan, Amin Khan, Afridi, and Iwan, all of them went early. And just nobody's been able to settle down. Maybe it's just the occasion. 2 big sides. You really got the pressure. You want to perform.
They've just never got going this innings. There's been a 4 and a 6, and that's it. So they haven't just taken wickets. They've kept it super quiet. Now you almost feel like every ball's going to be a wicket, but this isn't a wicket. It's going to be a 4. It relieves the pressure. And yeah, Sultan Diwan Ali, well, he has to try and bat his team back into the match, and that's a good start.
Yeah, I mean he's played this quite well. Made good contact, and it was probably a pretty wide delivery. But he's stepping into it. He's sort of getting himself to a position where he's making it into sort of like a half volley. Thumps it pretty well.
Rico, that last boundary,
Yeah.
firstly, they didn't lose a wicket for the first 2.4 overs, right? And then in the next 13 balls, they've lost 5 wickets, okay? And that is classic building up of pressure and then cashing in.
Yeah.
So they've kept it quiet. Yeah, and so, yeah, that one was the first boundary in 20 balls. They need more.
Played. It's well stopped by the field under pressure. He has got some cover behind him. These two, you can see they're just trying to muster something here.
Ansh Trivedi, who's behind the Dominator username in the chat. Hello to you, Ansh. Great to have you with us. Fond memories, of course, of Group A. Seems a long time ago now. Here's Dowd Mohammed.
Good work from the bowler. Dowd, and oh, well, this is really good vision from him. He takes a while to get to it, but once he gets it in his hands, he releases this.
Close. This is close. He does well to get there, Mohammed, and he has to throw off balance. Well, it's like a game of Twister gone wrong. As Dowd Mohammed throws from position. Well,
what's he checking in there for?
Cut away from that. Otherwise, we'll have to get a rating. But let's have a look at this because they've gone upstairs.
Let's have a look.
It comes. I feel like he's just home.
Oh, hang on, watch the bat. Just.
Oh.
He does it the hard way, sliding it down on that.
Sliding it on the grass. We might have had two people rubbing themselves.
Look, that bat's telling us something.
Yeah.
Golden ball.
GB, golden ball. Well, there you go. Look at that. It's actually a pretty good improvised throw. And then he goes and has a little nap. He's worked hard. Dowd Mohammed.
Give him a pillow. Yeah, he has had a hard day.
He's had issues. His relationship issues with Carter Khan in the first half. I'm sure that's all forgotten now. And good quick work by the keeper to whip the bails off, but batter is able to scramble home. As a striker, you just have to wait a bit longer to make sure it gets past the bowler. Either way, it's just going to be one run.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure you get it past the bowler. Back to live action.
Oh, this has only missed by a fraction. Trust me. This one, I don't know how his stumps are still there. Good delivery. Watch this. Oh.
It was almost 6 down.
Oh, the stump almost went for 6.
Just can't string any sort of boundaries or any momentum together here. Austin Exiles.
He's on his way again, and another good throw here. May have got him in trouble. Just hesitated with the throw, and he just held it for a bit before he released it. But still, good pickup from Buttonveer to Singh. See, just a bit of I suppose the ball just escaped him for a second. And the pressure is so tense there at the moment. Every run is becoming so hard to get. That is the end of 6 overs.
Well, here's the thing.
30 on the board.
A second ago, the run rate required was a 10.3. It doesn't feel like that long ago. But now it's 17 and over required.
Oh.
So, I mean, MSC Frankfurt, often we focus on their batting and the way they approach it, etc., etc. But this is an excellent defence to hold the Belgians down to 5 and over so far. Here's as easy, not getting any easier. This will probably be a wide. Oh, maybe half a stumping attempt. It wasn't an easy one for the keeper who's kind of blindsided. Yeah, but I think he had the foot down pretty quickly, so probably not a chance.
Firmly struck, and this one will be a boundary. Those two men are quite wide out there. Hits this well, hits it dead straight, gets a boundary. And you can see that all sorts of things happening in that camp. They're biting nails, they're not looking, heads are down. I'll tell you what, if they can string together a few more boundaries like this, they'll be up and about for sure.
Yeah. They need to string some together though.
Goes for it again, uses his feet, he's up in the air, and it's taken. It's another one, and what a good catch that is. Not a bad shot, I suppose. He does use his feet to get to it, but once again, that's another one that's been hit pretty well, but doesn't clear the boundary. Great catch taken.
We've basically now seen 16 wickets in 15 overs in this game, and yeah, it's probably the shot. I thought, would he go through with the shot or not? Because he didn't seem to quite get to the pitch of it. So he's hitting the ball. The contact point's a bit higher than I think he wanted it to be. Sultan Divan Ali. Yeah, it's a nice catch. Dowd Mohammed. Well, he's woken up from his little nap, Rico, and he's doing the business. Key player for MSC Frankfurt. Things go from bad to worse for the Austin Exiles. They're 35 for 6.
It's just like you say, this collapse is incredible. I know he's just seen a couple of boundaries there which have just stretched the score slightly.
Yeah.
But still, it's an incredible collapse.
Yeah, what a match. Low scoring thriller. That golden ball tingle. That's cleared up pretty quickly. Hey, Shafi in the chat, he's got a comment which a lot of people say he doesn't know what to feel about T10 because See a swing and a miss because he doesn't really like playing it, but he loves to watch it. But I actually think one of the reasons that it's so interesting to watch ECN cricket is because the players are out of their comfort zones. You know what I mean? They are forced to do things that are a bit uncomfortable. Wait for this ball. Tosses it up now. Azizi, where he's shopping for wickets, and this is why he doesn't toss that many up, because this has gone the distance. Maximal! And this is Shah that's come out, and well, let's not count him out just yet. A few more of these, could be game on.
Yeah, I mean, what's happening here at the moment is getting a boundary or two, but then there's always that wicket.
Yeah, went shopping for a wicket. All he found was 6 runs.
Back into bowl this time. Well, it's up there again, and he's giving me another boundary. This time it's once bounce. Well, he can go in there, sit down, have a cup of tea, and come back. Nobody's watching. In the cube he goes.
The giant ice cube. Yeah, well, this is interesting. Azizi's certainly had a change of tactics here. I think he knows now the value of a wicket now is, you can almost kill the game by bowling them out. So I think he's tactically prepared to go for a few runs in the hope of getting a 7th wicket that would really cripple this innings.
Short. And, well, this one, well, I wasn't looking where the ball was going. I was having a look where the wicketkeeper's going to end up. This wasn't far from him.
I think this hits the keeper on the elbow.
You think it does?
Yeah, it's byes called. It just goes with the bouncer. Well, it's easy. He said, I'm sick of throwing them up. So here, I'm going to hurt somebody. Unfortunately, it was his keeper. He said, well, you could have warned me about this one. That's a nasty one, especially with no lid. That could be lights out time. But Ollie Khan survives. And that's the end of 7 overs. The score is 46 for 6. Coming up next, well, this is a straight shootout for 4th place. And basically the morning off. Tomorrow, it's Albi Zalmi who will be bowling first. So they will be chasing against the Malta Super Kings. And that one, identical records between those two teams. Starting in about half an hour right here on the European Cricket Network. What a great day it's been. Weather-wise, cricket-wise. We've had a few surprises, haven't we? Rahul Khan, well, he will lead the side. I heard he was under a bit of a cloud. Needs some runs. Well, speaking of runs, here's 4 of them. And this is Amin Shah just trying to keep them in the game. They need a big over. It's not going to be easy. But still, Amin Shah, he's been decent so far. They passed 50, but still a lot of work to do for the Belgians.
Yeah, he's hit this really well. Lovely shot. Crunches it away. And so, yeah, let's just keep going. Just keep going. You never know what could happen. Up in the air. Catch this. They're saying catch it. And wait for it. There's not catching this. This is going all the way over. Mano arriba, árbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. Shakalagya.
Call the doctor, Rico, because Matingle's coming back. And all he needs one player to be able to string a few boundaries together. And at this moment, it's Amin Shah. And cries are getting louder.
Good looking shot that was. Oh, has he got over carried away? Is he going to get safe here? I think. Oh,
wow.
It's a great effort.
Now he's got to chase it.
Now he's got to chase it. Can he stop it? He does. Well, this is a great effort from the fielder.
Wow.
Almost takes a sensational catch, but at the same time, the ball then hits the palms, and it's catch me if you can from the fielder at the other end. He does catch it. 2 runs.
Well, this kills the game. So you can see why the fielder's gone for the catch here. Javed Azizi. I mean, that would have been such a good catch to even get a hand on it. But then he kind of works against himself because he pushes the ball towards the boundary. Otherwise, it's certainly not going. So, yeah, wow. Exciting stuff.
Very much so. And, well, everybody, look at that. They're on their feet there. The Austin Exiles. That's the captain there. Faisal Mahmood.
I love T10 cricket. I know it forces the players to do things they probably never imagined they do on a cricket field, but it's such gripping viewing.
Oh, there, 4 more. And there's a pre-signal coming up. There's 4 byes.
Well, again, it's a long day for everyone out there. This is just poor footwork from Wally Khan. He doesn't get behind the ball. He just goes with the one glove, and he knew straight away. He's done some really good things behind the stumps, but there's been times I think that he'll look back and say, look, I could have done a bit better. Has to be proactive. The game's really tightening up.
They need to get him out. Slower delivery, and it works in their favour. And he's played this pretty well before. Well, no, that's not the shot. The shot was correct. Just misses it.
Let me give you 10 balls or so the last couple of overs. Ready? 4 wicket dot 6-4 by 4-6-2 4 byes. So now suddenly the dots have disappeared, and we're seeing a few letters and numbers in there.
Slower again. Hit nice and straight. That will be the end of the over.
That's a good
8
result.
gone. 63 for 6, Vinny.
Good result. I mean, how many off that over? So we haven't had a magical over, but pretty close. We had 16. As Easy went shopping in the 7th for wickets, he got pounded, and then in the 8th, Khan. There's been 18 off that, including 4 byes. We're not really responsible. Well, are we going to see
together, aren't they?
I mean, it's a long wait. It's a lot to make up. But that's only 9 overs, that graph. Remember, they will get a 10th over.
Yeah,
so that's something to pick up there. So they've got a bit of extra time. And remember, 7 balls left on the table in the first innings.
Yeah.
And well, what do you do when you're in trouble? You go to your draw card. Mini boom boom. Not too much that's mini about him. Shahid Afridi Jr.
Always delivered, hasn't he? Always. Maybe not with the bat, but in the field, he's always delivered. This is the battle. Shah on strike. Hits it pretty well, but will get a single.
Yeah, on him quickly. That's why he's late with that shot. And credit to him. He's trying to take on the boom boom, but yeah, it's just the extra pace of Shahid Afridi.
Zohaib Hussain hasn't got off the mark.
He's got a great view though.
He's been watching.
Paid for those tickets
from the other end. Look, if he sends this one to the boundary, then this is what T10 is all about.
Top edge 6.
Yeah, well, it was pretty full.
I mean, imagine that. We already saw Afridi get slashed away for a 6 when he tried the bouncer. Will he be game to try it again? Or does he kind of go a bit more traditional, end of the innings, up in the block hole? He's actually got pretty good slower ball as well.
Yes, I think you're probably more inclined to use that against Shah. They'll run hard, and he does get a foot on it. They have to come back for 2, and they do. And he gets lucky here, the fielder, because this could have been kicked towards the boundary as well. You've got to use your hands, got to get down.
I thought he was going to boot this one through for a major, but and in the end he gets away with it. Get a look at it here. Corey wouldn't be a huge fan of that. Khan. Oh, he's tired, so he just uses the foot. All right, I need a boundary somewhere just to keep him in this game.
This is that slower delivery, the slower short one, and he gets this one in the right area. The batter, I think he sees it early enough. But not able to adjust himself to play the shot.
Yeah, it's the last thing you're expecting really from Afridi as a slow ball. I think he just holds it close to his palm. It's a good decision by the umpire.
Very good. And it's just another single, so this is the over that
really good over.
That Frankfurt needed, and all of a sudden it's going to make it the last over really difficult. Got to find something. He's just got to. I think that's what the two batters are saying here. Look, whatever happens, that is what he's saying to Hussain. I need you to pump this to the boundary. If it means you go, you go. But you got to hit this or try to hit this to the boundary.
I'll be trying to ramp, hoping for the best. They do have fielders there, but I just can't see him hitting it in front of the wicket. Oh, another good one.
Dot ball.
You know, we often say it all happens in the 9th we go. MSC Frankfurt wanted nothing to happen in the 9th, and it's exactly what happens because they only get 4 off the over. And you see the footwork there, it's going away from the ball. That is a class over. And Shahid Afridi Jr., I talked about him. When he's failed with the bat, he's lived with the ball, and he delivers a crucial silencing over. Now that seems to snuff out any chance of a miraculous comeback for the Exiles. They are 68
Supersonic over. We'll only do it now.
We've never seen 30 off last over to win a game. We almost saw it the other day with Louis Bruce.
Yeah.
The most we've seen is 23 off the last over. But even when that happened, they scored 26.
Hey, we had 39 of an over yesterday.
Not to win a match.
Not to win a match, no.
39.
Yeah. Here we go.
It won't be 39 off this over. Here we go. Last overtime.
Hits it well, but doesn't take the single, I suppose. I mean, makes sense, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, 30 or 29. It's not any different, really. Wahid Ahmed's had a really good day. And I was talking earlier when you're on your way back. He can bowl first and last, and he's able to do both those skill sets. He bowled a really good last over earlier today against the Malta Super Kings.
It's hard, but I think that's sensible. He could have gone for the catch. Don't think he needs to. He knows that this one, as soon as it lands in front of him, don't go to the boundary. That's the match.
Don't hurt yourself. I mean, even if he dives for it and it goes for 4, pretty much kills the game. Just what a good defence this is by MSC Frankfurt. They've really impressed me. We know the Germans, they impressed us back at ECL 19. It was actually Findorf on that occasion. But MSC Frankfurt done everything asked of them so far, beaten every team in the group.
Rob Old, chuck the foot there. That's what that is all about. It's full, it's straight, and Shah, his innings comes to an end. Amin Shah, but he's the only batter who's really showed any resilience. He's played some good shots. He almost pulled off what would have been impossible for them, and well batted indeed. You can't take anything away from him. He's going to go back there and be talking to one or two of the other batters and say, hey guys, it wasn't that hard out there. What were you doing?
Yeah, and look, again, credit to the bowler. Wahid Ahmed gets it right. But Amin Shah, we brought this game to life, and I'm sure he'll get a warm reception from the fan zone. He departs for 27, and the score is 68 for 7.
Yeah, he gets a good round of applause, and he deserves those from the fan zone and also from his own teammates. And well, if there's anything positive for them to take out of this match, is that at least they've seen another batter, and that's the likes of Amin Shah, go out there in a difficult situation and score some runs.
I'm really excited already for these two teams to meet again on Super Thursday. They're meeting in the third match of the day, in the 1 versus 2 clash.
Up in the air, could be 2 and 2. It will be 2 and 2. And this means that we have another opportunity of a hat-trick.
Here we go. It's 2 and 2, and that is Javad Azizi. He's still feeling the effects, I think, of that diving attempt before. Trying to pull off an impossible catch. And let's just say that the landing gear didn't quite function on that occasion. This time, a lot more elementary for the left-arm spinner. He holds this one, and another wicket falls. We've had 18 wickets in this game, 68 for 8. So
they won't want Azizi. They're hoping that that's just something that he can work off over the night. He's a key player for them.
Question for you, as we see Chowdhury depart without scoring. Question for you. If you're coming out and facing this ball, Rico, put yourself in the batter's shoes. Are you blocking it or are you trying to hit it? It doesn't matter. Like,
you're going to block it.
Are you going to block it?
You're going to block it.
I think I'm blocking it.
You're going to block it.
I think I'm blocking it.
I think he's going to, if I were him, if I think he's not hitting the stumps, I'm not even playing the shot. I'm just going to say, right, let it go past. Right, are we going to see a good hat-trick ball?
Yeah, here we go. Fahad's in the hot seat.
Here comes Ahmed. Oh, there we go. He had to play at it, and he plays it really well. He says, I'm not going to go in the book as the first hat-trick.
Yeah, don't want to be a statistic. So now we'll try and whack it for 6. And he's saying, what are you blocking it for? And he said, well, because I don't want to be out. Don't want to be in a hat-trick. I'll tell you what, though, MSC Frankfurt, they can be really proud of their effort so far this week. I'm sure Maya is watching this game and really impressed with what she's seeing. So, last ball coming up.
Big shot. Gets a fair bit on it, and we'll take the single. And this is a very impressive victory. And well done to MSC Frankfurt. Well, look, they had to do it the hard way. They got plenty of things to talk about as well, but smiles at the moment on the face of Sikandar Khan. But he knows that he's got, or if he don't know, his coach is certainly going to be having a word with them, because one thing they did quite badly is that they didn't bat their 10 overs, and in another game, maybe the next time these two meet, that could be critical.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a high-quality contest. Yeah, sometimes the low-scoring games, they're pretty gripping, and that's what I felt about this game between two teams who always, even in the first inning, they seem to be kind of wrestling momentum back from each other.
Yeah.
And look, although 97, yeah, we don't see too many double-digit scores defended, but MSC Frankfurt, they've got the kind of attack that could do it. And look, credit to the Belgians as well. They did kind of make somewhat a recovery through the middle overs and towards the end, but by then the damage was done, and you got to go back to that 5 wickets in 13 balls. 5 wickets in 13 balls or 14 balls, I think, with no boundaries in there. So no boundaries in 3, 4, 5. And it wasn't just the wickets that went down, it was the quality of the batters that were dismissed in that period. Left a lot to do for the middle and lower order. But, well, let's take our hats off to the Germans, MSC Frankfurt. They walk off victorious. They haven't been beaten. They've beaten every single team in Group D, the group of death, and they could have hoped for a better start to the week. But there's still some hard work to do, and it was hard work for them as the occasional 108. Nice moment there as a Freedy. Just got a little pat on the batter for getting a 6, and that was the captain, Mahmood, who went. And this was the period where just the wheels fell off. There was a building up of pressure over the first couple of overs, and then those 5 wickets made things really tough for the Austin Exiles.
Yeah, look, I think the difference that you could see here is that when that ball did go in the air, when it was that half a chance, when it was that pressure moment, their catches were taken, and that's where MSC Frankfurt, I think, won this game. They didn't put the chances down, they held on to them, not like what they saw in the first innings. You see there's another one that's taken there, and it was that rear guard action there right towards the end, of course. Some good hitting, but once again you see that's another one, and a lot of batters went in there. They hit one ball for 6 or to the boundary, and the next ball they were hitting, they were getting themselves out. But this was a great shot. I mean, that shot from Amin Shah there, that is a tremendous shot. He almost hits that helicopter.
I'll throw a stat at you. It's only the 4th time in over 2,000 matches that a team has been bowled out but still won the match. They didn't bat out their 10 overs. They only batted 8.5 overs. And, well, talk about saving time. It saved us an over and a bit. And MSC Frankfurt, they joined a pretty select club.
Say that again, it's the first?
So it's only the 4th time we've had a team get bowled out. So they haven't batted out their 10 overs. So almost all the time that happens, the teams lose. Seaside in Sweden, they were the first team to do it back in 2020. So they've only batted 8.5 overs. They've been bowled out, but still they've won the game. And to be fair, they won it pretty comfortably in the end. The margin of victory is 28 runs. This is what's coming up next. And this is a shootout for 4th place because you'll get the morning off, you'll avoid a bit of a danger game against the Giants. Albizomi, the Swedish champions, and Malta Super Kings going head to head. It'll be the Super Kings batting first. They were sent in by Rahul Khan, the Swedish captain. Yeah, so a really important game coming up because 4th is a lot better than 5th because you get the morning off. You only have to play 1 game on Super Thursday. Sure, you got to win it. You're playing for your tournament life, but especially at this stage. In particular, I think Albizomi, they've got a few injury concerns. They'll want to certainly win that game and give some of their players a breather as we look back at this innings. And of course, Amin Shah down at number 8, he kind of batted them back into contention for a while. 27, that was the main contribution. The top order just not able to fire. Well, 2 apiece for Wahid Ahmed as well as Azizi, Dal Mohammed and Qatar Khan. But all the bowlers in single digits. It was a real team effort from the German attack. Just look at those economy rates.
Certainly was, and to go back to it, I mean, look, see, 2 for 7, 2 bowlers did that, and that's Ahmed and also Dal Mohammed, and that's outstanding really. But it was all about being supported by the fielders, and I think the bowlers there themselves, they took the call and bowled opportunities as well. It was a good all-round performance, but you can see that, I mean, their Manhattan doesn't look too pretty, especially when you see all that 3 wickets in one over there from themselves, but the one below them looks even worse, especially the start. When you get a bad start like that, we always say if you need to get back into a game where you haven't scored too many runs, you need wickets early, and they got those wickets early. And well, there was that phase when you said they lost 5 wickets in that short period of time. It's very difficult to come back from that.
Yeah, so now these 2 teams have finished their group campaigns, and it will be MSC Frankfurt that push ahead with the 10 points from 5 wins. And so it'll be a very interesting table because literally the table will be 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 and 0 in the wins column, and we don't know which team will grab 4th. It's a very important match, last match of the day between the Malta Super Kings and Albizomi. Hopefully you can join us for that when we return. Won't be too long. We'll be back in about 15 minutes with the final match of the round robin stage. It's day 3, Group D, and we're having a lot of fun in the box. Hopefully you are wherever you're watching around the world. Join us shortly. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. You're watching ECN, and this is the Bet to Ball European Cricket League.
This is where we play cricket.
On the Costa del Sol.
and welcome back as we get ready for the final match of the day. And what an interesting match this proposes to be. Well, we've seen the top of the table clash, and now we're seeing the clash for 4th place. Either one of these teams can get that elusive 4th spot, and that makes Super Thursdays a slightly better day for them. Will it be Al Bazalmi, the Swedish champions, or will the Malta Super Kings, the champions of Malta, be the ones that can pip that spot? One of these teams will do it. It's going to be an exciting match, an exciting one to end the day on. I know the captains Bikram Arora and also Rahel Khan are with the tournament referee Rob Kennim. Let's join them for the all-important Grande Cointos.
Thank you. Your call. Okay. Bet the ball. Bet the ball. Keep it. We'll ball first. Go first. Right.
So it falls Kiba Inu, and that means that the captain of Al Bazalmi is going to be having a field first. There was no hesitation there from Rahil Khan. I think he believes that his team is far better equipped in chasing, so they're going to be bowling first. With the ball, who's going to be the shining stars for them? Taz Qureshi has been really good, but I think Jawad Azizi is probably going to be the one to watch. Once they can restrain the Malta Super Kings to a score probably about 110, that's what they'd like ideally. And then I think he'll be liking the likes of Azam Khalil with the bat. He's been supersonic all the way through. Can he be good for them in this final must-win game? But with Al Zaya not in the team, Rahil Khan himself has to click with the bat as well. He's got to finish on a high. One man he's hoping to do well as well is Taj Hussain. Let's have a look at the Super Kings. The Super Kings, well, all eyes will be, of course, on the likes of Aurora, Gopal and Varun. But I think maybe this is going to be Aftab Khan's time to perform there in the middle. With the ball, Amar Sharma has been really good, and Bishanai. Once again, look out for Fire Mughal. I think he's going to be in good form, maybe good all-round form for this final match. So for the last time today, let's go up to the commentary box to Mr. Vinny Sandhu for the start of this match.
Yeah, we'll come down to Rico's used cars for a great deal. It's good to see you out there, Rico, in front of Carcast, which are our car rental partner. And you see the ground pretty as a picture today on a sunny afternoon. Early spring now on the Costa del Sol. 5 p.m. local starting this game, and it's the last game of the round robin stage. And it's going to decide 4th place. So the winner will get a free pass tomorrow morning, while the loser will have to play the Calpe Giants. And so Al Bazalmi, the Swiss. Oh, how about the Swedish champions? Yeah, from Stockholm, and they have a 1-3 record. Captain Rahel Khan really wants some runs. He's only got 27 Dream 11 points. You'd expect he's going to pick that up at some point. Malta Super Kings, though, same record, 1-3. Both these teams just beating the Giants and not able to beat anybody else. And has the Malta Super Kings 5-run favourites in this. You can see the 3 red circles. That's been the issue for these two teams. Yeah, I'll have to ask Rico when he comes up here about his giant pockets as well, because he seems to get the giant coin in there. And I know that a lot of people looking forward to this one. And it looks like we have a start very, very shortly. Lemar Momand is going to be opening up with his left armers. Michael Dowd in the chat, I like your comment, saying that myself and Rico should park our cars a bit further away. Well, as you know, Michael, I like to get around by helicopter. Anyway, here we go, match 15. And this is leaned on by Gopal Chatavidi. Sticking with the opening combination of Chatavidi and Bikram Arora, the Maltese national skipper, who he's been a bit like his opposite number in this match. Rahel Khan, Bikram Arora just can't seem to get going in this series. And this is a fairly big prize on the line, because it means that whoever wins this game, they'll only have to play at 3 p.m. local tomorrow. They get the whole morning off and just have to play the once, but it will be a sudden death encounter. Or a cross, there's nudges. I don't think there's any bat in this. It'll just be a leg bite. And so the loser of this match will have to play the Calpe Giants. I don't think either of these teams wants that. A couple of reasons. One of them is that Calpe Giants, you just feel like they're due a result. I think they're too good a team to be 0-5. And I think they will bring their A team tomorrow. The other reason is I know both these teams probably feeling a bit sore, and I know particularly the Swedish team have a few injuries. They're kind of carrying a few niggles, and I think they'd just rather have the morning off and then play the winner of that 5 versus 6 game. Fairly decent start by Momand. So, I know that a lot of people are watching this with interest for good reason. Super Thursday come out tomorrow. That should be a really interesting one as well. I've still just got a feeling we're going to get a surprise on Super Thursday. Momand, a pretty good tournament. And it's going to get even better now because he's going to have a caught and bowl. If he doesn't catch it, he's going to run out. Chadavidi, who tries the pull, and he's just late on it. So Momand gets reward for keeping things tight first up. And the Swedes, I have to say, in their camp, they've been a little bit subdued, I think, because of the week they've had so far. When things haven't clicked, they got close to Rotterdam last night and had a line ball call go against them. Here in match 15, they made a good start. That's the first wicket down. And a great time at 2 for 1 to bring in a co-commentator and occasional car spokesman. Rico Full, welcome back, Rico. What a good start that is for Albies Army.
Yeah, it's a great start. And, change in the order slightly, and seeing that they're giving Aftab Khan an opportunity higher up the order, so we're not seeing either Fine Mughal or Varun Prasad here. It's not a bad shot. Maybe they're thinking a little bit about a big day tomorrow. Maybe they're taking an opportunity maybe to say to Aftab, okay, if you're going in when you think you need to go club in straight away, we'll have a few balls and see if that helps. I don't mind that.
And I agree. It just hasn't quite clicked with the bat. And at least this time you can say, look, you got a few balls to get yourself in here. At least 3 or 4. And let's see if you can put innings together. Also gets about in the power play. 4 gaps in the outfield.
Just want to go by. They wouldn't give me the keys, you know. I thought, well, I'd take it for a test drive if you don't mind.
I was just going to say, watch out for the broken glass because I saw a ball.
Oh, there was one.
Corey, there was one that was really close, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was one today, which I think it was Richard had to go around and stop it. One of his coaching the kids. Nicely played, gets off the mark. Single there once again. Well done to Richard Lake and Samir Nayak. They've been fantastic all this week. It's a holiday for a lot of the schools here in Andalusia, and a lot of the kids that have been here, they've been playing a bit of cricket and having a bit of expertise coaching as well. So well done, guys, and well done to everybody involved in that cricket school campaign here. A great partnership. Well, this partnership, that needs to be a good one as well. That's the end of the over. 3 on the board, 1 wicket down.
Yeah, very interesting point in this tournament as well. Yeah, I love that cricket school project. I'll see a lot more of the bigger kids in next week, but yeah, we had a good turnout. Seems to be more kids every day coming down as well, because it's a bit of an open week. And we've seen a lot of younger kids getting involved and having a great time with the ball on the bat.
Well bowled, just tucks him up. And Aftab just takes a little walk away just to recompose himself. That's Qureshi. Well,
too high, straight enough.
I know where that's hit him, and he's giving it a rub.
It won't be LBW, it might be another letter.
I think he's rubbing. Well, he sees the funny side of it. I think he's just checking that everything's still intact. Hits him outside the off this time. That's Qureshi. I've liked Qureshi's bowling, I really have. He's got an interesting run up. He gets the ball to do a bit as well. Gets it to pop sometimes when he bangs it into the body. Gets that movement away. Qureshi once more to Aftab. Aftab to got the one on the board. Bikram Arora only faced the one ball at the other end. Bangs this one in, and this will be 5 wides. Goes for the quicker one. Yes, I know. Commentators curse. Start saying you like somebody, and they go and do something like that. Went for the quicker one, and Aftab doesn't get anything on it, doesn't have to. And just trying to explain what he's trying to do there, and they're saying, no, look, go back to just keeping that ball outside the off stump, and I agree with them. This really does cut, though. See that again. Cuts a long way. First boundary, courtesy of wides on the board. 5 of them, that will help.
I said a few of those, say, pretty wasteful, isn't it?
Aftab displaces in the deck, and one thing about Bikram Aurora, he's very quick in between the wickets, but talking to him in the break I had in the last match, and he was saying, he said, Rico, I'm being really lucky. He said it just can't get into the habit of running on the edge of the strip and sliding the bat in. I keep doing it on the grass and it keeps plugging. He said, he admitted himself, he said, I could have been gone twice.
Yeah, it's been a problem for a number of players this week and during this tournament.
Didn't know too much about this, and Aftab is not the quickest, but he does get back. Good backing up again. I'm loving this sea of blue from Al Bazalmi. I'm loving their kit. I'm loving the colour, the old electric blue, and the detail on it as well. Whenever you get the close-ups on your screens, you've probably got maybe a bigger monitor at home where you're watching from, but the detail on these kits are fantastic. Once again, thanks to Kibahinu for their partnership. Swing and a miss, and Aftab needs to stick around a little bit. I know he wants to get going, but needs to make this opportunity count. And that's another one that goes straight through him, and you can see there, once the ball goes past him, he's correcting himself and playing a shot that perhaps he should be playing. Nice to see smiles on the faces of the Malta Super Kings, champions of Malta. This one somehow has gone to the boundary. This is off the bat, 4 runs, and Qureshi can't believe it. Let's see what happens here. I think he plays this as the over comes to an end. We'll see it again on the replay. Let's have a look. Well, amazingly enough, he does. I don't think he wants to play it in that direction. I think what he's hoping to do is block the bat onto the ball and see it go out towards the third man area, but he goes to find leg. What a shot.
He's just trying to make sure he gets some bat on it. Otherwise, it might have been time to take a seat. So, 2 overs down, 14 for 1. Yeah, very interesting group. Locked in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th. And they're set in stone. But these 2 teams, one of them will get a much easier Super Thursday than the other. They have to do half the work. There's Maman coming back.
Nicely played, Bikram Aurora. At the moment, doing what I've seen him do many a times in some of the European cricket series we've had at the Marseille International Cricket Ground. He's quite happy just to paddle the ball either side of the pitch and take the single. But if he can get himself in, I assure you, he can hit the ball pretty well as well. He's been out slicing. He's looking to go for the shot over the fielders on the offside, but just been slicing the ball and catching rather than getting over them.
Left armour in again. He goes uppercut. Oh, this is up and away. What a shot that is. He sent Afi Khan in at number 3. This is an expert shot. He uses the pace of Moman, who had only gone for 3 off his first 7 balls, but the 8th one, Maximo time. Maybe that's just what Afi Khan needs to get away.
Yeah, he gets a bit of width here, doesn't he? And he's very quick to latch onto this lovely shot. And, well, Afi, he's going to be pretty happy. And it's always nice when you execute a shot well. It gives you that confidence. Momando, we want to get this one right back in the block. And he comes, the left armour.
He goes short again. This one's going nowhere. Well, non-striker's overcommitted here, and he would have been gone. And no time. Oh, now this has almost gone to the boundary. Oh, it's 1. Let's see what's happened here.
It's good.
I mean, this is a terrible miscommunication. I think that the non-striker there probably can't see the keeper, maybe because there are other batters in the way. And then It's a bit like a half-court shot. Well, he missed the pitch. Did Zabiul Niazi. He was in the action last night, wasn't he? With
He was the one backing up.
yeah, I mean, that would have been a disastrous way to concede a boundary. This is about it from Oman. Pitches up. It's worked away. It's funny, I was saying, as you're on your way back, Rico, the captains have had similar weeks, frustrating weeks. Bikram Arora just has shown signs and then gotten out. Same with Rahel Khan for the Swedish team. So
Hasn't got going.
the battle of the captains, that's a really interesting one for me. Aurora is still in. Hasn't had too much of the strike, though. He's faced 4 balls in almost 3 overs. Afi Khan, who's on strike at the moment, has to handle 2 more from Momand. Goes back, attempts a dab. And I think that Aurora was a bit worried about the bowler coming in and getting this. So just a lot of body language between the two. They're not quite on the same page.
Yeah, he doesn't decide to look at. Yeah, good point you make about the captains. Captains that are struggling, the teams have struggled. The captains that are playing well, so look at the Austin Exiles and also at MSC Frankfurt. Both those captains, Secunda and Mahmood, they've had good weeks so far, and those teams are right up there at the top.
Yeah, good observation. Time to turn it around, though. Last ball of the power play. Nice big drive. Once again, they won't get a run, though. They're going to have a pop at Aurora. And now Afi wants it, and Aurora doesn't. And that's a lot of work for no run. End of the power play, 23 for 1.
Yeah, 23 for 1. I suppose it's these two are trying to rebuild. They've been, once again, a little bit sketchy, if you ask me, with their running. And on several occasions, once more, it could have been Bikram Aurora that could find his way back. Just got to get that communication in there. But I think it's all about rebuilding. You can see there after that first over, 3 for 1 they were. Second one was slightly better, 11 runs from it. And got the 9 off that one. So now's the time, though, really, for one of these two to decide, okay, I'm going to go. I'm going to stay. And maybe, if you look at the scores there, it's going to be Khan that's going to be looking for the big shots. And Aurora saying, right, okay, I'll stick around and rebuild. Once you go, or if you go, I'll rebuild with the next batter.
Talking about sketchy. You look pretty sketchy at the toss.
Sketchy?
In front of the cars. A bit sketchy.
I've done
You've
good,
got your,
I've done good business.
You know, that sunglasses
Yeah.
make you look like you're running some sort of illegal racket. I've warned you about those sunglasses before. Let's go to the middle overs now. And Jabbar with the ball. It's a pretty good time as well.
And listen, what are you talking about, by the way?
Go on.
What are you talking? I didn't wear my sunglasses.
Are you wearing them now?
You weren't watching.
I thought
I knew you never watch.
that was what do they call it? The Mandela effect, where you remember something differently. Have you heard of the Mandela effect? So you get a bunch of people.
I'm not talking to you about things. I mean, Corey told me about all sorts of nice goodies that you have in Australia. That his mum, Julie, I believe. See this one first. It's up in the air. Is he going to carry to the fielder? Just dropped short. And they just keep it to 1. Yeah, Julie, Corey's mum, is going to send a box of goodies. All these cakes and things you have in Australia, you've never mentioned them to me once. And this Corey, he's telling me all about them. What's going on there?
I'm not a big sweet tooth person, but we got a few. Oh, Lamingtons.
Yeah, he was talking about those.
Lamingtons are good, but the coconut on it will get everywhere. So you've got to be careful where you eat them. If you're smart, eat them outside. Don't eat them in the car.
Yeah.
Don't eat them if you're wearing a nice suit. Santa Hooge original. And he goes after this, drop kicks it, and drops it into the fan zone. Maximo! Another 6 to Afi Khan. Well, he's getting his bat heating up here in the final round robin match. He takes 6.
Yeah, this is what they need to happen. I mean, he's played this off one leg, I think. Have a look there again. It's can you say he's played this doggy style? I don't know. Let's have a look.
Maybe. He lifted his leg.
Yeah.
Oh, pure timing is what it is. Well, he'll feel relieved after it, that's for sure. 6 more. This one's probably a wide. It's not.
I think it's okay. He's missed out on it, though. He knows he has. Can be disappointed.
Look, let's have a look. Yeah, it's easy for us here. That's a wide. That's all right. Win some, you lose some.
They're normally pretty good. Probably pretty consistent.
They've been good.
Maybe he's...
swings and roundabouts.
Yeah.
Edged and dropped. Was Statue of Liberty play from Zabi Niazi behind the stumps. Oh, he had to climb the ladder here, but it was a chance to get rid of Afi Khan. a keeper. Well, he was able to make the stop, but he couldn't make the catch. And Jamal will be upset about that, especially after getting T-boned for 6 earlier in the over.
Comes at a good height, doesn't it? You see those more often than not taken as they stick in the glove.
This one beats the bat entirely. Aurora still struggling to get going into the over. Score is 31 for 1 off 4 overs. And so, yeah, it's wonderful to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. And we have a few running repairs. Give us a chance to say hello to all of our viewers, and we are having a wonderful day. Sunglass input. What do you trust? Would you trust a guy? Now, look, let's talk about this. Where have you got this shirt? Looks fantastic.
Well, it does look fantastic, and this is from Azam Khalik and from obviously the Al-Bazami boys, and they said, look, we've done a number of these shirts. We'd like to give them to the bar staff.
Look at the shirt.
Forward there. Have a look at these.
Yeah, look
And
at the detail.
they're going to be raffling those. So look, get your tickets and take home one of these shirts because you know that I like these shirts.
Yeah. And, well, I think they've got a few of these to give to some of the fans.
They have indeed.
Isn't that a clever idea?
I think it's a great idea. I like it. Like I said, I do like these colours. It's the old electric blue. Like the design. Oh, wow, look, this is the reason why the wicket keepers wear helmets.
Speaking of Azam Khalil, here he is. And making things happen straight away.
This
That's the helmet he was going for. So, yeah, I already noticed that I think Niazi, that's not the regular way to get a stumping, but it's one way, but he's slightly further back today. Straight. Well, I don't think this is going to be an easy stop, but quick work from the fielder. So they do get a single. Hits the stumps. It's away.
It's got an amazing throw, actually. It's good alertness from the fielder because he knows that both these batters, they're trying to get the cheeky ones and twos. Keep an eye on the bat. Goes down there.
You had to get it over the line. That was
Yeah.
important. So Niazi, there was an incident last night where there was a wicket that essentially was off a no ball because Niazi's gloves were in front of the stumps. So I think he's just made a subtle adjustment, which is smart. This is straight up in the air. Now who's going to get this? Oh, how's this fallen safely? Azam Khalil won't believe it. He was a beneficiary of a bit of luck on Monday. And once again, Aurora cannot find his mojo. My first ever senior stumping was off my pads, funnily enough. It bounced off my pads straight onto the stumps, and it was an awkward moment because it wasn't great keeping, but good result. Khalil's a clever bowler, though. I think they've got a few players who just haven't clicked. Azam's been a bit hit and miss so far, but yeah, they have shown that they're good under pressure. They came all the way from 4th in their group to win the ECS last year. This one's in the air, and it's just gonna fall perilously close to the outfielder. This time it's Afi Khan with a close call.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the rate at the moment. They're going just over 7. Both these batters are sort of hitting the ball in the air. It's not going to a fielder. I think it may be time for, one of them's got to go, let somebody else come in and have a go. Neither one have really been able to get hold of the bowling. And you see there the frustration from the captain, Bikram Aurora. He can't get into the swing of things. That's the 9th ball he's got, and he's on 5.
Yeah, it's concerning, isn't it? Look here. I think this might have been a chance. Let's have a look at this. He's out of his crease. This is taken. I think you've got half a chance of stumping, but they tried a couple of options behind the stumps, Al-Wizami, in this series. Anyway, that takes us to the halfway point. Only the 1 wicket, but they have kept them pretty quiet. 34 for 1 after 5 overs. And look, mentioning the chat, and you already talked about weather. Now, hopefully, we don't have a complete washout. But, for example, if matches 2 and 4 are washed out tomorrow, then whoever wins this game, they're going to the finals. And whoever doesn't win it, they're going to be out of the tournament. So, I mean, a lot riding on this game.
Yeah. It is a huge match, really is.
He's a bowler that impressed me yesterday, but this isn't very impressive because this one's halfway to heaven. Going to cost him 7. Maximal and Fuzzy Chowdhury, a man who under pressure yesterday delivered 6 dots. Well, the complete polar opposite. As this one slips out, it's going to be a no ball plus 6. Well, just the wriggle on the Super Kings would have wanted to start the second half of this innings.
This is what they need, and that's what I like to see. Look, that no ball called straight away there by Joe Foster. Good call from him. A good hit as well. And Aftab He's looking to get going here now. This one is the free hit, and he does get another boundary. So this is more like it. They want acceleration. They've got it. A 6 and a 4, and he's hungry. He wants some more.
Well, how funny is cricket? I mean, Chowdhury, man, who last night delivered 6 dots in a row, and this time, new day. The first ball effectively goes for 11 runs. Still talked a lot today about mental resilience and overcoming the adversity. And now he might have a wicket. This is a top edge. The fielder is capped and he gets there. So it's a good catch. Azam Khalil, just the kind of man that you want under a high ball. He's got a good set of hands. And so Azam Khalil built the pressure with the ball. And then he receives the catch. Didn't concede an over. Didn't concede a boundary in the 5th over, Azam Khalil. And he holds that chance. So the pressure eventually paying off, even though he saw Afi get a 6 and a 4. He was hungry for more, but he'll have no more as the second wicket falls at 45. 45 for 2.
Yeah, if you want anybody under a catch when you need a wicket, when the partnership is just started to explode, but it's that man there. He's cool, he's calm, he takes the catch. Well, of course he's cool and he's calm, well, like they say on their shirts. You know, keep calm and support Al-Azami. Well, I was calm. Not really sporting them, I'm quite neutral, just advertising, doing a bit of advertising. But yeah, good catch by him, and they get rid of Afi. But this could work in their favour, you know. I mean, they probably would have preferred maybe Bikram to go, because Bikram is the one who's scratching around. But Varun Prasath now coming in. Now, one thing we do, and we did learn about Varun Prasath, is you don't bowl badly to him. You bowl badly to him, he punishes you. You've got to really get the ball full right up to him and try to get him early before he gets into his groove.
Yeah, so this brings 2 players together that combined in T20 international cricket for a world record. And a second, assuming they last this ball, which they do, Prasath. Oh, he's just pushed this way off the back foot, and he's going to get 4. It's a power slide from Momand. Well, Prasath, you know, he's not the best starter. This is a good start for him. And he hurdles the fence. Yeah, play it where it lies, Momand. Prasath, good start for him. It's just a push, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it so many times. Chase, chase, chase. I mean, give credit to Momand. I mean, look at this for a landing.
Yeah, look,
Absolutely
I want to see
beautiful.
how far he goes here. That's a good 2-metre slide. Has to pull up the brakes, so he keeps his head screwed onto his body. And now this one beats everybody. And I think this will be a bye. But, yeah, so these two, they combined for a world record 4th wicket partnership of 166 unbroken on the 22nd of August last year against Portugal. And so, yeah, obviously they'd love batting together. They've had plenty of times they would have been batting together. He's Aurora. Gets a wide. My question is this with Aurora.
Yeah.
We know how good he is. We've seen it. Yeah, we've seen it. But when things not clicking for him, is it time to maybe bat him somewhere else in the order? A bit like, I mean, Mini Boom Boom, drop down to 3. Now, does he get away with this? It's high, and it's going the journey. Maximal. Bikram, his ears must have been burning, and he decides, I'll show you.
He's probably saying, Mr. Maximo, if you think you're going to drop me, you got another thing coming.
I'm not
and he smashes it for 6.
talking about dropping him.
No, I know what you mean.
I mean, I'll take a look at 63.
Who
now.
would you put up there? That's the thing, because the others have struggled as well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you just want your captain feeling good about life, right? So, I'm thinking it's a good thing that he's staying there this game. I think looking forwards, they want him feeling better, even though in this match situation you're like, okay, you know, he's not getting going, it's not really clicking, but I think you got to think in the longer term, if there is a longer term for Malta Super Kings, you want him firing. So I think it's good that he's still there. 6 overs down, 58 for 2. That's true what you're saying. Hey, maybe they could go for more of a pinch hitting option at the top if they were to drop him down a slot. Makes their batting order a little bit longer.
Yeah, you know who, I mean, go back to your point, somebody who you could go with, because I've seen this done in Malta at times, is the rock star, Samir Khan.
Yeah, he's listed at 11 today.
I know, but
you could put him at 1.
He has gone up the order in the power play and actually scored 20, 25 runs for them quickly. So he is an option. Yeah, there is options there. But maybe, and this is the thing I was saying at the beginning, maybe this is all about, right, okay, this is my last opportunity to try and get in. If I can't, then going into the important matches tomorrow, then I'm going to have to drop myself.
Try something. Yeah, not drop himself, but maybe just to change position.
Yeah.
Start of a new over. And this is Taz Qureshi, He's out there, and first one gets through Aurora. This kind of shows looking to pull this, but wasn't quite there.
Yeah, sorry, when I say drop yourself, I mean drop yourself down the order, just to make that clear. Not out of the squad, of course.
I think it was a good move with Mini Boom Boom to drop him to 3, but didn't really work. You're coming in with something on the board. There's always a bit of extra pressure if you're opening, because you're writing the first page of a book, right? If the first page is bad, normally the book's not much better. So I think there's that kind of feeling when you open the innings that you're kind of setting the tone. But I mean, other options. I mean, was Abbas maybe? I don't know. Just more of a pinch hitting option.
Yeah, Abbas has had opportunities, hasn't really got going. He said that himself. Yeah, Justin Sharju's another option. Yeah.
Ajmal, he got some runs. I mean, just a real wild card, and you're not losing much. Now look, we're going to throw the bat, and the thing is, Bikram, when he survived, it just hasn't been going quickly in the power play, and then you've got him kind of in your back pocket. It's something to think about for them, I'm sure, and you've got to think on the fly. It's great to have plans, but you've got to make adjustments during the week, I think, depending on who's in form and who's not. You're trying to build your best batting order. Prasath drives down the ground. Prasath's such an interesting character. I don't think we've ever had anyone quite like him on ECN out of the thousands of players, because there's some games where he just looks like a colossus and just impenetrable. Yeah. There's other times he just can't get the bat on the ball, and he gets bogged down. So, which Varun will we have here in match 15? Aurora, nice shot, and this is going to run away for 4. Yeah, the longer he bats, the better he's getting. Bikram Aurora. He's got into this position before, but he's found a way to get out. But this is a nice shot. He just uses the pace of Qureshi, and he works his one through the offside for a boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot, good positioning. Timing both अच्छी सी placement भी अच्छी सी लग गया चौका. Yeah, really liking that. And of course he's going to be confident out there now because he's batting with somebody he knows.
Yeah. You know each other's games pretty well, I'm sure. Oh, where's this gone? And what's this off? And well, he's trotting back. I think it might have been off the pad. It sounded paddy. And the keeper's pretty happy he held on to it, Niazi. This just sounded paddy. It went a long way, but I think that's mostly because of the pace the ball comes in at.
Thigh pad, maybe?
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, it looks off the thigh pad. That's why it flies so far, because it is off that thigh pad. So.
Yeah, and I'm liking that there. Look, do you see that?
Yeah.
Asad Ali, excellent umpiring. Square leg, and he's doing that straight away. So you could know the other umpire, Joe Foster, is having a look and saying, yeah, okay, cheers, Asad.
And it wasn't a case where there's a little nick onto the thigh pad either. Yeah, it's good teamwork from the umpires. Slow ball, and it's going to be big trouble for Aurora. He'll be disappointed with this, and once again, gets a start, can't get on with it. He falls for 17. And yeah, sure, didn't have a lot of the strike, a lot less than half. But he falls off the last ball, the 7th over, and Qureshi, well, he gets a wicket off his last ball. And he'll finish with figures of 1 for 17. The score now, after 7, is 64 for 3.
Yeah, 64 for 3. Look, you can see, just if they get one good over here, you're going over the 100 if they keep going at this pace. When you look at the way the scores have gone today, I don't think they'll mind that, you know. Have a look at, I think the highest score today was in the first match, Oxen Exiles, 138. After that, teams have struggled to get to the 100. They won't mind getting to the 100 and putting their attack to the test.
I've seen a lot of scores on the kind of 100 to 120, haven't there? There's been a lot of scores in there, or the kind of 95 to 120. Aurora, glimpses of his class, but just 1 4 and 1 6 in that innings as he batted through the first 7 overs of this innings. I need to get a wriggle on here, Mod Super Kings. Clever bit of bowling though, have to say. I mean, the one before kind of beat him for pace slightly. That one off-cutting slower ball. This is tomorrow, and we can kind of add in most of the teams. We know that those ones in green, they are the top 3 playing off for the double chance. They'll all play each other. But then, yeah, the eliminators in red, we know the Colpe Giants, they'll finish 6th. The winner of this game will go straight through to match 4. The loser will have to take on the Giants. Now, this one, a bit of a top edge. He's going to have to wrestle the sun. He comes in, he gets there, and he drops it. And, think about a second, and that's Bazia Sahebi. Well, he got there, did all the hard work, but yeah, another one risking permanent retina damage. Fielding out on that side. It was a big chance to get rid of the danger man, Varun Prasath.
Yeah, I mean, this one, I think you said the sun's going to be an issue, but he does keep his head and eyes focused that all the way through. Doesn't seem to have any issues. The only issues was he couldn't get the ball cleanly in his fingers.
He was faking it. He didn't see much of it. Oh, this is another chance, or is it? No, this clears the fielder. Maximo Magal comes out first ball. He takes Khalil the journey. Khalil, who didn't get any treatment in his first over, but this time that's 6 runs.
Yeah, fine Magal. Anything on his legs, anything pitched up to him, he's dangerous. Bang! Shaka! Look at Kinasona. Well, jump as high as you can, but you're not stopping it. 6 runs.
Good effort by Chowdhury. He's the man that caught Bikram Arora a few moments ago. Got a challenge ball from Khalil. It doesn't arrive, so that ends up going out to deep square leg for 1. Yeah, still 2 good hitters here. I'd almost call this, if they get to 100, it'll be one of those ugly hundreds, but defendable, as we saw from MSC Frankfurt in the last game.
Yeah, they've got it. I mean, you're absolutely right. I think 100 is got to be the bare minimum. If they can push on, even if they get to 105, 110, that'll be a good score from here.
Yeah, Prasad trying to get a wriggle on, but that's clever bowling by Khalil. He's master of the subtle variation. Yeah, hello to PK in the chat. Says Varun Prasad should show some fireworks now, like he did yesterday. I'm sure he'll be trying. I think Magal is going to have low patience for Khalil. And he gets caught behind. Good catch. Really good catch behind the wickets by Zabiul Niazi. This is a bottom edge, not easy for the keeper, who has to stay down. And well, it's a nice moment for Niazi, who's been in the headlines for the wrong reasons behind the stumps for Albi Zalmi, but he holds on to this little nick. Good catch, good bowling by Khalil, and a danger man departs. Magal's got to go 73 for 4.
Yeah, this is sharp. A really, really good take this is. I mean, you look at the reactions, he's just got to be in the right place, he's got to be balanced, he's got to be still. He was good work, and as soon as that's gone in his gloves, he knows he's got his man. And that's a nice shot there, as I'm Khalil saying, yeah, well done, buddy. And good umpiring as well, not being fooled there, putting the finger up straight away. The batter wanted to wait. Well, he waited, and then he was helped along his way. So Asad Ali.
Really good catch, because he stays down longer than I think an average keeper would. I think he stays down and gives himself the opportunity, and they either stick or they don't, but you need to have your gloves in the right place. And Azam Khalil couldn't get a more supportive teammate, I don't think, than Azam Khalil. Nice ball for him. And he beats the rock star. This one is clanged by the keeper, but who cares? He caught the one that was nicked. And it's the end of 8 overs. Pretty good spell in this game from Azam Khalil. He only concedes 12. Does pick up that wicket. 73 for 4. 2 overs remain in the first
big
innings.
Smile on the face of Zabihullah Niazi, because that was good work from him. And so he should be happy. And he's having a little conversation there with one of his teammates, saying, yeah, did you see that? Did you see what I did? Yeah, we saw it. Yeah, it was good work. And being pretty good out here. I mean, there was that one drop catch when Varun went on 5. Is that going to be expensive?
He hasn't made him pay, has he, so far? I mean, he started with a beautiful boundary from Prasad. He just pushed one and just helped it to the boundary. Since then, just lost his touch a little bit. 2 overs to go. Hello to the man who thinks I should give these guys a pep talk. I don't think anyone will listen to me. Good start for Jabbar, who's coming in to bowl over number 9. So no contact there. Also want to say a quick hello to Ajita Adhikari. He's saying hello to me and Rico. Hello. And Ishan Khan. He would like a shout out. Hello, Ishan. Welcome to the chat. Keep the chat coming. We're loving it.
Yeah, hello, Ishan and Ajita. Prasad needs to get going. Well, he decides to leave this one, and it ends up being a dot. Yeah. He can't believe it.
Gives it the big shrug emoji. Let's have a look at this. And you be the judge. Where it passes the line, I think it's good. I think it's good. I think that when it passes the line, it's inside the blue. It's not good footwork from Prasad. Okay? It makes it look wider than it is. It's a good decision.
2 dots. It's not what's on the cards.
Well, this is going to be a giant swing. It's clever bowling. I think they learnt cramp him for room, and you either got to get him reaching or you got to cramp him for room. If you're bowling that slot, you're not going to have a good time to Prasad. We saw that yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely, and teams will pick up on that, and that's a good example. Right up into him, he does struggle. let him get the leverage on you, then you're in trouble.
Do you know the shrug emoji that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Can I go on that?
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, you're up with the technology, aren't you? Going nowhere, but they're going to run anyway. Rockstar gets one.
That's what they've got to do. Keep running. I think it's take everything you can and just hope there's a few extras maybe that might come your way. Hope that you're able to get hold of a few. But Al-Zami, I have to say, they've been very good. I mean, there's 10 extras there. 6 wides, 5 of them were off one ball, remember?
Yeah.
So they've done pretty well here.
Say hello to Louis Bruce. Well, how was school, Louis? Nice to see you in the chat. View of this one as it was driven out to Azam Khalil. Must have known that was going to get hit in that direction. We had the camera on him already. And so I have to say, looking forward to seeing Louis Bruce hopefully back in the lineup for the Giants. So no wonder some of the Giants are watching this right now, because they will play the loser of this game in the first eliminator tomorrow at 11 a.m. local. So I can't get going either. Jeez, you just keep waiting for this innings to take off, and it just doesn't seem to. Nothing happening in the ninth. It's the end of it now. The score 77 for 4.
Yeah, but what it has been is been good disciplined bowling. You can't say any more than that. They haven't put the ball there in the slot. I think the best way to describe it here, they're not necessarily bowling trying to take wickets. Yeah. They're bowling to contain, and that's very important. Yeah, they're very important in this form of the game. You don't have to bowl a team out, and very rarely, I know we saw that in the last match, and it was a very unusual one, but very rarely do you bowl teams out. It's about containment, and they've done that. They've contained. I mean, we saw how they contained Bikram Arora. He couldn't get going. They've done the same thing so far to Varun Prasad. It's really been an intelligent performance.
So, funnily enough, containing does create wickets. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen plenty of examples today where scoring's been restricted. Now Chowdhury, he had the only real expensive over. Actually went for 24 way back in the 6th, but he is going to get a second. And, well, is he going to get a wicket here? It's going to be touch and go. That is going to be caught. So that's Rahul Khan, the puppet master, who decides, okay, Chowdhury, I know you've gone for a few, but you've been good at the back end of the innings. And so he gives Chowdhury the 10th, and he cashes in with a catch. So, once again, Malta Super Kings just can't get going. Suma Khan, he goes for just 2. 5 balls remaining, 77 for 5.
Yeah, good catch. Goes up a long way. He's got the sun also to contend with, but no mistakes. Really, I love the way when he clutches this, when that goes anywhere near him, the way he wraps those hands around that ball. It's like a web. It's not getting out of there.
Yeah, so disappointment for Sumer as he departs. Chowdhury has a couple of wickets now. His first over went no ball plus 6, then a 4, then a wicket, then a 4, then a bye, then a wide, then a 6, then a 1. And now he starts with a wicket, so no dot balls. There's a lot of ink the scorer is using when he's bowling. And now we're going to see what I think is a smart matchup. Muhammad Ajmal, left-hander. And he'll be kind of hitting with the spin if he goes leg side. Generally what you see from left-handers. Have 4 outfielders on the leg side. They're only fielders. And he goes in that direction, and he might have picked one out right here. And it's caught. So that's 2 in 2. And once again, we see a bowler on a hat-trick. It's Chowdhury. It was a gamble bringing him back. We know there was Magical the first time around when he came into the attack, but now Magical in a good way for the Swedish champions, Albi's Army, as they pick up Ajmal first ball. Good catch by Azam Khalil as well. It's 77 for 6.
Yeah, he's hit this actually pretty well, but Khalil, well, it's a brave man. Even though he's got those injury concerns with that one hand, we saw it badly bandaged up the other day, but he's recovered remarkably well. He's taken 2 catches here, and well, as most batters do when they get out and they think they've hit the ball pretty well. Examining the bat, probably just comes a bit off the lower toe end of it, not the middle, but I mean, he had to play that shot. The thing about this all is it's all dot balls, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, we haven't had a boundary now for a while. We've gone essentially 12 balls without a boundary, and there's 3 wickets that have fallen in there as well. Hello to Zishan Khan in the chat, watching from Malta, no doubt. New batter Amar Sharma comes to the crease, looking pretty cool in the shades. And now this is hit, and I think it's hit reasonably well. It's going to go all the way. Maximo Well, it's a hat-trick ball, but the shoe's on the other foot. Sharma goes bang. Well, the hat-trick hoodoo continues, and handy runs coming now. They're all bonus from here.
Extremely handy, and this is a powerful hit. And he's got to really absolutely nail this, otherwise the field is going to be in with a chance. Shubhas Roy writing some more notes down. Gone. Adios. Well, this is going to be another note he's going to put in the book, because after hitting a 6, he gets himself stumped. Good work once more from Zahbul and Niazi. And right, they've got 6 so far from it, but it's all the dot balls that are not helping their cause.
Could be a 4th wicket for Chowdhury. Could we have our first 5-wicket haul? They've gone upstairs for this. Just felt he didn't get the bat back down. And we'll see here.
Yeah, I thought he was a long way out. I'm not sure what they're checking.
Yeah, it's gone.
Maybe he just wanted to
Also
check
checking the gloves. I mean, that was an issue last night, but yeah, it is out in the end. So 6 and out. Yeah, great camera work. Give that cameraman a raise. And so it's going to be a 4th wicket now for Chowdhury. 4 for 29. I just feel like we're going to finally see a 5-wicket haul. What do you think?
You got that feeling?
I know you can probably hear me out there. Ashok Bishnoi is about to come to the crease. Oh, Ashok. Not wishing any ill to you, but it's just going to be a good chance, isn't it? Because there's 2 balls to go. You know they're going to be going for it.
Look, yeah, I think the thing is now, like the way Sharma did, he was on the hat-trick ball. He didn't go out there block it. He knew they need runs on the ball. The problem with all of this is that the man that you probably do want on strike is stranded at the other end. How many times do we see that? Because of this new rule that's come into play as well.
Yeah.
And not that it would have mattered in that particular wicket, but the one before
wasn't something by that much. They didn't cross. Almost.
But the one before, they would have crossed.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, they did cross, but he has to stay at the other end.
Sure.
Here we go.
All right, I think it's on.
5-wicket haul, maybe.
Here it is.
And
there's nobody there. Where is he going? He has to go catch up with this. And, well, he has to pump the brakes. I think
they stopped running. Oh, they stopped running.
Well,
Prasath wants to have the last ball. They don't run it.
That's fair.
Do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Prasath is there to blast 6s, even though it hasn't really worked out for him. He's 8 off 9. I think it's worth more than 1 run to have him on strike for the last ball.
He just stops himself before the rope there as well, the fielder. Here we go, still on for 5 wickets.
There he goes, and it will be a 5-wicket haul. Finally, we've got it. And Prasath, he can't find the distance. Well, if looks could kill, there'll be a few broken bats because he looks down and congratulations to Fazit Chowdhury. Well, this is T10 cricket at its best. His first over conceded 24, but he ends up with 4 wickets in his second over. He doesn't bowl a dot ball at any point in his spell, and he's going to finish with figures of 5 for 30. Okay, I'm going to take you through. This is his 2 overs. This is over number 6. No ball plus 6. Then 4, wicket 4, bye, wide 6, 1. Second over, wicket, 6, wicket, 1 wicket. And well, if you want action, look no further. This is going to be a tricky chase, though. 84 is the final total for the Malta Super Kings. And yeah, Prasath not firing. He's that kind of player. Sometimes he clicks, sometimes he doesn't. And Aftab Khan ends up top scoring. So 85, tricky 85 for the Swedes. Let's be honest, they haven't had the best of the time with the bat so far in this series.
Yeah, tricky 85. I tell you something now, Vinny. If this ends up being one of those 1-run thrillers going right into the last, not taking that second run, I mean, and then, you know, okay, he's out the next ball, so you would have had Bishnoi back on strike, and maybe he would have got a single. Anything 2 or 3 runs in this game, you look back at that and say that was a mistake.
Yeah, agreed. But I mean, I think you do what you can do with the information available, and I do think it made sense for him to be on strike. It was worth the gamble. We're all smiles early on, especially with shots like that, the old accidental French cut. Yeah, I'd be tearing my hair out as well if I was a bowler in this form of the game. Aftab Khan was the man who got a bit of life on that occasion, but it's a good move, I think, taking him to number 3. You know what he can do. We've seen it before in the European Cricket Series. Khalil ended that show, and then Chowdhury, well, he started with a shocker. Good slidage as well, and we had so much entertainment during this European Cricket League. And Group D has not disappointed. The Group of Death, we've just seen a lot of wickets today, and just struggling to put together partnerships. Most teams, Prasath, Well, had a bit of a life there, but didn't make them pay. Ends up not even able to crack front of ball pace. Good catch this one by Zabi Niazi. He's a bit of an enigma behind the stumps. And, well, they brought Chowdhury back on for the 10th over. It was a big gamble, but didn't he repay his faith from the captain because 1, 2, 3, 4 wickets in the last over. There's one of them stumped by half pitch. And well, we hadn't seen a 5-wicket haul in 2022. And finally, we see it off the very last ball as Prasad, he holds out to Taz Qureshi, who holds onto the catch. Congratulations to Fuzzy Chowdhury. So he's bowled a maiden yesterday. He's got a 5-wicket haul today. But looking at the batting scorecard first, Hafi Khan, 32 at number 3. Aurora, once again, promised. And just couldn't go on with it. 17, pretty much run a ball pace. And in the end, 84. Look, doesn't look like a lot on the scoreboard, but we know the Super Kings, they've got some good bowlers. If they can take early wickets and keep things quiet, a bit like MSC Frankfurt did in that last game, then I'm sure that it will still be a chance to grab that 4th spot.
Yeah, the Grady 80s, and there's the bowling figures, all about one man, and that was Chowdhury. Pfeiffer, he's got a Michelle Pfeiffer, 5 for 30, but never mind the runs, those 5 wickets. It's been an outstanding, I mean, you look at that, he was the most expensive. Nobody else went into double figures. He used his 5 bowlers. I think we all know that Rahul Khan is a clever man. He's done his job really well. And, well, look, the Super Kings, the first 5 overs, only 34 runs. They did accelerate slightly in the second 5. The second 5 went sort of 10 and over. They got 50 from that. So really maybe you go back to that power play and say they just never really got going. But the worrying thing for the Malta Super Kings is when you look at the top 3 batters, if none of them put runs on the board, then they have struggled to score valuable runs. They are going to have to be at their best. Could this be very similar to the last match we saw? It was a low scoring one. Under 100 was posted by MSC Frankfurt, and they did manage to stop the Austin Exiles getting to that score. It could be very similar, but they need wickets early in the power play.
Yeah, tricky chase coming up. Get your tingle medication. I think you might need it, because when we return, it'll be Albies Army, the champions of Sweden. They'll need 85 to grab that 4th spot and knock the Super Kings down to number 5. So plenty on the line. Back in just a few minutes for the chase. Hope you're having a great day. We've certainly enjoyed bringing the action, and there's still an innings to go. Don't go anywhere. Back shortly with more ECN action. You're watching the Bet to Ball European Cricket League. Welcome back to a very exciting match. It's match 15, the final match of the round robin of Group D, the group of death in ECL 22. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with you. Take you through the second half of this match. In the first half, we saw the Super Kings. They were asked to bat first by Rahel Khan, the Albi Zambi skipper. They put 84 runs on the board. So 85 to win. The Swedish team have been knocked around a bit. I know they've got a couple of players that are carrying a few little niggles. I think that the Swedes will be pretty relieved if they can knock these runs over and have most of Super Thursday off. I think they'll be happy to be spectators through the first 3 games, then hit their crunch match in the 4th match of the day against either the Super Kings again or the Giants. And look, whoever does win this match, they'll kind of have the wood on the teams that they'll face tomorrow, or potentially face tomorrow. We just saw our first 5-wicket haul of the year. Hazi Chandri, first man to do that after we've seen 9 4-wicket hauls. It's our first 5-fer. And how about a 6-wicket haul? Bishnoi is a man that's done that. Not many have. We've had maybe 4 or 5 all time. Took 6 for 3. And so I think it's why he's got number 6 on his back. Why not? Here we go. 85 to win for the Swedish champs. And Rahul Khan, well, he'll sneak away from the strike here. This just shows you how he's going. To get something that's short and pretty slow from Bishnoi. It was a real loosener. Not the best ball. Ashok's bowled. Gets away from the keeper as well. Nafi Khan. So that's a bye. Scoring has started. I think it's a case where the keeper was where he thought he should be, far back, but it's a bit of a warm-up ball from Bishnoi. Can't often afford those. We only get 12 deliveries maximum, don't forget. Well, let's just say that Taj Hussain, he's not in the mood for mercy, and he gets a similar delivery from Bishnoi. This time he just turns on it, gets 4, and that is the first boundary of the chase. Pace required, 8.5 and over, so 17 every 2 overs. And yeah, it's chase they should get. I mean, they'll be scratching their heads, the Swedish champs, if they can't chase these down. But I've seen some low-scoring thrillers today. Seen the double-digit scores defended. Goes back and punches this. Needs to be stopped is. Yeah, so a bit like MSC Frankfurt, who defended scoring the 90s in the last game. You're going to have to bowl and field out of your skin if you're going to pull this off. You have to build pressure and cash in. Rahul Khan back on strike. Satisfied to kind of pat this one back. Bikram Arora, his opposite number, just another player struggling to get going. So Rahel, I'm sure he'll want to stick around and see them pretty much to this total or close to. Well, he holds out here. He knows he's in trouble, and the skipper goes without scoring. Rahul Khan, he just will be so frustrated. He's sore, he's down and he's out at the moment. And it's Amar Sharma that takes the catch. Bishnoi, well, I don't think it's been his best over, but he's getting the result. It's a slow, sad trudge off for Rahul Khan. Cricket can be a cruel game sometimes. The field well set. They had the long on back. They had the deep mid-wicket back. That was the direction he tried to clear, but he couldn't get the middle of the bat on the ball. First wicket falls 6 for 1. Hassan Khalil joins the action, as does my colleague in the commentary box, Rico Full. Rico, that's a horror start for the Swedes as they try and chase down 85 for that crucial 4th place.
Yeah, we mentioned it before, didn't we, that both these captains, Bikram Arora and Rahul Khan, who are normally very good, devastating batters, just haven't been able to get going. And that's another, well, it's a sad, lonely walk back for the captain. He knows this was a good opportunity for him to get some runs on the board and give his team, well, not just a valuable start in this must-win fixture, but also give him some confidence. It's not happened, so Azam Khalil comes into the firing line.
If you get Khalil early, it's going to rattle the Swedes, I think. There he is. He chases a wide one. At the end of the first over, 6-1. Good start. Super Kings had to start well. And that one, no real foot movement from Khalil. He's reaching for it. And it's a good call. I think when it goes past the crease, it's inside the line. For the most part, the umpires have been very good on the wides today. So 6-1, and already just pushing that rate up slightly, up to 8.8, starting at 8.5 and over. But
I tell you what, Taj was saying,
yeah.
I was talking to him earlier, Vinny, and I reckon when he's batting out there, he's thinking it's you that's bowling to him. Because he took a dislike to you. He said, well, in a friendly way I have to say, he said, tell Vinny that I and my whole family heard him talk about my ball patch. He said there was a moment, I think, when he fielded the ball and his baggie fell off.
Two things.
And you mentioned very quickly that he put it back on. And you said it's because he didn't want to show us his ball patch. And he came back and said, well, I think it's insecurity on Vinny's part because Vinny's game pretty bold as well.
Yeah, fair. All right, now where's this? This has gone straight up in the air. Well, Affy wants it. Oh, he's got flashbacks and he drops another high one. Well, Affy does the right thing. He calls. He gets 2 gloves to it. But, well, that's twice he's been caught under the high ball and he hasn't been able to make it happen. And so, Super Kings, they let a chance slip, and that was a chance to get rid of that man, Hussain. Rip the helmet off.
Oh, that is.
Yeah, wow.
I'm happy with that. That's a big let off.
Justin Sharji with the ball. So bites back, and it's good running here by Khalil. Just spotted the chance for a single and calls his partner through. Yeah, well, you're probably exactly right. I don't get a baggie. I'm a bit jealous that all the players get these fantastic baggies.
Yeah.
I have got my Maximo cap now. You see me
Yeah, I
wearing that
saw
one back
you,
at the
Maximo,
hotel?
with the,
Nice little gift.
Can't really miss it, can you? It's like somebody writes Maximo on your forehead. Okay, if you had a baggie, which one would you choose? Which is your colour?
Oh, they're all nice. I think probably MSC Frankfurt. So I mentioned the black and gold. Them old state colours, Western Australia. So I do like that. I like the Pac-Man inspired top as well. Good in-swing from Sharju. Gets to the fielder and runs, forces the fumble.
Yeah.
Ajmal not able to handle that one. Yeah, all right. I'll say sorry to Hussain. All right, sorry, Taj.
Say it again.
And you're right. No, you know what?
You're saying sorry?
You're right.
And this is the first, folks.
No, but you're right.
That's the Maximo saying sorry.
I've got my own issues. I used to see.
Do you think it could be work-related?
When I see the security camera footage at the top of my head.
Because of these headsets?
Yeah, maybe. Just give us more time to talk about it. That's a
Do you
disaster.
think it could be? Because there's that bit there that's always rubbing.
Yeah, it could be. But, you know, you can rub it for luck.
Should we take this?
You can rub my head for luck.
Oh, dear.
Well, I'm a big fan of Hussain, though. I like what he brings to the table.
Yeah.
I like him at the top of the order as well. Khalil, can he get going? He gets something pitched up and he drives. And he gets it over the infield and over the outfield and over the fence. Maximo! And that will be a confidence boost. It was a challenge kind of delivery from Justin Sharju. They're saying, look, I'm going to pitch it up, drive me out of the ground if you think you can. If you make a mistake, we'll pounce. And Azam, he's smiling. One of the real nice guys of European cricket. He gets 6. A very important 6, I think, to get the Swedes moving.
Yeah, he's been their most reliable batter and performer.
Pitched up again, drives and gets a bit lucky. This is catchable height, but finds the gap. Nice unselfish play, throwing to his teammates. But yeah, I mean, if Khalil goes in the power play, I think
they need him. They need him to score 30, 40 runs to make this match safe.
Here's the thing: Nozir Alizai in the lineup. He's carrying a bit of an injury. I'm sure his shoulder collapsed, but then he just kept batting anyway the other day. But
yeah, that was painful.
He will be back tomorrow, I imagine. Now it goes after this, and this one will be 6. Maximo Hussain. Well, he's bringing the power. And, well, that brings back memories. The Swedish bench, shades of the ECC, where they pulled off the impossible chase. Well, this one is a probable chase, but they're still going to have to bat well. And that's a nice shot from Hussain.
I like the way he attacks this. You know, he really charges at it. He backs himself to play this shot. His footwork is fantastic, and he gets a real pat on the back there, you see, and on the head from Azam Khalil, because he knows that as long as he's got another partner at the other end that can also play the shots, that will be in good stead to go on to win this match.
End of the over, 22 for 1, off 2. So, third overtime. Here's Bishnoi coming back to bowl out. Starts with the dot. And so, I mean, I think it's smart to bowl Bishnoi out early. He's certainly one guy that can swing the ball, so I think you get him out there early. He's a wicket taker, we know that. I mean, not many players have achieved sixers. And so, can he remove a real danger man in Azam Khalil? Good contest. Khalil's after him, and he gets him pretty good. Maximal! Well, Sweden, they love to hit their way out of trouble, and this is a nice shot from Azam. He loves to go walking at the bowler. He goes, meets Bishnoi, and sends him out of the ground.
Lovely shot. Look at that. Just that little bit of a skip towards the ball. Gets himself in position. Holds himself straight, steady. Bang. Boom. Shakalaka.
Free and easy swing of the bat from Khalil. Not trying to overhit the ball. It's good timing. Bishnoi with a comeback ball. This is going to be out. Well, Azam again tries to place it, but he finds the fielder. And Mohammad Ajmal, he does hold on to one. Big moment in the game. Khalil was looking good, but he'll go no further. That's a good lesson for all the bowlers out there. You've still got the ball in your hand. You've got a second chance, which is something that the batter does not have. So Azam Khalil, he goes for a pretty handsome 14 off only 7 balls, but he leaves his team in the balance, 28 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing he's done wrong here is he hasn't got on top of the ball, hasn't hit it into the deck. He's got into position, he's done everything right, he's got the wrist into play to play the shot in the area more or less where he wants, but doesn't get on top of it, hits it cleanly, hits it nice, but a sharp catch that's taken there by Ajmal, and that's the end of Azam Khalil after playing a couple of hard shots. Game back on here.
100% this is going to golden ball.
100%?
That's confidence. This guy might as well go straight to the golden ball now. I reckon this has got golden ball written all over it. That's an early call because we're in the 3rd over. And hopefully everyone will forget that I've said that if it doesn't happen. But Bishnoi, here's a wicket taker.
Tingle when your trousers aren't too tight.
That's why you bring him back though in the 3rd over. So Hebi gets a really good delivery. Amazing what a wicket can do for your confidence. And suddenly it's swinging all over the place.
This one, I think Bishnai's got this to do something naughty. He's got it to go the other way.
Yeah, I mean, Bishnoi typically does bowl away from the right-hander. Have a look at that shape.
Delightful delivery.
Nervous moments for Zebi. And you've already got a bit of a defensive mindset, I think, to Bishnoi. Just trying to survive. We're in the power play. 2 to come. Changed my mind. He tries to whack this one. If he can't, just using that old pectoral to save the ball.
I think, how is he, I mean, that hat, how's it staying on? Has he got 2 hats on his head?
Remember that movie Coneheads? Dan Aykroyd? He talks movies that you missed the whole Back to the Future chat.
Oh dear.
In the 3rd game of the day. And with Corey. Trying to rank the movies. So Hebi, strike 2. Last ball for Bishnoi. Oh. Now he wants to get away, but he won't be able to. Really, LBW candidate number 1. So Hebi, right, doesn't get off the mark, but he does survive, and that's a really good over from Bishnoi. Look, he follows up the 6 with a wicket and then 3 dots, and so at the end of the power play, I still think it's a really even game, 28 for 2.
It certainly is, and you see that one, you're absolutely right, Vinny. If he doesn't get that bat down on that ball, everybody, including myself, is going up because that was plumb.
You might as well walk off. Have a look at that. 4 wickets in the last over. Quadruple cherry sundae. Not much ice cream in it. As Chowdhury comes up with the first 5 of the year. Called it early.
I think the last time we saw something similar to that was in Malta. Wasn't that the 5 run-outs? In the last, was it 5 or 4 run-outs in the last over?
Yeah, well, it's happened a few times. I mean, the one I remember is actually Sweden. In the south of Sweden. We had 5 wickets in 5 balls. And that was a team, that was Malmö against the Helsingborg Royals.
Yeah.
Malmö needed, I think, 14 off the last 3 overs with 8 wickets in hand, and they lost 8 wickets for 4 runs. And they didn't even bat it out. They didn't even bat 10 overs.
Where was that, Stockholm?
Yeah, this is over the top. It's down in Malmö. But this is a little uppercut from Hussain. Well, he's been watching it all from the other end. So this makes his innings and his contribution even more important. And he starts the 4th through the boundary. As it's Ajmal, the left-hander, that's come in. And it's just a good shot selection. There's no one back there. Fairly safe shot if you get a decent amount of bat on it. 4 runs to start. That was in the south of Sweden. The blue pitch.
The blue pitch. I was there for the set, so that happened the week before I got there.
That happened the Wednesday of the first week. I was there with Andrew Ryan. Hello to Andrew if he's watching, because he will be joining us in the commentary box next week.
Yeah, hello Rhino.
From Switzerland. It'd be great that he can join the team. Short, missed out. Similar kind of ball. Just misses it.
Yeah, it wasn't the most intelligent bit of bowling, but he does get away with it. Maybe it's just a surprise. Maybe the batter thinks there's no way he's going to bowl that to me again, and he does. He's got to be up there, really. He's got to be right up there.
Said hello to Ishan. Also hello to Ariba Khan, his sister. And
yes, hello, Ariba.
Yeah, hello, Ariba. Cut away. 20% more careful this time. Keeps it down. And I think you're right about the dismissal of Azam Khalil. He just hits it flat, doesn't he? He doesn't really go up and he doesn't go down. He hits it flat. He has to choose one or the other with that shot. And then he's just got to hope that he gets it in a gap. He doesn't. He gets caught. The game changes, I think. For me, it tilts slightly, but I still think Albi Zalmi 8 and over. Very, very achievable. It's going to have someone come off for them. This comes off nicely. It's one that swung around, and this one is going to be into the fan zone. Maximo Sahibi. Well, started with 3 dots, but this isn't a dot. This is 6. Way to get going.
Yes. Arriba, arriba, arriba. Over it goes. 6 runs. And talk of arriba. Hello to arriba. And manos arriba from the arbitro. Because this is 6. 6 are the best. That goes a long way. Good hit. Yep.
Get your hands up in the air, umpire. Oh, yeah, Sweden. Always love to watch them at the Cartamar Oval, Cartamania. Malta, great to have them in for the first time. Of course, didn't see their national team competing in the ECC. Just on the rankings, didn't quite make it, but that could change very quickly. Cricket they're playing. This is a good ball.
Better, isn't it?
He sneaks it in. Maltese cricket, they had some good wins. I mean, they pulled off some wins against Belgium last year in T20 internationals. And you know how the points work in T20 international cricket. If you beat a higher ranked opponent, it's worth a bunch of points, isn't it?
Of course, yeah, a lot more.
It's encouraging teams to play higher ranked teams.
We were in Bulgaria while that was happening, and it was when we were able to go to dual screens, weren't we? To see what was happening there.
Well, we had 3 matches at one stage at once because we had Germany-France women's T20 international, I think. We had Malta-Belgium in the men's T20 international, and of course we were doing the ECS at the time. 4 overs down, and it is 40 for 2. Can you stand here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full? Oh, it's a beautiful kind of balmy evening. A little bit of cloud cover, but it's kind of nice at this stage. Probably makes it a bit easier to field as well because you don't have to wrestle with the sun. But yeah, really interesting contest here. Big kind of prize on the line, 4th place. We're talking about tomorrow. Yeah, there's some weather forecast, some rain forecast. Hopefully it doesn't affect things too much. But let's say if those 2 matches, 2 and 4 tomorrow, the eliminators are washed out, whoever wins this, essentially they're playing for a spot in the finals day, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge match, and I can see that the game could spin. That's what I would have done here at the moment. I think, right, put the spin on. You try it now before this, while you've still got plenty of runs to play with, really.
Once again, hello to Andrew Ryan, who will be joining us next week in the commentary box. As this one is hit hard and well. He's almost pulled this off. He's almost done this. It's Prasad. He's the man to have on the boundary because he's very, very tall and he sticks up the hand of hope. All he can do is pat it over. Maximo, 6 runs to Sahabi.
Yeah, look, he just steps over that, doesn't he? He's so tall. He gets a hand on it. I mean, this is one of those which could have popped up favourable for him, and he takes it second time round. But he goes behind him. Yeah, goes quick.
He sticks the landing here. If he catches that, he's not falling over the boundary. He knows if he sticks the landing there, that's out. And even worse, it's one thing to touch it. Let's say it goes down in front of him, saves 5 runs. Instead, goes for 6. Prasad not having a good time in match 15. Is Amar Sharma. Oh, he's going to get another one here, but this is nowhere near him. That one's going to sail over. Maximo Sahibi, bit of a shaky start. And we had 3 misses. Now he's got 3 big hits. And really, with his 6s here, they passed 50. And they're in the box seat this game now, the Swedes.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is not good from Sharma. This is a Gandhi ball. I mean, look, you don't even see where that pitch is. That's how bad it is. And Sebi is saying, well, okay, you can bowl those to me anytime you want. Because now that I know the giraffe is there, I'm just going to hit him higher. And he does. 6 more.
Sharma's had probably the most inconsistent week of almost any bowler because he's bowled some really good overs. And he's bowled some that have been all over the place. He needs to pitch it up. Okay, if he gets driven straight, that's almost a bit more acceptable, I think. At least it might create an opportunity. Let's go again. And so now this could be an opportunity. The fielder's coming around and it's going to be out. So, well, Sahebi getting a bit too clever by half. He was dancing around like a hat in the hot tin roof. And when it came down to it, he couldn't quite get the contact to take it over the fielder. So just when you felt Albi's Army were running away with the game, they lose another wicket, 52 for 3.
Yeah, look, if I'm the bowler here now, and I've got that wicket, I'm not celebrating anything. It was another Gandhi ball. It was wide. It was short. It deserved to be punished. Get him a wicket. Well, I normally say you bowl a Gandhi ball and you get put away. Well, this time he's bowled a Gandhi ball and it's the batsman that has to go away. He's out. He can't believe it. And Sebi, well, he does make good contact. He gets a couple of high fives there, but he will look deep down and be disappointed. I mean, he's got them runs quickly, but you don't want to be getting out to that. Yeah, that's certainly not one that the bowler wants to celebrate, but it is a wicket. But they have got a fair bit of acceleration in that over, and you can see that rate now. It's almost, at the moment, at a runner ball.
Could have been a lot worse. But, well, Sharma pulling one out. And the next one is worked away for one. So, it's a very interesting match. I mean, they're actually going a pretty good clip in this innings. So, yeah, Luke Belgium said perhaps the shot selection not really good. Trying to force the issue. He's out there now. It's off the mark with one. This is probably a wide. That's a good call. It's been nice to see some new umpires, of course. We had to rotate through a few umpires just the duration of the series. So hello to all of our umpires that have departed. And hello to the new faces, including Joe Foster, that you see right there. Cut away, and should just be one. Now, it's premeditated too. And luckily, they sent back. It was Tash Hussain who wanted to come back, but I think it's smart that he keeps the strike. The throw wasn't particularly good. Nafi Khan, he was up and away. Hussain moves to 19. 5 overs down. It's 55 for 3.
Yeah, so they went on course, as I'm saying, with those couple of boundaries from Sebi before he got out. He certainly has helped in terms of the run rate, so they can do it. As you're seeing, you'll see it on your screens probably in a moment. They can do it with just taking singles. They don't have to take any real chances here. I think now you're at a point where you can just play each ball on merit. If it is there for the hit, hit it hard. Otherwise, you don't want to be giving your wicket away and putting yourself under any unnecessary pressure.
Yeah, they just got something out of those 3 and 4, didn't they? Khalil, 14 off 7.
Yeah.
And Basir Sahebi, 19 off 10 with 3 sixes. Again, they would have wanted it to last longer, but what they have done is they've got that rate down to run a ball. So you'd imagine if they're not bowled out here, they should chase these down. Gets a bit of bat on this, luckily. He's heading for the middle stump. It'll just be one. This is Itisham Ishak, who has the ball in his hand. Now you need to just find a way to push the runs required over the balls again. And just a nervous little wait. Even though they don't look too nervous, the Swedes, they're pretty free and easy over there. A little massage as well. He's on strike. Oh dear, that's going to be a no ball. Pretty well done by Afi Khan. He spent a lot of time on the terra firma, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He dives and he saves 4 here, but this is not a good delivery.
It's not a good delivery. It's a no ball, it's called, but I don't think you're going to get a warning here because it's not really endangering the batter in any way. It's so wide, but yeah, still a free hit.
Yeah, fair point. It wasn't.
Well done.
I mean, yeah.
Calm there, because he knew that's going to be bias if it gets past him.
Yeah. We hate bias. Free hit, free miss. Niazi. What he does do as well, he prevents them getting a run, which would change the strike on the free hit. So that was also pretty good work from Afi Khan. Yeah, I suppose they don't get a warning for that. I mean, it still is the sort of ball that might endanger a batter. You could make an argument either way. That particular one didn't, but I mean, I would have said it was a bit dangerous facing up to that. Unpredictability is the danger. Another full toss. This one's in the gap. And it's going to split the fielders. 4 runs. Bishnoi, he was hunting it down, but he couldn't get it. So Niazi misses out on the free hit, but the real hit, he does hit. And 4 more runs for Albi's Army. They're looking good now in this chase.
Yeah, they certainly are. And what they're doing is they're putting away the bad balls, and there's been plenty of them. Don't like to be overcritical, but when you have a look at what's been bowled by Ajmal and Sharma, and now here by Ishaq, they haven't been good. They haven't supported the opening bowl as well. There's always been loose deliveries, and they've been punished for them. Here's another one, full toss. Gets away with it, really. They'll get a single.
Don't even need a pitch at the moment.
Yeah.
Because nothing's hitting it. Ishak, sure, I know you're trying to get full. Gets away with that one, only a single. But
yeah, concerning looks. He gives us a smile now. That's better. You look far better when you're smiling. Don't look so worried. There we go. Hello to you guys.
a great week anyway, even if they do look at the moment like they're going to be heading for the sudden death shootout with the Giants. We'll be hoping to be Giant killers tomorrow and get their first win of the series. That'll knock out the Super Kings, assuming they don't pull this one off. This one's a French card, and well, let's see the rock star. Well, we had a few dance moves here. Talk us through this one, Rico.
Well, what's he doing here? He's doing a little bit to the right. How does it go? He goes, how does it go? You move it to the right and you move it to the left. Well, that's what he does. He starts moving to the left and then he has to go to the left. And then he rocks and rolls. Here we go, to the right, to the left, and rock and roll time. He gets a hand to it. Good save. Good stop. Well done through the rock star.
The man of Nayak is in the chat. He's got a good question. Come back to that in a second. Be down the ground. Just one. He's asking about Sweden. And is this the best team they can put on the park? Well, a couple of players missing that I think could make a difference. And I don't know Kudratullah Mirafsal in this lineup at the moment. He's normally one of their best players. Just hasn't had a very good week so far. They're struggling to get going. Shahid Ali as well, likewise. He made all sorts of ducks the other day. And when he's opening up, he's not in the lineup. And the other key man that's missing is Zia Alizai. He's not in this lineup. Yeah, I'd expect one or two of those to come back tomorrow. Also, they're preferring Niazi behind the stumps. He's out there right now ahead of Ismail Zia. So they haven't really settled on their keeper, I think. Ismail Zia is a good young player. Yeah, actually, Ismail Zia can give it a whack. So maybe he'll find a place in their 11, even as a specialist batter, and he's a pretty good outfielder, so he's pretty flexible.
Who's the man with the magic fingers there?
Well, I was going to say, do you have to charge extra for a massage in there? Well, this could be an overthrow. It's not. Has to go scrambling back.
Charge you there,
Are we going to get a twist here? I just got a feeling we might get a twist.
You called a golden ball a long time ago. So
we all forgot about that.
Hoping for a twist.
But remember last night's game, VOC against Albies Almy, and it was VOC that just fell in a heap. I'm not saying that'll happen, even though we literally see Niazi falling in a heap there. But yeah, they just need a really good over. And Magal, he's an awkward customer to face. He's still got 2 overs. So I mean, if he bowls well, he can put the brakes on. Just need someone to help him. Oh, this one's a big swing going nowhere. Another dot ball. Just looking up the options to come. They bowled out Bishnoi. Ajmal, the left armour, he didn't have a great time. Sharma, I don't think they'll go back to Sharma and spin at this stage. Went for a couple of 6s. Maybe. Magal to have 2. They've got 2 other overs to fill in somewhere.
Got Bikram Aurora may fancy having a go. Well, okay, good luck. Who wants it? Goes up a long way and it drops amazingly short. He'll get a chance here. Not the best of throws, but he's going to get him. Well, Aftab Khan, I think he's playing that game twister on the ground here, but somehow he manages to get the ball on the stumps. And well done, Aftab. It wasn't the best of throws. I think he's double jointed here. How does he get these onto the stumps, and how does he not pull his shoulder out?
It does really well at the end, but we'll probably start at the beginning. It was a skied ball, and yeah, I thought for a second that the catch was the risk, but yeah, it's a simple pickup. I think only one of the batters was really looking for the second, and that batter wasn't Taj Hussain. And yeah, he contorts himself. Look, eyes on the target. Bang. That's a great shot, isn't it? And he spikes the ball. He was really trying hard to keep his composure. And so it's the end of Hussain. So the set batter goes, run out for 22. It's 66 for 4. And look, I thought for a second he might just kind of flick the ball at the stumps. I didn't think he'd be able to reach them, to be honest. A bit like Twister again, the famous board game.
That was really well done, you know, really well. Look, you got to remember he did drop that sitter, didn't he?
True.
So he's got plenty to make up for. And that was really well done. It wasn't the best of throws from Bishanai, but at least Bishanai, one thing Bishanai does there, the ball drops, pick up and throw straight away. He knew it had to be quick, and it does at least give them a chance to get that wicket.
It was a good throw, but what I liked about Afi Hussain's wicket keeping there, it wasn't, I mean, I liked all of it, but he catches the ball first. He recognises that if he catches it, then he's going to get the out. Yeah. He doesn't rush it.
Oh, there could be another. And it's not the best of throws, but it doesn't matter. It wasn't powerful. They've got another wicket here, and they've gained a little bit of the shangles here. And this time it's Saad Nawaz. He has to go. What is this all about?
Well, I called the twist, and it's gonna be packet of twisties here because unnecessary run-outs. It's like unnecessary wickets, and have a good look at this one again.
There's no run here. There's no run here.
Yeah, Afi, he's pretty quick to get it down. And well, 2 run-outs in 2 balls. Again, they lose eye contact, and then this Niazi, he gives him the cold shoulder. He heads back, and that means the batter has to head back. Nawaz become alright with the throw. It was a good throw. Look, they're run-outs you should take, but they have executed them, which you can't say they've done all the time, Malta Super Kings. That's sad golden duck for Saad Nawaz.
There's no run there. Look, when I see the throw, I thought he's looped it, and I don't think he's going to get to Aftab Khan quick enough, but it does. Aftab does really well. Got very quick hands to get down onto that. Well, it's all happening out there in the middle.
I said there'd be a twist. Here you go. 1. Now let's just have a look at this rate. And while this is happening, really hitting boundaries. Run a ball pace. Now, the Super Kings just want to take it deep. Keep taking those wickets, build that pressure. 24 hours ago, we had a very similar kind of game to this. Magal's been great. I'm sure he'll come back in the 9th. Oh, this is whacked, and I think that's 6. Just going on the reaction of the batter, so he gets one good. Niazi, or maybe blood on his hands, but it's just going to be a big 6. And it doesn't matter if he gets them home. All sins will be forgiven. Maximo into 7 overs. It's 73 for 5. Oh, well, I love this Group D. I'm loving what I'm seeing. We're seeing a bit of chaos. That's a good straight hit. 7 overs down, and new gloves. Just wearing them out. I wonder if Taj Hussain will run him out. Anyway,
it's all sorts of
by the way,
you know what that is all. I can tell you why that run out happened. Because before he comes out, I bet every one of his teammates said, "We only need a single. We only need a single." He's gone out there, thought, "I only need a single." He starts running. Doesn't realise.
Coming up tomorrow. 8 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. It is Super Thursday, and we can't quite fill in the blanks yet, but these 2 teams will be featuring in the eliminators. It's driven nicely. Good confident start from Taz Qureshi. Well, he could bat. He's better than your average number 7 coming in.
You know what I'll do here now? I'll get more people in the ring. I'll get 1 close each side, the rest in the ring. I'd really put the pressure on. Look,
you need dot balls.
While you got the, a lot of teams do it when it's just 1 run needed. It's pointless then. It's too late. Do it now. You never know. You might get a miscue, you might get a wicket, but you got to stop these singles. That's all they need. Put pressure. There's too many men out here. Too many gaps.
Net run rate's not a factor either. So it's not.
Look
not
at the leg side.
The
Nobody there. Get that mid wicket in. Put the pressure on.
Got to gamble. Ajmal with the ball, and we'll forget this one. This is 6 more. This has flown a long way. Niazi taking a bit of time to warm up, but once he has, tell you what, he's one of the most popular batters out there, even though he's one half of the team out. And well, this one takes him 6 close to the target. Niazi, it's just a highlight reel behind the stumps. Stuff's always happening when he's out there, and he says, "Yep, just watch that one fly straight over the camera, 6 runs."
That is pure. That is as pure as you get. And look at that. Well, the captain, Rahil Khan. The slower delivery beats him. Captain is enjoying himself. He can't score a run. But I bet he's glad he's got a few batters out there that can. And Niazi here at the moment saying, "I'm not running. I'm just hitting him now. No more running for me."
And well, BT Dubs, we're 1 hit away from going home, just like that. I mean, he's changed the game. It's just been a very good display of hitting. And you start to wonder if Ajmal will get the chance to finish this over. 5 to win. Make that 4. They win it with any boundary now. Gives us a chance to say a big thank you to everyone here at the ground, to all the fans that have come in during the day, to all the Blue crew as well. We really value your work, and all the production crew as well. It's been a really good day. Sun's been out. And to all the helpers, of course, from Costell Soccer Club and the surrounding clubs, we do appreciate it. Of course, all the viewers, hopefully join us for Super Thursday and Finals Friday. Group of Death, not letting us down. Q ender. Ajmal says, just like doesn't say anything, he just looks at him and size. This is all right. I'll go back and I'll do it again. I mean, Malta Super Kings, well, how can they pick themselves up? They're going to have a tough game against the Giants. First thing, or not first thing, it'll be second game tomorrow, but first eliminator.
Yeah, I mean, okay, they'll be thinking we have beaten them once. Maybe we can do it again. But they haven't taken too many positives from the matches that they've lost in, and that's going to be the thing. That it's positives they need. It hasn't happened.
I get one. Maybe Wicket finishes over. And, well, yeah, Malta Super Kings capable of anything. And I'll be really disappointed. I mean, ultimately, they didn't put enough runs on the board here. I feel like 20 more, they would have been more competitive, a lot more competitive. I'm thinking about Prasath. It doesn't click today. And Aurora, again, just bogs down. I mean, where does he bat himself? Do they stick with it? Plan that hasn't really worked most of the time, or do they change it? And we'll get one here. So we will get to the ninth. The score is 83 for 5. Just 2 required for victory. Yeah, but I mean, look, the one game it did click for them was against the Giants, so that will give them some confidence. I think the Giants will probably not relish facing Prasath again after what he did to them at 98 the other day.
Yeah, I mean, they have the Giants have rotated their players well, so we don't really know what their starting lineup will be tomorrow. But certainly, if perhaps somebody like Bruce can be in there, I think Nestor has to be there as well.
Yeah, he'll be there. I mean,
you've got Latin as well. Those 3 up in the top, and then you've got to I mean, a lot of people say he doesn't have the power in his shots, but I like somebody like Nyack to bat all the way through because he's going to get you 40, 45 runs as well. You know,
he's a good runner. I do think they'll get Nestor in there. I do think they'll have Bruce. This is going to be a consolation we get, or is it? Oh no! Well, he's caught it. He's going to be out, and well, hopefully he's all right here. He had no idea that the fielder was coming in. Oh, this is a disaster for Malta Super Kings, and Afi Khan, he's gotten involved in a big collision here, and he's walking it off.
He's just got to sit down for a minute. Take a seat, buddy. Take a seat. Sit down, and I mean, I think he's been kneed probably right in the thigh, and the ball. He did keep hold of the ball amazingly because he's been hit pretty hard. Now he goes back down again. Look, you better off just staying down. Watch this. Here we go. Bang!
Ooh, it's the leg. It's a dead leg. Yeah. That's what I think it is. I mean, I'm no doctor. Yeah, he's caught the ball here. I think we'll see the catch again.
Here we go.
Here we go. Back to life. Well, just need the old CPR. Well, that's not going to help. We have to roll him over from the recovery position.
He's had his moments, hasn't he, out there? Some of them ain't been good, but for most of the time, I think Aftab Khan, there he is. He's done really, really well, and he's got a bit of the Jackson 5 look about him, hasn't he? He's looking the part, and the batter does get the decision finally. He does have to depart.
That's not what you need. It's already bad. You're not going to win the game, and then this one, bang! Look at that. It's that right leg, and I think it could be the knee as well. It just maybe twists, and yeah, Ishak had no idea. Well, maybe they both had no idea. I think Ishak would have heard the footsteps, and Afi Khan, he just had his eyes on the ball. Qureshi goes to 3. He's not the only victim of that play. It's 2 to win. Yeah, it's a nasty moment. I don't think that you'll see Afi Khan continue. I'd like to have someone else behind the stumps. I mean, this is where 2 more runs required. The game was dead. And they're calling for the stretcher here. I thought originally maybe it's just kind of what we'd call a corky in Australia, where you get kind of that impact on the muscle, but you certainly wouldn't want it to be something more serious. It's going to leave them without a keeper.
Yeah, and what I saw there, I think it's actually Afi Khan that's gone into Ishak, but when he's hit him, the leg has just jolted still. And I think what's happened there, I think you're probably right. I think it's more knee than anything else. He looks a bit, I mean, he looks better here now. I know you said they've asked for the stretcher, but I get the feeling that, well, we say knee, well, they're looking at the ankle as well, so I'm really not sure. Let's just hope that he's going to be, I mean, that's the main thing. Nobody wants to see any real injuries, but the stretcher is coming out. I'm not liking the look of this.
Top order batter, wicket keeper, key player, experienced player, Afi Khan. Yeah, it's not something you like to see, and just this moment where it's pretty grim in the Malta camp. So you hear the stretcher coming on. That may be precautionary as well, and it's not what you need. You see the sun is getting ready to set on another day. It's been a big day, hasn't it? You know, our thoughts, obviously with Afi Khan in this moment, just in front of us, he's going to get the stretcher off the field, and he's got the pads off. Obviously, he won't take any further part in the game. This game's almost done. There's two runs to go. So it looks like now the other thing is, they will have to play twice tomorrow, or they'll want to play twice at Malta Super Kings, because they will finish 5th, assuming these 2 runs get scored. And then they'll have to take on the Giants. So that's 2 matches tomorrow. Again, when you have injury concerns, and really it was the Swedes that had more injury concerns, I thought. But that's a big one now, and then you just worry about him recovering in time for that morning match. And he'll be a player that they want to play, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big one because we did see him get promoted up to the order. He did pretty well.
Yeah.
Probably did better than the other recognised batters. And behind the stumps, I mean, there was that drop catch, but other than that, it was good. Remember the stumping, the run-outs. He has taken catches. That was a really good catch as well under pressure. So it's not nice to see him being taken off on the stretcher. And we give him a big hand. And I just hope, like you said, Vinny, I hope it's just precautionary.
Yeah.
I hope it's a case of that they're just gonna check that he's okay.
Knees are tricky. If it is a knee. There's different types of knee injury, and some are more serious. Hopefully, it's not too bad. And so, it's a somber moment for us on what's been a really highly entertaining day. And it does take the catch, I suppose. And he's been really good in this innings. Okay, he clanged that high one. We want that one back. But you think about his role in the 2 run-outs. They just swung things a little bit more the Maltese team's way. And who's going to take over behind the stumps? Chadavidi. He'll be the one who will take over behind the stumps, but probably not for long. And, give a big shout out to the medical staff as well. They're always on call, and they've been busy, as you'd imagine, in a tournament with this intensity. But that's the catch, you see. And straight away, that's not a good first reaction, is it?
No.
You see the pad twisted around, which probably says that legs that twisted around.
Yeah.
2 to win then. Charju comes back in. This one's going to tie the scores. Chadavidi getting action straight away.
Another player down. So
taking the gloss off a bit of what's been a good performance by Albi Zalmi. Yep, they've lost 6 wickets along the way, Rico, but that'll be a confidence boosting win for them against a side they may meet tomorrow. Flat out is Zabiula Niazi. I told him stuff's always happening when he's out there. Now just 1 single run required to end day 3. And this will be out as well. He's walking. Well, he's dropped. He's out here. Oh, it's going to be game over. Well, they're down. They're out. They're flat out. Niazi survives. He gets the run. And, bizarre end to the round robin stage as Albi's Army ended up doing this with 9 balls to spare.
Well, when it's not your day, and that's the captain, Bikram Arora, I'm sure, that puts that down. When does he drop catches? It's just that, I think there are a lot of things going on in their mind as well. I'm pretty sure as this is up in the air, he's probably not thinking too much about the match. He's thinking more about what's happened to Afdad Khan as well. It's a difficult moment, and you can see they're looking rather dejected there, the Malta Super Kings, but they need to find a way somehow tonight to pick themselves up, because look, they're not out of it, and that's the thing they've got to say to themselves. We haven't played our best, but we're not out of it. We know we can do better. Maybe tomorrow is going to be our day.
Bikram Arora was the man that drops the catch off the last ball. You just don't see that very often. And look, so interesting how teams can change places, even kind of mentally. Like Sweden, for me, with the team, they were kind of a bit down and out after only 1 win. And Malta Super Kings, they were kind of up and about at the start of the day. They smashed the Giants yesterday, but ending day 2, it's all smiles in the Swedish camp. And we've got a couple of wannabe models there, I think. As you see, Marshall Khan, he was out there at the end as well. So nice job for him. And so it's all smiles in the Swedish camp. They're feeling good. They get the morning off. It's the Maltese team that have to lick their wounds on the 3rd evening, as they will be in a do-or-die clash. A big thank you to all the fans as well. Great to see them out there. Well, plenty going on here. The last innings of the day, it was 85 to seal the win for Albi Zalmi, the Swedish champions. But let's just say it was anything but usual the last 10 overs of the day.
Yeah, it was anything but usual. Everything happened. There was drama. and they looked. It was a typical. The best way to describe it probably is a typical T10 innings. It looked like it was all going one way. It was plain sailing. I mean, at the halfway point, there was no real dramas. 55 for 2, and then all of a sudden, those wickets started to fall, and we thought, hello, there was some suicidal running from the batters. Well, this was one example. Here comes the throw, and after up there, he was quality. He really was. Gets that run out, then this one just hits it and run. And it was the throw from Bikram Arora. After once again, and you can see what it means to him. He was really focused. He was up for this. He was pumped. He still believed that it could happen. And then there was a few big hits. It was 2 and 2, going big all the way. But it wasn't the best of bowling. But the next one, he puts right down the throat of the fielder. And I think it was, yeah, there we go. Well, that's not the one. That's how it finished. A few highlights missing there. But that was how it all finished. It was the captain, Bikram Arora, that puts the catch down. And it's been a lovely day here as well. Well, look at that. So picturesque. The sun did come up back again towards the end. But look, that's what you see when you look at that. I mean, though it's not the brightest of scorecards, but that's what the Malta Super Kings are not able to do. Look at those scores there, 22, 14, 19, 22. They're consistent scores, and when you look at the balls placed, there's not too many balls as well. 22 from Taj Hussain, he was really good, and I think Sahabi, though he wasn't there a long time, just 10 balls, but his 19 was really critical there as well. And then the batters, they still had plenty of depth there to finish off the job.
Yeah.
And the bowlers, well, Bish and I, 2 weeks again for him.
No one really got pumped. I mean, Sharma goes for 15, bowled a couple of poor deliveries, then another poor delivery, brought a wicket. But I mean, he's certainly a man that things happen when he's got the ball in his hand. And yeah, well, Super Kings. The main story there, in the end, it wasn't even the result. It was Afi Khan who was stretched off the field. And Albi Zalmi, even though it had that disastrous last over, it's just such a funny kind of a game. It's a huge over in the first innings. If it wasn't for that, it could have gone down to the wire. But as it is, Albi Zalmi, they do it with 1.5 overs remaining. And yeah, twin 22s, Charles Hussain and Zabiul Niazi. Well, they both finished with 22 off 13 balls. Niazi unbeaten. But really, you should argue that you shouldn't have got the 22nd run, because it was Aurora that put down a sitter.
Yeah.
And it sends us home an over and a half early. And so we'll probably get a look at the ladder pretty shortly, and then we'll be able to give you some more information. But we can confirm that Albi Zalmi, they will finish in 4th spot. And they'll go straight through to eliminator number 2 tomorrow. And Malta Super Kings, they will finish in 5th spot. And well, it's been a great day. And look, we can actually probably show you right now tomorrow what we will have. And of course, we do want you to join us 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock Central Europe, and it's 1:30 p.m. in India. It'll be Malta Super Kings against the Kalpe Giants in a sudden death match. The winner will take on Albi Zalmi. So we could have a rematch potentially. That match we just saw then, very interesting one. But the Giants just got a feeling about them. Kind of case of the Luxembourg vibes. They'll be very competitive. They'll bring their best team for the occasion. They've been sharing it around a bit the last couple of days, but that's their final essentially. Look, top 3, we'll get to see them playing each other for position. Only 2 of them will get the double chance. Rotterdam, a bit like the Netherlands 11 back at the ECC. They've given themselves a bit of a tough schedule on Super Thursday, playing first and last. And you would say they have been a lot better. VSC Rotterdam today, they've had losses in the first 2 days. They don't have one here. So make sure you join us on ECN, as it was a bit of a strange end to the day. It's never nice when we see injuries.
I mean, our thoughts, of course, are with Aftab Khan, and we're, of course, hoping that, whatever the injury is, that sometimes you get those injuries, don't you, which after a while, after some ice and medication, some of that magic spray, it does get better, and it's a twist that can get back. Let's hope it's not anything more serious than that. It didn't look good, but we pray that he's okay, because of course we know them really well, these lads, and they're lovely boys, and we know them from our 3 visits to Malta. So they're like a second family to us, and all of these players, we are one big family. We all look after each other. So all of our thoughts, not just ECN, but I'm sure from all the teams, are with Aftab, and we hope that he's going to be up and about tomorrow. Yeah, ready for a big game.
Cricket played in good spirit as well. And I'm going back some of the moments we saw today. In the 1 versus 2 match, we saw some byplay between the players, a lot of mutual respect out there. I mean, I think they know every team's going to be a challenge, and anything can happen. But yeah, certainly, with the Afi Khan situation, does he play as a fielder, and you're trying to still get him out there with the bat? Is that an option? They'll probably consider all these things, but the first thing they have to work out is exactly how serious this injury is. You don't want him, for example, potentially missing the season if he makes it worse. We've got the whole season ahead, of course, in European cricket. So, yeah, a lot to consider and ponder. And, yeah, Sweden, they started down here and they kind of finished today feeling pretty good about things. They did that without Zia Alizai, for example, and no Kudratullah as well. So maybe
stay calm. They stayed calm, didn't they? They stayed calm. They pulled it off. Remember, these are up for grabs as well. They're raffling these at the bar. So if you haven't been here today, when you know where we are, what's the road again? 7059.
Yeah, 7059. 7059 between Kanama and Cohen. So again, we're going to do a quick goodbye now because we do want to thank everyone, production crew, of course, as well, all the fans, and mostly all of you. Highly entertaining Group D, been loving it. Big contest, and so tomorrow I think it's going to be a moving day, and of course we'll have to say goodbye to 2 of these teams this time. Tomorrow night there'll only be 4 still standing. Hopefully the weather holds, cross everything. My wicket-keeper fingers, that's so easy, but they're already twisted. I'm crossing everything, I'm crossing my legs, I'm doing everything, and hopefully we get the program in tomorrow. Beautiful day though. Thanks again for your company. Rico, we're going to go back to the hotel and maybe put in a few tunes tonight. So, on behalf of all of us at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full, and from Corey as well, wishing you and your family very happy and safe evening. Join us Super Thursday on the way tomorrow. This is ECN. You've been watching the Bets of All European Cricket League. Hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana.